What a ridiculous plot. The excruciating pain of being obliterated by one's own powers is truly unbearable. As Xuesheng's consciousness began to fade, this was the only thought that lingered. Buzzing. Ding. The system has been bound to the host. Please follow the narrative to complete the tasks. Injecting plot outline. What does that sound? Huh. The dissipating consciousness coalesced once more at the bizarre sound. Yet Xuesheng scoffed at it. Do not believe it. Who is it? A melodious male voice suddenly pierced through the static, resonating in Xuesheng's ears. The splitting headache overshadowed the agony of the explosion, and Xuesheng felt as though she had forgotten something, while simultaneously feeling an influx of new knowledge. Just as Xuesheng sensed her soul was on the verge of being torn apart, she succumbed to darkness once more. Phew! Heavy breaths, infused with a searing warmth, made Xuesheng's ears flush red. Can a stone even breathe? In her dazed state, Xuesheng finally recognized something was amiss. When the stone began to tear at her clothing, Xuesheng snapped back to reality. Her vision restored. The enlarged face before her momentarily stole her breath away. She paid little heed to the man's appearance, focusing instead on his cold, unfeeling eyes. Rip! A chill ran down Xuesheng's neck. A sinister voice soon echoed in her ear. Xuesheng, since you are so wanton and shamelessly enticing me, I shall indulge you today. But mark my words, this is all of your own making. Do not delude yourself into thinking I will marry you. You are unworthy. Pa! Xuesheng was instantly engulfed in fury. Who are you? The foul breath that lingered near her neck only filled her with revulsion. Boom! A sudden blaze erupted from Xuesheng, scorching the hands that sought to rend her garments. Ugh! The man pressing down on her emitted a muffled groan, loosening his grip. As the oppressive force that held her in place dissipated, Xuesheng finally seized the opportunity to rise. Xuesheng, you actually harbor the fire spirit within you? You are truly courting death. You shamelessly crawled into bed, and now you wish to play the virtuous maiden? Before Xuesheng could fully comprehend her surroundings, the man's wrathful yet mocking words poured forth relentlessly. Fire spirit? I wield the power of fire. Xuesheng yearned to retort, but her body suddenly fell under the sway of an uncontrollable force. It was only then that she became acutely aware of her own heated body and an overwhelming emptiness within her psyche, yearning to be filled. Damn it! Xuesheng's mind was flooded with expletives. She struggled to regain control of her body, only to be enveloped by a shadow. Kneeling upon the disheveled bed, her breath was laden with heat as she managed to lift her gaze towards him. Alas, beneath the shadow, she could discern only a vague silhouette. Xuesheng's mind raced in turmoil. Why had she suddenly lost control of her body? Where was this place? The unprecedented sensation of losing control instilled panic within Xuesheng as she found herself drenched in sweat, utterly disheveled. That moment, she heard the man near her speak in a condescending, derisive tone. Xuesheng, you have brought this upon yourself. You can only blame yourself. Bring him in. What nonsense is he babbling? The man's voice was nothing but a cacophony to Xuesheng, overwhelming and unbearable. How distressing. Xuesheng braced herself against the brocade quilt with one hand while gripping her clothing tightly with the other. In a place unseen by others, her nails had pierced through the flesh beneath her collarbone, using the pain to keep herself alert. As the man's words faded, the tightly shut door swung open with a creak. Xuesheng's vision gradually blurred, allowing her to faintly discern two figures approaching. Young master. She heard those two men address the figure standing by her bedside. She is yours now. Take her to a distant place and entertain yourselves as you wish. What audacity! A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Xuesheng's eyes. Had she the power to control her body, she would have sliced this shameless wretch into pieces to feed the dogs. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Their voices were laced with shock and excitement. In her daze, Xuesheng felt herself being lifted, departing under the man's frigid gaze. The night breeze outside brought a sliver of clarity back to Xuesheng. The two men carrying her moved swiftly and obediently, taking her farther away, seemingly impatient. The reason for their urgency was all too clear. A surge of resentment erupted within Xuesheng, her unwilling anger rushing to the crown of her head. Boom! Flames intertwined with the fury of their master suddenly erupted from Xuesheng's being. The two men who were carrying her shrieked in surprise and instinctively released their grip. Just as Xuesheng was about to plummet to the ground, a verdant radiance erupted from her body, transmuting into vines that coiled around her waist, arresting her fall. The two separated emerald lights metamorphosed into sharp tendrils, each piercing the hearts of the two guards. Before they could utter a sound, they were hoisted aloft by the vines, suspended from the trees, utterly deceased. Huff! The vines that had been entwined around her dissipated, and Xuesheng, kneeling on one knee, eyes shut, gasped heavily for breath. A verdant aura meandered around her, expelling the abnormal, scorching heat from within her. I've transmigrated into a book, and it's a kitsch, melodramatic, stand-in romance masquerading as a Xuanhua novel, where I've become a catalyst for the protagonist's exquisite low. A mere plot device. The sheer audacity of it made her want to curse the heavens. Her memories were cursory, like a rough outline. In the story, the stand-in female character was named Xuesheng. After the cherished, ethereal female lead vanished, Xuesheng became the object upon whom everyone projected their affections for the missing woman. Even a male lead, Yuan Qin, declared his intention to marry her. This led to the scene Xuesheng transmigrated into the female character foolishly drugging herself, intending to seduce the perfect male lead into taking responsibility for her. The subsequent plot was so melodramatic it induced nausea. In short, a series of outrageous actions led the stand-in to finally embrace her dark side. In the book, the stand-in's fate was to have her Yuan Dan extracted by the female lead, enduring a brutal and agonizing death. Subsequently, in order to facilitate the male and female protagonists in gaining experience points for their ascension, the author has resurrected the vengeful mother of the female, led as a formidable antagonist. Exclaimed Xuesheng. In that moment, enlightenment struck her. So the implication of the tormenting romance trope is that I am tasked with inflicting suffering while the protagonists indulge in their love. Xuesheng inwardly lamented, wishing fervently to strangle the insufferable author. Chapter 2. Here it comes, the marriage annulment plot. Remember, if you deviate from the storyline, you will be erased. The cold, emotionless voice abruptly intruded upon Xuesheng's frenzied thoughts, sending a shiver down her spine and turning her gaze icy. This absurd narrative, whoever strays is a fool. Xuesheng mocked inwardly. The voice did not reappear, but its fleeting presence left her with an unsettling feeling. Do not trust it. Suddenly, Xuesheng recalled this phrase, though she could not remember who had uttered it. Leaning against the tree trunk in a disheveled state, her wood-based abilities rapidly mended her injuries. Nearby, two corpses of guards hung from a tree, starkly reminding her that she had indeed transmigrated into a novel. That voice urged her to follow the plot, or face death. A sardonic smile graced Xuesheng's lips. She was unafraid of death. It was merely the thought of living and dying in such an obscure manner that troubled her. Having survived for a decade in the apocalypse, she had become one of the few SSS-class dual-element abilities wielders. Xuesheng could scarcely recall how many perilous situations she had navigated or how many treacherous hearts she had encountered. She perished in the apocalypse because she was weary. For the sake of humanity, she was willing to sacrifice herself, taking the zombie king down with her. However, that did not imply she would allow an unknown force to claim her life at will upon her rebirth. The plot. Xuesheng ground her teeth, her voice laced with coldness. When she awoke, she found herself pinned beneath a loathsome man, perfectly aligning with the drugging scenario described in the book. In the narrative she received, it was articulated with utmost clarity that Xuesheng had resorted to administering a drug to seduce the male protagonist, who remained utterly indifferent and instead berated her for her shamelessness. Subsequently, as Xuesheng continued to entangle herself with him, the male lead, unable to endure her advances any longer, cast her into the hands of his subordinates to be humiliated. A dangerous glint flickered in Xuesheng's eyes. The male protagonist in the book was a paragon of virtue, a true gentleman who remained unperturbed. Yet, upon her arrival, that despicable man clearly sought to take advantage of her and even wished to evade responsibility. Bang! The tree against which Xuesheng leaned was engulfed in flames, erupting into charred remnants. Without anything to support her, Fu Xuesheng's spine straightened even more resolutely. So, my previous lack of control was due to my injuring that despicable male lead, thus disrupting the plot? Her gaze intensified with a rapid flicker. However, she had not lost herself, and despite the alterations in the storyline, she was still very much alive. Once more, Fu Xuesheng lifted her eyes to the two corpses swaying in the wind. What will unfold next? Suppressing her inner questions, she pondered anew. Suddenly, the peculiar sound of crackling electricity, which vanished and reappeared, filled the air. Abruptly, Fu Xuesheng clutched her head and cried out in pain. Upon her arrival, the male lead, Yuan Qin, was engaged in discussions with the head of the Park family regarding the annulment of their engagement, while the female protagonist, Park Sui, was also present. Faced with Yuan Qin's proposal to dissolve the engagement in favor of marrying her, Park Sui hesitated, fearing the repercussions on the innocent substitute. Still indecisive, Park Sui found herself at a disadvantage as Yuan Qin seized the opportunity to declare his heart's desire. He harbored feelings solely for the female lead and wished to take her as his only wife for life. It was at this moment that the original body arrived. Hearing Yuan Qin's words and instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of heartbreak, the tainted original self, acutely aware of her unworthiness to stand beside Yuan Qin, felt overshadowed by the brilliance of the female lead, leading to a profound sense of shame. The matter of the annulment was never broached with her. Ultimately, she could only passively acquiesce to the dissolution of the engagement, enduring humiliation and ridicule from all sides. Is the legendary annulment trope about to unfold? Fu Xuesheng couldn't help but scoff coldly within after perusing the narrative. From the known storyline, it was evident that the original self became the female lead substitute not of her own volition, but rather due to a contract. Compelled to comply in order to save her benefactor. Thus, her role as a substitute was not a matter of choice. And her marriage to Yuan Qin was not her decision either. Now, as the engagement is called off, no one cares for her desires. Throughout, she has merely been a tool. The deeper her understanding of the plot, the colder Fu Xuesheng's gaze became, her inner fury intensifying. A torrent of anger surged within her, leaving only one question: why should this be? Fu Xuesheng took a deep breath, suppressing the fire in her eyes. She gazed upward towards the horizon and uttered in a tone devoid of emotion, "Daylight has arrived." The sky was already brightening, signaling that the moment for the narrative to commence drew ever closer. Under the Emperor's rule, the 9 divisions of heaven comprised the Dongyuan realm. The Longai division lay at the westernmost edge of this realm, while the Pu and Yuan families resided in Zealand City, merely a tertiary stronghold within Longlai. As Fu Xuesheng, upright and attired impeccably, stepped through the gates of the Pu family, numerous gazes turned towards her, their expressions rife with disdain, contempt, and scorn. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Fu Xuesheng swiftly navigated through the crowd, making her way directly to the reception hall. "Uncle, I have known Sui since our childhood, and we share a profound bond. The marriage pact between our families not only connects us but also stems from the mutual affection between Sui and me. Previously, when Sui went missing, in a state of helplessness, I had no choice but to uphold our engagement to maintain the alliance between our families." Before Fu Xuesheng could enter the main hall, she overheard voices within. Indeed, the male protagonist had already arrived. A glint of coldness flashed in Fu Xuesheng's eyes as she raised her hand to push aside the household servant who attempted to prevent her entry. With long strides, she entered the hall. Before Yuan Qin could speak, she addressed the figure seated in the position of the family head. "Park Qingsong, I wish to annul the engagement." Yuan Qin, whose words had been preempted, turned sharply, his piercing gaze slicing through the air as it fell upon Fu Xuesheng. Simultaneously, Fu Xuesheng sensed the weight of cold and disdainful stares directed at her from various corners. Recognizing the emotions hidden within their eyes, she smirked. "If we are to follow the script, who among us is not to withdraw from the engagement?" Amidst the sea of indifferent gazes, one pair stood out, compelling Fu Xuesheng to glance in that direction. Chapter 3. A Bunch of Trash. It was a young girl clad in a dress of emerald and white. Her beauty pure and ethereal, her demeanor as pristine as a lotus. Fu Xuesheng found herself amused, having inexplicably found herself in this narrative. She had yet to catch a glimpse of her own appearance, yet she had already discerned the essence of the female lead. However, considering herself a mere substitute, could it be that her current visage bore a resemblance to hers? Fu Xuesheng instinctively reached up to touch her own face. The original female lead was named Park Sui, the sole daughter of the current head of the Park family. At this moment, the girl who had returned from her mysterious disappearance was gazing at Fu Xuesheng with a pair of clear, curious eyes that held an intricate depth, causing her great discomfort. It is worth noting that the narrative seemingly refrains from disclosing the whereabouts or events that transpired during the 2 years of Park Sui's absence. Fu Xuesheng's appraisal lasted but a fleeting moment. Once her curiosity regarding the female protagonist was satiated, she shifted her focus to the piercing gaze of the original male lead, Yuan Qin. Just last night, upon her sudden arrival, she had been ensnared by an inexplicable force, rendering her consciousness hazy. All she could recall was the chilling coldness of his eyes. Only now did she discern the true nature of this insufferable man. Indeed, he was every bit the archetype of a male protagonist in a novel. Fu Xuesheng arched her brow slightly. The man before her possessed strikingly handsome features that were imbued with an air of coldness. He exuded an aloofness and an imposing presence, his gaze imbued with an innate dominance. Then, she distinctly perceived the fierce intensity in his eyes, transformed into a provocation of anger. It was as if, upon speaking, he would utter the words, "Woman, how dare you glare at me?" Fu Xuesheng nearly succumbed to laughter at her own imaginative musings, to prevent an outburst of mirth. She averted her gaze from Yuan Qin and casually surveyed the other individuals present in the hall. Her attention first fell upon the middle-aged man seated in the position of the family head. Although no longer in his youth, he still radiated an elegant charm, akin to a graceful tree. "What right do you have to speak?" A reprimanding voice echoed from the front right. Even before she turned her head, the identity of the voice's owner automatically materialized in Fu Xuesheng's mind. Park by GWI. In the original narrative, he was the devoted hound who loved the female protagonist, yet could not attain her affections. Before me is the countenance of Zhang Junlang, which, though striking, pales in comparison to that of the male protagonist, Yuan Qin. His sharp brows and bright eyes, however, cannot mask the chill and disdain in Park Baigui's gaze as it rests upon me, as if I were something utterly vile. Inwardly, Fu Xuesheng scoffs, choosing to disregard him. You. Indeed, the thoroughly ignored loyal hound can only seethe with impotent fury. Xuesheng, you ought not to be here. The suave man in white, standing beside the loyal hound, places a hand on his shoulder to quell his ire, while he directs reproachful words at Fu Xuesheng. The look Fu Xuesheng casts upon him is laced with derision. Park Baibu is none other than this man who has turned the original character into Park Sui's substitute. I wish to annul the engagement. If I do not come here, where should I go? Fu Xuesheng, weary of their hypocritical facades, reiterates her intent. Since the annulment is a pivotal plot point, if she must leave, it shall be in accordance with her wishes. Oh, are you truly willing to break off the engagement? Surely, you do not entertain the notion of retreating to advance. The sharp, acerbic voice causes Fu Xuesheng's gaze to flicker toward the woman on her left. Standing alongside Park Sui, the woman naturally assumes a protective stance, as if she were guarding a treasured gem. Indeed, in this melodramatic tale, Park Sui is regarded as the darling of these individuals. Fu Xuesheng silently mocks. Do not forget, this marriage was originally meant for Sui. You have enjoyed the privileges of the Park family under Sui's name for 2 years. Are you not yet satisfied? I advise you not to covet what does not rightfully belong to you, nor to yearn for those you should not desire. Such sharp and hurtful words did not incite anger in Fu Xuesheng. She merely felt that for such a charming and radiant woman to utter such phrases was akin to disfiguring herself with her own speech. Why should this be the case? Becoming a substitute was not her own volition. It was these individuals who had insidiously maneuvered her into that position. Now, what right did they have to condemn her? Fu Xuesheng found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the logic and values presented in this narrative. Sister, he shook her head in disagreement. Fu Xuesheng, intrigued, turned her gaze towards the speaking heroine, curious to see what she would say. Would she, like in the original text, refuse to accept Yuan Qin's decision to annul their engagement in favor of marrying her? Xuesheng, I thank you for these past 2 years, for bringing joy to my father in my absence. I am also grateful for your efforts to alleviate the sorrow of others during my absence. I genuinely appreciate it and have no intention of usurping your engagement. Since you have already Sui. Yuan Qin's complexion shifted dramatically as he interrupted Fu Sui's words. Fu Xuesheng found it utterly ridiculous. No need for that. I do not cherish him. Why would I wish to marry him? A broad smile spread across her face. She disregarded the reactions of those around her, ignoring Fu Sui's astonishment and Yuan Qin's icy glare, and directly addressed the head of the Pu family. Master Pu, what say you? What did you just say, Fu Xuesheng? Yuan Qin's voice trembled with what seemed to be profound humiliation. Fu Xuesheng replied with amusement. Is it possible that the young Master Yuan intends to marry me? That is utterly out of the question. Yuan Qinfeng's piercing gaze was brewing a storm. Pu Qingsong's eyes, heavy with contemplation, were fixed upon Fu Xuesheng, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, his voice low and resonant. Then let this marriage be rendered void. Purpose achieved. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Fu Xuesheng's eyes, her heart vigilant against the electronic sound. Suddenly, she noticed the female protagonist gazing at her with a look of guilt and pity. Fu Xuesheng felt an unsettling discomfort envelop her. As she departed, passing by Yuan Qinfeng, she abruptly halted. You won't have regrets, will you? Pui scoffed. A slight smile curved Fu Xuesheng's lips as she addressed Yuan Qinfeng. Trash. A chill swept through Yuan Qinfeng's eyes, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Alas, Fu Xuesheng appeared utterly unconcerned, leaving the assembly with an upright and haughty silhouette. Previously, she had felt a slight resemblance to Xuesheng, yet now, standing beside Xuesheng, she realized how vastly inferior she was, unable to compare even to a single strand of Xuesheng's hair. To dare to aspire to truly replace Xuesheng, did she not consider her own worth? There were originally maids and servants in attendance. Upon entering the small courtyard and shutting the door, Fu Xuesheng spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Chapter 4. Are you the legendary golden-fingered old man? Uft. The moment the door closed, Fu Xuesheng could no longer contain herself. Expelling another mouthful of blood, her body jolted as if electrified, collapsing onto the frigid floor. Crack! A bolt of lightning, concealed within the clouded skies, pierced through the roof, striking Fu Xuesheng's body with unerring precision. As an immense current surged through Fu Xuesheng's body, she felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The flames of her defiance and the fury she had suppressed ignited her innate abilities to protect her. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, erupting in a conflagration of fire and green light that intertwined with the electric sparks, casting an eerie glow throughout the room. Curse it! Fu Xuesheng summoned all her strength to lift her head. Beneath her pale complexion, the current danced wildly beneath her skin, and blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Do not worry, he will not kill you. Who are you? Show yourself. The abrupt voice rekindled the fading light in Fu Xuesheng's eyes, sharpening her gaze into a frigid glare. Ha ha! The man's laughter was melodious, almost beguiling. Do you not remember? Fu Xuesheng furrowed her brow. What was it that she was supposed to remember? Before she could respond, a sharp pain pierced her forehead, plunging her into darkness. In this darkened realm, the sky was a deep crimson, and desolation stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground undulated ominously, evoking a sense of dread. Where's this? Fu Xuesheng instinctively braced herself, conjuring blades of fire from her hands. After being thrust into the abyss, she opened her eyes to find herself in this unfamiliar terrain. Strangely enough, the pain from the lightning strike had vanished entirely. A peculiar crackling sound filled the air, startling Fu Xuesheng. Host, I am the 001 book traversing system of the Time-Space Management Bureau. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. At that moment, she stood amidst the desolate expanse stained crimson when an entity purporting to be a system emerged, warning her to adhere to the narrative. Naturally, she was incredulous. This so-called system felt more akin to a pre-apocalyptic pyramid scheme. Ultimately, the fraud that she had exposed pivoted and declared itself as heaven's path, insisting that she must follow the plot, claiming it to be her destiny. In a bid to caution her, it even orchestrated a first-hand experience of the repercussions of disobedience. Fu Xuesheng slowly raised her gaze, revealing a depth of blood red within her eyes. Gradually, an image materialized in her vision. A thunderous roar echoed through the blood-soaked wasteland, as a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, hurtling directly towards Fu Xuesheng, who stood firm on the ground. She sensed an overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from the lightning. With a roar, flames transformed into a mighty dragon, charging toward the lightning, while her wood-based abilities morphed into countless vines that swiftly enveloped Fu Xuesheng, cocooning her in protective layers. A resounding clash ensued as the lightning collided with the fire dragon, illuminating the realm. Yet, the dragon's might proved insufficient to withstand the tribulation from heaven's path. The electric arc descended like a blade from the skies, striking the protective cocoon of vines. The vibrant cocoon shattered in response, revealing Fu Xuesheng within. Unfazed, she lifted her eyes to the descending tribulation, her hands once more channeling her abilities. Flames from her right hand and verdant light from her left transformed into binding ropes, entwining the approaching thunderbolt. With a powerful tug, she halted its advance. The proximity allowed Xuesheng to acutely perceive the cataclysmic force contained within the lightning, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. As Xuesheng exerted every ounce of her strength to resist the impending calamity, she heard the disdainful voice of the heavenly path. Boom! The ethereal ropes of her abilities shattered, and the residual force of the calamity struck her, sending her flying into a distant depression, where she gasped and spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid seeped into the earth beneath her. Did you see? The heavenly path seeks to obliterate you with utmost ease. Do not believe it. That voice again. The images flickering in Xuesheng's mind shifted once more. Her focus had been solely on the heavenly path, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings. She only recalled that as the heavenly path attempted to further subjugate her, the ground beneath her erupted with a blinding dark golden light. The sanguine space appeared to awaken, fiercely colliding with the calamity that the heavenly path had unleashed. The immense force tore through the very fabric of space, affecting Xuesheng as well. In that instant, it felt as though her soul were being rent asunder. I remember now. In the frigid chamber, Xuesheng remained sprawled on the floor, her expression somewhat vacant. It dawned on her that from that moment, she had been unwilling to become merely a tool to propel the narrative forward. After all, following her transmigration, this so-called heavenly path continued to masquerade as a system, attempting to deceive her into following the script. Have you finally recalled? The man's voice dripped with mockery. Xuesheng remembered that alongside the heavenly path, there existed an unknown entity. The thunderstorm had ceased, yet the residual pain within her body lingered. Fortunately, endowed with wood-based abilities, her recovery was significantly swifter than that of others. Were it another person, they would have likely been reduced to mere ashes under the wrath of the heavens. After stretching her limbs, which had endured the strikes of lightning, Xuesheng approached the bedside and reclined against it, her palm resting casually on her thigh, a faint crimson glow flickering beneath. And who might you be? Xuesheng inquired. She pursed her lips, the last scene from her lost memories surfacing in her mind. A force capable of contending with the will of the heavens. Indeed, that is I. The voice seemed to intuit her thoughts and provided an answer directly. Xuesheng took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke. Could you please respect my personal privacy? What is privacy? It responded. That is to say, do not pry into my thoughts or gaze upon what should remain unseen. The veins at her temples throbbed. What the hell? Xuesheng clenched her fists and tentatively asked, who are you? Why can I not see you? I am but a wisp of a ghost from ancient times, originally resting peacefully in a long-forgotten tomb until you disturbed my slumber. Thus, I have accompanied you to observe the world. I must say, your low-tier celestial abode is rather impressive. I shall temporarily reside here. Serve me well, and perhaps I may offer some guidance in your cultivation when I am in good spirits. Isn't this akin to the trope of the wise old man from a power fantasy narrative? Xuesheng thought, astonished. Wait, a celestial abode? How is it that I remain unaware of this? Before Xuesheng could fully comprehend the reference to the wise old man, she was astounded by the mention of the celestial abode. Did the original plot contain such elements? She began to doubt whether she had been exposed to a censored version of the storyline. A soft, enchanting laughter suddenly echoed in Xuesheng's mind. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt her consciousness being drawn into another realm. To her astonishment, Xuesheng stumbled slightly, realizing that the scenery before her had transformed. She had departed from the chambers of the Pu family and found herself in a space that was both familiar and foreign. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that this was the fiery and wooden sanctuary she had created in the 9th year of the apocalypse. Utilizing an AI chip developed by the Research Institute, based on her dual elemental powers. This space, a product of human ingenuity, was not merely a refuge. It was equipped with an AI steward, a repository of knowledge, and a medical pod. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity had suffered greatly under the threat of zombies. Yet technology had surged forth in unprecedented ways. To combat the invasion of the undead, human innovation flourished, leading to the conception of the space chip, aimed at preserving the ember of human civilization. In addition to Xuesheng, several other formidable individuals from the apocalypse era were implanted with this chip under comparable conditions. The database within the AI space housed millennia of human achievement and knowledge across various disciplines, a treasure belonging to their world. However, the unfamiliarity arose from Xuesheng's acute awareness that, while this was indeed the AI space, it differed significantly from her prior understanding. The original AI space was steeped in technological aesthetics, with its modest confines meticulously divided into various functional rooms, all managed by the AI steward to assist her. Yet now, beneath Xuesheng's feet lies fertile soil, with a distant haze of azure mist enveloping the scene. The room, once brimming with technological marvels, has transformed into a structure steeped in antiquity. Indeed, the atmosphere is profoundly traditional. Xuesheng gazes at the dilapidated courtyard before her, characterized by its mortise and tenon construction, her heart awash with a sense of silence and bewilderment. Boss. Xuesheng's eyes narrow sharply. The voice emanates from behind her, an unmistakable sound of the AI steward. This revelation compels her to pivot abruptly. Before her stands a figure formed of data, gradually manifesting human skin from the bottom up, revealing a perfectly proportioned adult male body. Yet his visage remains a mere stream of data. Old K. Xuesheng gazes in disbelief at the surreal scene unfolding before her. Boss, I am uncertain as to what has transpired. I awakened from slumber only to find myself in this state. It appears I can now possess a human body. The AI steward, whom Xuesheng has designated as Old K, inquires with a tone of bewilderment. Xuesheng too is at a loss. First, let us get you dressed. She turns her face away, grinding her teeth. Understood, boss. In Old K's intellect resides the entirety of knowledge pertaining to Xuesheng's world. He immediately adorned his bare form with garments befitting a human male. In a fitting homage to the moment, he chose to wear a long azure robe, reflective of ancient attire. I am unsure. Old K shakes his head with a hint of awkwardness. Xuesheng's brow furrows deeper as she promptly initiates a self-diagnostic procedure. Indeed, the self-check program is being initiated. The self-check program has commenced. 10, 20, 90, 100. The self-check program is complete. Following the mechanical electronic sound, Old K spoke once more. Boss, it seems that an undetectable substance has appeared within my core. It is the essence of the void. Amidst the azure mist, a tall and slender silhouette gradually emerged. The figure sat, one hand propping up its head, exuding a languid demeanor, yet still radiating an imposing presence. It was shrouded in the blue haze, its form elusive and indistinct. It's you. Xuesheng squinted, recalling the voice. It was melodious, unforgettable, yet laced with an undercurrent of danger. Little girl, you certainly harbor quite a few secrets. That irritating laughter echoed once more, igniting a flash of cold light in Xuesheng's eyes. Stop pretending and show yourself, she commanded fiercely. Old K also activated its search mode, intent on unearthing the intruder in this space. Such a young age, yet such a fiery temper. The azure mist swirled, and the concealed figure seemed to draw closer. At last, Xuesheng was able to discern his appearance. Hiss! An involuntary astonishment flickered in Xuesheng's eyes. The man's visage was such that no words within her lexicon could adequately encapsulate it. Was he enchanting and handsome? Exquisitely beautiful? Or perhaps his features were devilishly captivating? Those peach blossom eyes appeared to brim with an unfathomable depth of affection, and the faint red mark upon his brow did nothing to mar his beauty. Rather, it resembled a drop of vermilion inadvertently spilled, enhancing his beguiling allure. Even someone as emotionally detached as Xuesheng, who had long honed her heart to be cold and unyielding in the apocalyptic world, found herself entrapped by the allure of his beauty, momentarily frozen in place. As an AI entity, Lao Kei's features, which had always lacked human semblance, suddenly gained definition upon gazing upon the man's visage. Yin Jiuxiao's delicate lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his eyes shimmering with deep affection yet veiled by an endless chill and indifference. Abruptly, his smile faltered, and his enchanting, almost bewitching gaze shifted towards Lao Kei, commanding, "Change your face." The tone was imperious, and with a mere gesture of his hand resting upon his knee, an invisible force swept through, rousing Xuesheng from her reverie induced by beauty. Instinctively, she glanced at Lao Kei, only to witness the face he had just formed disintegrate back into data, even experiencing a momentary distortion. Though that visage lingered for but a fleeting second, Xuesheng discerned its essence. Lao Kei had replicated the man's countenance. This man's beauty was such that even AI had succumbed to its charm. Cough, Lao Ke. Perhaps a different face would be more appropriate. It seems rather unseemly to mimic so openly. As she uttered these words, a faint blush crept across Fu Xuesheng's cheeks. After all, he was her AI steward, and she felt a sense of responsibility. Lao Ke, donned with a hint of grievance, reassembled the data on his face. When the new visage emerged, Fu Xuesheng recognized it as belonging to a globally renowned superstar from the pre-apocalyptic era, a male figure possessing a beauty surpassing that of women. A sigh of lament escaped her heart. So, her AI steward was also a connoisseur of beauty? She finally grasped why Lao Ke had hesitated for so long to manifest a form. Indeed, it was a choice he found difficult to make. The appearance of the man undoubtedly provided Lao Ke with a choice. Yet, regrettably, under the man's threat, he had no option but to settle for a lesser alternative. Ahem. Fu Xuesheng, who had discerned Lao Ke's thoughts, felt a twinge of discomfort. Chapter 6. His name is Yin Jiuxiao. Little girl, you are rather unreserved. Yin Jiuxiao remarked with a semblance of a smile. Fu Xuesheng's gaze darkened, and her tone turned frigid. Do not refer to me as little girl. After all, I have survived in this apocalyptic world for over 30 years. The term little girl sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a surge of azure energy emanated from beneath Fu Xuesheng's feet, prompting her to instinctively retreat 2 steps. The azure energy coalesced into a mirror that materialized before her. Before Fu Xuesheng could marvel at the spectacle unfolding, her attention was captivated by the reflection of a young girl within the mirror. It was noteworthy that this visage bore a resemblance to her former self. Yet the discrepancies between the two were akin to the difference between an original image and a beautified version. With an ethereal grace, refined elegance, and a complexion as pure as jade, she was, despite her youth, an unparalleled beauty. The man's words, spoken with the tone of an art connoisseur, seemed to betray a fascination with beauty, an unconscious display of deep affection. However, to Fu Xuesheng's ears, it raised her suspicions. She realized that her appearance bore little resemblance to the protagonist, Pu Sui, within the narrative. From her aesthetic perspective, Pu Sui's beauty paled in comparison to that of the original. How then could she be perceived as Pu Sui's substitute? Were those who regarded her as such completely blind? The mirror, formed from azure energy, abruptly vanished, and the enchanting man reappeared before Fu Xuesheng. Her gaze flickered momentarily, and she nodded, agreed. I shall pose the first question. She spoke before the man could utter a word. Yin Jiuxiao nodded with genuine interest, choosing not to compete with her for precedence. As for how you entered, you should recall the circumstances. It was indeed your blood that awakened me, and in turn, I aided you in breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Fu Xuesheng tightened her lips in silence. She had indeed remembered, yet she could not fully trust Yin Jiuxiao's words. I have slumbered for far too long within the ancient desolate tomb. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I seized this opportunity to emerge and observe. Fu Xuesheng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yin Jiuxiao's implication seemed to suggest that he was awakened by her and subsequently traversed through her space. The primordial essence is the very foundation of all things, emerging from the chaos of the cosmos. Your celestial abode has transformed into its current state due to the influence of this primordial essence, including your servant. Fu Xuesheng noted the hint of misunderstanding in Yin Jiuxiao's tone when he spoke of Lao Ke. How naive! What of a specter emerging from the ancient tomb? Have you ever encountered an AI intelligent steward? She silently scoffed. I can also inform you that although your celestial abode is currently a low tier 1, with dedicated cultivation, it can ascend to greater heights. Ascend? Fu Xuesheng furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to inquire about the benefits of such an ascension. However, Yin Jiuxiao did not grant her the opportunity. Well, I have answered your questions. Now it is your turn. Yin Jiuxiao's lips curled into a smile, enhancing his allure, and Fu Xuesheng was nearly captivated by his charm. With a somber gaze, she asked, What do you wish to know? Where do you hail from? Your servant possesses a certain eccentricity. What is he? Why does that celestial mechanism entangle you? After posing these 3 inquiries, Yin Jiuxiao regarded her with an enigmatic gaze. Fu Xuesheng shrugged nonchalantly, as if to convey that this was her answer. Yin Jiuxiao continued to smile, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. Can you depart? Fu Xuesheng asked, articulating her most pressing concern. Yet, Yin Jiuxiao, with a smile that was both teasing and inscrutable, shook his head. No. The answer had long been anticipated. Yet hearing it spoken aloud left Fu Xuesheng feeling quite disgruntled. Little girl, Do not be so hasty in wishing me away. With my presence, you shall discover numerous advantages. Yin Jiuxiao continued to entice. Xuesheng frowned. I have stated, do not refer to me as little girl. How then should I address you? Yin Jiuxiao queried, his expression akin to that of an adult observing a petulant child. Xuesheng took a deep breath and declared her name, Xuesheng. Indeed, in her past life, she too was named Xuesheng. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her identical name to the substitute character in the book was the reason the celestial mechanism summoned her to take the place of the original owner? Xuesheng, come forth, called a voice belonging to Pu Baibu. As Xuesheng's eyes flickered, she adjusted her attire, wiped away the traces of blood from her lips, and opened the door to step outside. Moments ago, within the confines of the space, Old K had informed her that the data previously stored, along with other equipment and supplies, still remained. This revelation was undoubtedly a tremendous source of solace for her. Upon opening the door, Xuesheng encountered a man clad in white standing outside. Upon hearing a commotion behind him, he turned around and scrutinized Xuesheng from head to toe, asking, "Are you all right?" Xuesheng remained silent. She harbored no fondness for these individuals from the original narrative. Park Baibu, undeterred, approached her and admonished, "You should not have acted so impulsively just now. Remember, everything you possess is due to Xuesheng. It does not inherently belong to you. Therefore, it would suffice for you to remain quietly here. The Park family will not treat you poorly. Sustaining you for a lifetime would pose no challenge. However, your recent actions have only served to embarrass Yuanqin and cause Xuesheng distress." Listening to his words, Xuesheng's mind translated them to mean, be more compliant. Do not attempt to assert your presence. Causing Xuesheng sorrow is your transgression. A surge of rage welled within Xuesheng. In the decade of the apocalypse, she had slain more zombies than she could count. Yet that did not imply she had never taken a human life. With a brooding gaze, she looked at Park Baibu, yearning to declare her intention to leave the Park family and let the protagonists entertain themselves. Yet, she was horrified to discover that she could not utter a word. An invisible force was restraining her from departing. It was the will of heaven. Chapter 7. Is there a control group script? It was the will of heaven. Xuesheng realized that the moment she entertained thoughts of leaving, a powerful force would obstruct her. Not only was she forbidden to speak, but she also found herself unable to act. As long as her intention was to depart, her body would lose its autonomy. Did you hear what I said? You need to be more considerate. Noticing her silence, Park Baibu frowned in displeasure. His handsome, gentle face now bore a hint of coldness. Am I still not sufficiently understanding? Xuesheng suddenly laughed, a teasing glint in her eyes as she regarded him. Since everyone believes that the two of them are a natural pair, what harm is there in me stepping in to facilitate their union? The sarcasm in her tone deepened Park Baibu's frown, and even his gaze toward her bore a hint of wariness. You can't still be clinging to hope, can you? Do not forget that Yuanqin is, after all, Xuesheng's husband. If you continue to be infatuated and oblivious, you will only sink deeper into despair. Rest assured, I harbor not the slightest interest in him. I would rather see them love each other dearly, enjoying a harmonious life together and soon welcoming offspring. Just lock me away and do not unleash me to harm others or myself. Park Baibu scrutinized her with skepticism. Do you genuinely wish them well? Indeed. More genuine than pearls, Xuesheng replied earnestly, nodding her head. Park Baibu regarded her intently, half in warning, and said, I hope so. Then, may I take my leave? Xuesheng offered a polite smile. Though her tone was unkind, Park Baibu found himself momentarily taken aback by her smile. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Xuesheng watched his retreating figure, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Ah, how quickly the warmth fades when one leaves. I have yet to depart, and already the tea is cooled. First, he dismissed the servants, and now he is sending me away? Fortunately, Xuesheng was indifferent to such indignities. Where one resides is merely a matter of location. As for Danby, in the original narrative, after Yuanqin successfully annulled the marriage, the substitute's position within the Park family became exceedingly awkward, compounded by her loss of virtue, which rendered her somewhat reclusive. She, too, moved to the disciples' courtyard, enduring all manner of humiliation from her peers. The following day, Danby was brutally overshadowed by the prodigious Park Sui, serving as a dismal contrast. The Park family was renowned in the alchemical realm. However, the original body possessed no remarkable talent for alchemy, making it seem entirely reasonable for the protagonist, long regarded as a genius, to outshine her. Yet, what irked Xuesheng was the narrative's reliance on the weaknesses of the supporting character to accentuate the protagonist's strengths. This approach rendered the protagonist excessively impressive, akin to mercilessly shearing a sheep. The mere thought of it left Xuesheng feeling discontented. Her belongings for the Disciples' Academy were scant, and the gowns prepared by the Park family for the original owner unmistakably bore Park Sui's signature style, none of which she decided to take with her. However, on her way to the Disciples' Academy, she was unexpectedly confronted. Yuan Qin, incensed by her indiscreet remarks, shot her a cold glare. Xuesheng, do not indulge in any foolish schemes of feigned vulnerability. Such actions will only deepen my disdain for you. Xuesheng, amused, retorted, which of your eyes perceives my intentions as such? Speak if you have matters to discuss. Otherwise, begone. Xuesheng. Yuan Qin's aura intensified, his fury unmistakable. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Where are my two guards? Dead, Xuesheng replied with a sardonic smile. The lifeless bodies still hung in the woods, and with Yuan Qin's capabilities, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth sooner or later, leaving little to conceal. You actually killed them. Yuan Qin's eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Unfazed by his murderous gaze, Xuesheng boldly declared, they attempted to violate me. Do you expect me to do nothing? Huh. Yuan Qin found her audacity both infuriating and amusing. He cast her a dark glance before turning away. Madwoman. Behind him, Xuesheng muttered a curse. Within the disciple courtyard, Xuesheng settled into a room of moderate size. According to the measurements from her previous life, this chamber was approximately 10 square meters, smaller than the side room of the previous courtyard. The furnishings were quite sparse, consisting solely of a cold, hard wooden bed, a plain wooden table devoid of decoration, and a cabinet. Xuesheng surveyed her surroundings and found little to complain about. After all, during the apocalypse, she had endured far worse living conditions. Having a room where the threat of a sudden zombie attack was absent was already quite fortunate. Having traversed through numerous experiences, Xuesheng felt utterly exhausted. She hastily washed up and lay down in hopes of a restorative sleep. However, once she finally reclined on the bed, slumber eluded her. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, Xuesheng resigned herself to sit up, curling into the corner of the bed with her back against the wall, adopting a defensive posture before drowsiness finally began to wash over her. With a heavy sigh, she closed her eyes. In a deep slumber, Xuesheng was abruptly awakened by the sound of footsteps outside, her vigilant gaze fixated on the closed door. Was she truly becoming like Xuesheng? After so long, she couldn't even master the basics of alchemy, falling short even compared to a single strand of Xuesheng's hair. Yin, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. A girl's voice drifted in from outside, laced with disdain. Am I mistaken? I truly wonder what Brother Baibu is thinking, allowing us to deliver food to someone like her. Keeping such a person in the Pu family is nothing short of a waste of resources. Upon the mention of food, Xuesheng felt a pang of hunger within her. Since her arrival in this narrative, it seemed she had not yet partaken of a meal. A soft growl emanated from her stomach, prompting her to instinctively touch her abdomen. Since it has been delivered, let it remain here, she thought, resolved to endure her hunger rather than venture outside, a sentiment that could hardly be faulted by Brother Bai. Another young lady interjected, and Xuesheng then heard the girl named Yin, her tone brightening with delight. What a splendid idea. Shortly thereafter, there was the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Hurry, hurry. The hurried footsteps of the two girls faded away. Xuesheng's gaze darkened momentarily as she rose from her bed and approached the door, opening it to find no one outside. On the ground lay a square tray, its porcelain bowls filled with food, half of which had spilled out, creating a mess of grease upon the tray. Xuesheng's expression grew somber as she bent to retrieve the tray, lingering for a moment with her head bowed. She felt no anger, nor did she discard the food. Instead, she returned to her room and sat at the square table, earnestly beginning to eat. She consumed every morsel with care, not neglecting even the food that had fallen onto the tray. You truly are eating, a mocking voice echoed in her mind. This time, however, she remained remarkably composed. Why not eat? The tray is clean, it merely spilled a little. I thought you would refrain from eating, Yin Jiuxiao remarked. Xuesheng paused in her chewing, then replied, that is because you have never truly experienced hunger. After swallowing her food, she added, and please, do not pry into my affairs. Chapter 8. Her aspirations to rise from mediocrity as the morning bell tolled. It heralded the commencement of the Danby tournament at the Park family. All disciples of the Park clan were required to participate in this event to assess their alchemical skills. Upon her arrival at the tournament grounds, Xuesheng sensed the gazes of numerous onlookers directed towards her. She could perceive a myriad of emotions emanating from their stares. Some were filled with schadenfreude, others bore mockery, while some conveyed disdain and revulsion, and a few expressed eager anticipation. In that moment, Xuesheng found herself perplexed. According to the memories of her predecessor, when Park Sui had vanished, the entire Park family had treated her rather well. Although it was a matter of misplaced affection, the original owner of her body had at least experienced a sense of warmth. The affection these individuals once held for her seemed to have transformed into profound animosity. This abrupt change compelled Xuesheng to ponder once more. What exactly did she do wrong? Was it solely because she was a mere substitute for Park Sui? Yet, her role as a substitute was not of her own volition. It had been orchestrated by Park Baibu. Last night, Xuesheng had taken the opportunity to delve into the memories of her predecessor. With the assistance of Old K, she systematically distinguished between the original plot given to her by the heavenly path and the memories of her predecessor. She discovered that the predecessor's assumption of the substitute role was only briefly mentioned in the original narrative, which simply stated that she had been inadvertently discovered by Park Baibu and subsequently signed a contract to join the Park family. The reason she acquiesced was that Park Baibu had assured her that as long as she complied and behaved, she would lead a prosperous life. However, the memories of her predecessor painted a different picture. Xuesheng furrowed her brow. It seemed as though a portion of her predecessor's memories had been sealed, rendering them blurred and temporarily unclear. What she knows now is that the original self does not belong to the Longlai tribe, but was abandoned by her mother and wandered here from a distant place. During a crisis, she was rescued by an elderly man and temporarily took refuge in his abode. Later, when the old man fell gravely ill, she encountered Park Baibu while seeking a remedy. The condition proposed by Park Baibu was that if she agreed to go to the Park family and become a substitute for Park Sui, he would assist her in saving the old man. In gratitude for his kindness, the original self signed a contract and entered the Park household. Upon discovering this discrepancy, Xuesheng found it peculiar. It was akin to the original plot, where the original self lured Yuan Qin, yet he remained oblivious. And the incongruity was palpable as she arrived just when Yuan Qin had her pinned beneath him, temporarily burying the seeds of her confusion. Xuesheng redirected her focus to the alchemy competition of the day. Xuesheng, sister. A voice from the distance prompted Xuesheng to lift her gaze, revealing Park Sui approaching her. Behind her followed Park E, casting disdainful glances, along with other female disciples of the Park family. Xuesheng remained still. As Park Sui reached her, she unveiled a radiant smile. Sister Xuesheng, you've come. Indeed. Xuesheng responded nonchalantly. Instantly, she felt the weight of more gazes upon her, all uniformly imbued with caution and warning. It seemed they feared she might harm their precious Park, so if she were to speak out of turn. Xuesheng smirked. Sister Xuesheng, I have heard that you are not yet well acquainted with the art of alchemy. Should you require assistance, I am more than willing to help. As for today's competition, do not feel pressured. Simply do your best. Park Sui appeared oblivious to the significance of the gazes surrounding her, speaking with genuine emotion. Before Xuesheng could utter a word, Parky scoffed. Sui, not everyone possesses the innate talent for alchemy. Why squander your time on such futile endeavors? Dear Sister E, diligence can compensate for lack of talent, Park Sui countered, her disagreement evident. Parky retorted. Even the slowest bird cannot transform into a phoenix by merely starting its flight early. Sister Xuesheng chuckled lightly, interrupting their exchange. Why not just say I lack talent and am a failure in the art of alchemy? Sister Xuesheng, that was not my intention, Park Sui exclaimed in a flustered manner. However, Park E coldly remarked, at least you possess self-awareness. With that, she grasped Park Sui's arm and led her away. Oh, Sui is truly too kind. Indeed. I am Sui. My possessions have been usurped for 2 years. It would be remarkable if I did not take vengeance on this person, let alone show such concern. Thus, this is the essence of Sui, our Sui, incomparable to any mere substitute. Xuesheng absorbed every word of their discourse, her gaze icy as it swept across the room. Though she harbored no murderous intent, those who felt the chill of her gaze instinctively fell silent, as if their throats had been constricted. All disciples, take your positions and commence the alchemical competition. The voice of the elder from the Park family resonated. The younger disciples of the Park clan promptly entered the competition area. In the square, 200 tables were arranged in an orderly fashion, each adorned with an alchemical furnace and various medicinal herbs. Xuesheng directly approached the nearest table, beside which sat Park E, and next to her was Park Sui. If I were you, I would simply withdraw from the Danby. After all, you are merely wasting medicinal materials. Park Yi's mocking voice floated over. Xuesheng paid her no heed, her gaze fixed on the unfamiliar alchemical furnace before her, her eyes shrouded in inscrutable depths. In the memories of the original owner, she had witnessed the relentless diligence with which the original had pursued alchemy. Yet, lacking in talent, all her efforts within the confines of this narrative were fated to be in vain. The most frequently heard phrase during her arduous practice was, "How can you not be able to refine pills? Sui is a prodigious alchemist. You can't even distinguish the medicinal materials. How can you compare to Sui?" The disappointment in those words weighed heavily on her. However, who is to say that a worthless individual cannot rise against the odds? Now, it is Xuesheng, having traversed into this narrative, who stands here. She is an SSS-grade dual-element powerhouse, eager to test her mettle against the heavens and alter the course of the story. A fleeting glimmer of madness crossed Xuesheng's eyes. Chapter 9. Who is the first? As the Danby competition commenced, the air was soon infused with the scent of medicinal herbs. The original's diligence was not in vain. At the very least, Xuesheng could identify these materials and was well versed in the processes of alchemy, as well as the formulations. It could be said that, aside from her lack of innate talent, the original had exerted as much effort in other areas as any disciple of the Park family. The recovery pill, a concoction capable of rapidly replenishing energy during depletion, was classified as a second-tier formulation. Only a second-tier alchemist could successfully refine such a pill. The original owner was incapable of even refining a first-grade elixir, which left Xuesheng perplexed as to why Pu Baibu had summoned her to participate in the alchemical competition. Was it merely to conform to the narrative and fulfill the role of supporting the protagonist? A shadow of doubt crossed Xuesheng's eyes as she sorted the medicinal materials, casting them into the cauldron one by one. Just as she placed the lid upon the cauldron, a sound of mockery reached her ears, prompting her to glance over and encounter Pu Yi's derisive expression. Observing her surroundings, she noted that many had already completed their sorting, with some swift individuals beginning the alchemical process. The flames used for alchemy were no ordinary fire. Xuesheng watched as Pu Yi extracted a flickering flame from her storage bracelet, positioning it beneath her cauldron. The vibrant orange tongues of fire licked eagerly at the cauldron's base. Spirit fire. With the memories of her original self now intertwined with her consciousness, Xuesheng immediately recognized the source of the flame. It also reminded her of the moment she first traversed into this realm, when she had utilized her fire-related abilities to thwart Yuan Qin's actions, during which he had uttered the term spirit fire. Thus, at that time, he mistook my fire abilities for spirit fire? A realization dawned upon Xuesheng. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she snapped her fingers, summoning a vibrant flame beneath her cauldron, its hue more vivid than the spirit fire of others. This was not spirit fire, but rather her own fire abilities. Surely, her unique powers were superior, allowing her to manipulate them at will and directly circumvent the disastrous explosion of the cauldron that had plagued the original narrative. Xuesheng chose to disregard the external distractions, focusing intently on the art of alchemy. This was her maiden attempt at refining an elixir. And despite the advantage of her original memories, she could not afford to be complacent, especially with the narrative's influence looming over her. Buzz. Xuesheng abruptly placed a hand upon the lid of the alchemical furnace, her wood-based abilities silently seeping through the vents and intertwining with the concocting elixir. The resounding bang, bang, bang of the furnace being opened echoed, signifying that numerous alchemists were concluding their refining processes. Pu Sui focused intently on perfecting the final step, and with a muffled thud, the tightly sealed lid of the furnace flew open, releasing a rich and pure aroma of medicinal herbs into the air. How delightful! This must be a superior grade elixir. Newly opened, Pu Yi inhaled deeply, entirely unconcerned about the quality of her own concoction, and instead felt elated for Pu Sui. The grades of elixirs spanned 7 levels, with the most basic being common grade, followed by superior grade. Each grade is further divided into 3 tiers. Given their age, achieving a common grade Tier 3 elixir is already commendable. Yet Sui astonishingly managed to produce a superior grade elixir. Pure luck, indeed. Pu Sui's features softened into a smile, satisfied with her creation, which was at least of superior grade tier 2. You are simply too modest, Pu Yi affectionately observed. What about you, sister? Pu Sui inquired, glancing sideways. Pu Yi smiled with a hint of resignation. I can only manage a common grade tier 3. That is still quite impressive. We are still young, Pu Sui reassured her. Meanwhile, at the table where the freshly produced elixirs were being assessed, elders of the Pu family were already evaluating the results. Behind the two, voices echoed, declaring common grade tier 1, common grade tier 2, with a rare mention of common grade tier 3. Pu Yi listened silently, her lips curving upward slightly, her gaze reflecting a sense of pride. Look, I estimate that only you can refine exquisite pills this time in Danby, Pu Yi proudly remarked as she leaned closer to Pu Sui. Pu Sui smiled and shook her head, glancing softly at Pu Yi's back, whispering, what about Sister Xuesheng? Her? Pu Yi scoffed. She probably can't even concoct a basic first-tier pill. If she doesn't blow up the furnace, that would be a miracle. Also, why do you insist on calling her sister? Does she even deserve that title? Pu Yi murmured with dissatisfaction. Pu Sui chuckled. She is older than I am, and besides, she hasn't done anything wrong. You shouldn't target her. As long as she knows her place and doesn't constantly covet things that don't belong to her, I wouldn't waste my breath on her. Pu Yi rolled her eyes. Seeing that Pu Sui was about to continue persuading her, Pu Yi quickly interjected, Oh, you were just too kind. I worry that she might take advantage of you. Pu Sui opened her mouth to retort, but at that moment, the elder in charge of the pill appraisal approached them. His gaze towards Pu Sui was filled with warmth and satisfaction. She truly is the hope of the Pu family. The most talented junior. Sui, you are incredible. You actually refined a second-tier exquisite pill, Pu Yi exclaimed, linking her arm with Pu Sui and joyfully jumping up and down. Upon hearing this, others cast envious and admiring glances at Pu Sui. Sui, a voice called out from a distance. Everyone looked up to see three strikingly handsome young men approaching Pu Sui, all of them wearing expressions of adoration. Is that the heir of the Yuan family? Ah. The tenderness in his gaze towards Sui is simply enchanting. Among the crowd, numerous female disciples expressed their envy. Standing beside Park Sui, Park Yi caught a glimpse of Yuan Qin, and a fleeting glimmer of concealed affection flickered in her eyes before she casually greeted the other two. Baibu Gu, you have arrived as well. This time, Danby was not attended by Park Baibu and Park Baigui, as their age necessitated a higher standard for participation. Congratulations, Sui. Congratulations to you, Sui, both Park Baibu and Park Baigui exclaimed in unison. Yuan Qin stepped directly beside Park Sui, his typically aloof and solitary gaze fixed solely upon her. Sui, you have never disappointed us. Thank you all. I also did not anticipate producing a top-tier second-grade elixir this time, Park Sui responded with a gentle smile. Park Yi urged the elder. Can we announce the first place now? No sooner had she spoken than a resounding bang echoed nearby. Chapter 10. The setting of exploding alchemy furnaces. Bang! The sound of the furnace opening captured the attention of those gathered around Park Sui. Except for Xuesheng, no one sensed the sudden surge of ominous energy from the heavens above. It was the power of the heavenly Tao, an invisible force, visible only to Xuesheng, took the form of a devastating bolt of lightning, aimed directly at her alchemy furnace. Xuesheng's eyes narrowed sharply, a fierce determination flickering within them. In a swift motion, she positioned her unyielding back to shield against the descending lightning. The destructive force surged into her body, wreaking havoc and causing her complexion to pale. However, to the eyes of the onlookers, she appeared entirely unremarkable, even as she endured an indescribable agony that she could not express. TCH. Upon witnessing the lid of the alchemical furnace lifted before Xuesheng, Pu Yi scoffed derisively and remarked, a mere ploy for attention. Pu Yi's animosity towards Xuesheng was glaringly evident, devoid of any pretense. While the other disciples harbored their own disdain for Xuesheng, even secretly deriding her, they did not express it as openly as Pu Yi did. Their initial reaction was one of surprise. Oh, Xuesheng has actually succeeded in refining a pill this time? The subsequent thought was, even if she has managed to refine a pill by chance, what difference does it make? Can she rival the likes of Sui? Sister Xuesheng has refined a pill, Pu Sui exclaimed joyfully, as if her own achievement in creating a superior elixir paled in comparison to this news. Pu Yi retorted with scorn. What does it matter if she has refined a pill? We cannot even ascertain if it qualifies as a low-grade elixir. With that, she glanced at Pu Baibu, Pu Baigui, and Yuan Qin, three strikingly handsome young men, who all wore expressions of indifference. No, this does not bear the fragrance of a low-grade elixir, exclaimed the elder tasked with evaluating Pu Sui's pill, as he inhaled the rich aroma wafting from Fu Xuesheng's furnace. Such a potent and pure fragrance seems indicative of a superior elixir. Another elder remarked incredulously after taking a deep breath of the aroma. The ever-smiling expression on Pu Sui's face momentarily faltered but quickly returned to normal. How can this be? Fu Xuesheng, that useless individual who only knows how to blow up furnaces. How could she possibly produce a superior elixir? Pu Yi was the first to scream in disbelief. This voice of skepticism did not extinguish the elder's suspicions. Instead, it clarified for many that Fu Xuesheng had refined a premium pill. Pu Baibu, astonished, peered through the crowd at Fu Xuesheng, who was gazing down intently at the pill furnace. She stood there quietly, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around her. In truth, Fu Xuesheng was unaware of the surrounding discussions. Her body was still enduring the cataclysmic forces of the heavenly Tao, while her wood-based abilities fervently worked to mend the damaged areas. The struggle between destruction and restoration had fortuitously tempered her physique. This is the pill. Fu Xuesheng marveled at the verdant pill within the furnace, her heart swelling with inexplicable exhilaration. This sensation supplanted the pain coursing through her body. This was the pill she had meticulously crafted with her own hands. Against the obstruction of the heavenly Tao, she had preserved this very pill. Could this signify a shift in the narrative? Thump, 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 thump. Fu Xuesheng felt as though she could hear the rhythmic beating of her heart. Standing beside Pu Baibu, Pu Baigui, who had previously been covertly observing Yuan Qin and Pu Sui, scoffed disdainfully upon hearing Pu Yi's words. Indeed, how could she possibly refine a premium pill? It must be a mistake on the part of the elders. Yuan Qin cast a glance at Fu Xuesheng, his cold eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. The two elders responsible for pill verification exchanged solemn glances, their expressions laden with gravity as they swiftly approached Fu Xuesheng. As they moved, the lingering crowd followed suit. Pu Yi, her gaze darkened, contemplated the unfolding scene, determined to discern what exactly she had refined. After a moment's hesitation, Pu Baibu joined his sister and proceeded forward. The scene before him was somewhat blinding, yet it deepened his sorrow. However, when he attempted to scrutinize it further, he realized that Fu Xuesheng was not even glancing in his direction. She had just witnessed an impressive performance, a passionate romance between the leads, complemented by the secretly yearning second male character, which could easily form the basis of a melodramatic television series. Yet, none of this held any significance for her. Fu Xuesheng, where are your pills? The elder responsible for pill verification approached her. She naturally noticed the crowd that had gathered around. As it was her first time refining pills, Fu Xuesheng was eager to discover the quality of her creation and whether it could alter the course of the narrative, especially given her unique abilities. In truth, the obstacles posed by fate had led her to harbor some suspicions. The two elders conducting the verification simultaneously assessed her creation. This was indeed a crucial moment in the pill competition. Yet, precisely for this reason, the level of the pills Fu Xuesheng refined could not be misjudged. It was a superior grade pill. Indeed, and moreover, a second-tier superior grade pill. The two elders from the Pu family, who had previously evaluated the pills, gazed at Fu Xuesheng in astonishment. How had they not known of her remarkable talent in alchemy? Wasn't it said that she could barely recognize all the medicinal herbs, and that her first attempt at pill refining would surely end in disaster? This was truly a superior grade pill. A second-tier superior grade pill, which was on par with the one crafted by Sui. Hush! Following the elder's declaration, a murmur of disbelief rippled through the surrounding crowd. It should be noted that although Sui had been missing for 2 years, she had begun her studies in alchemy at the tender age of 7. Wasn't Fu Xuesheng only introduced to the Pu family in these past 2 years and just beginning her journey in alchemy? This was impossible. You must be mistaken. She had previously been unable to refine even the simplest elixir from the first-grade formula. How could she possibly concoct a premium potion from the second-grade formula? Pu Yi was the first to express disbelief, her gaze towards Fu Xuesheng filled with venom. Fu Xuesheng, however, remained composed and refrained from retorting. She had already altered the narrative of the original story, and now she wished to observe how the heavenly path would unfold. Pu Yi, cease your baseless accusations. Are you implying that we, two seasoned elders, have misjudged? The elder in charge of the appraisal reprimanded sternly. No, I mean her. I Pui. Suspect that Fu Xuesheng is cheating. Yet, during the appraisal, all actions were performed under the scrutiny of many witnesses. It was impossible for Fu Xuesheng to deceive anyone. Sister Xuesheng, congratulations. As Pui felt parched under the disapproving gazes of the elders, Pu Sui and Yuan Qin approached. She proactively extended goodwill towards Fu Xuesheng, prompting the astonished onlookers to murmur, Sui Sui is truly too gentle. Thank you. Fu Xuesheng smiled faintly. What is your attitude, Fu Xuesheng? Sui Sui kindly congratulates you. Yet you respond with such indifference, Yuan Qin admonished with a frosty demeanor. Fu Xuesheng retorted with a cold laugh. What does it matter to you? You. Rude. Yuan Qin's eyes brimmed with disdain. Fu Xuesheng's gaze turned frigid. Elders, this matter is of utmost importance. It would be prudent to observe carefully. Pu Baigui could not help but interject. The two appraisal elders exchanged glances, and one of them stated, indeed, it is a premium second-grade elixir. But as it was produced first by Sui Sui, the title of first place in this appraisal still belongs to her. As expected, Fu Xuesheng, amidst the chorus of cheers, slightly raised her head, her eyes cold and unyielding as they gazed into the vast azure sky. Year after year, it seemed as if, in an instant, everyone had forgotten the existence of Fu Xuesheng, all gathered around Pu Sui. The only one who remembered her was the ever-hostile Pui. Who knows what stroke of luck you had to concoct that exquisite elixir? But so what? The first place still belongs to Sui Sui. As soon as Fu Xuesheng's words fell, it felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she began to topple towards Yuan Qin. Damn it! As the male protagonist's face suddenly loomed large before her, Fu Xuesheng cursed inwardly. Chapter 11. Among the 3,000 paths, choose one. In the very moment Fu Xuesheng fell, she sensed time slowing down. In that fleeting instant, she discerned the startled gasps of those around her, Yuan Qin's disdain, and Pu Sui's astonishment. What kind of gaze was that? One that looked upon her as if she were refused? A surge of anger ignited within Fu Xuesheng, and just as her body was about to plunge into Yuan Qin's embrace, she summoned her core strength and pivoted, lunging towards the female lead beside him. Pu Sui exclaimed, hastily catching the body that was hurtling towards her. However, her delicate and fragile demeanor gave off an impression of being on the verge of collapse as Fu Xuesheng lunged. Sui Sui. Fu Xuesheng felt her cheek brush against Pu Sui's garment, a sharp pain radiating from her arm as a powerful force yanked her away. Bang! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Fu Xuesheng crashed heavily onto the ground. Sui Sui, are you all right? Sui Sui. Fu Xuesheng lay sprawled on the ground, the lingering sensation of her bones nearly being crushed still evident in her arms, not to mention the fact that her entire body had been unceremoniously tossed to the earth, leaving half of her form numb. Yet, no one paid heed to her predicament. Everyone surrounded Pu Sui, showering him with various expressions of concern. Fu Xuesheng remained powerless on the ground, utterly motionless. This is enough. First the electric shock, and now this punishment of utter weakness? No one could perceive the icy coldness in her gaze at that moment. She had disrupted the narrative, and the heavens sought to intervene, unable to do so. They forced the plot to continue while not forgetting to impose their punishment upon her. Fu Xuesheng smiled silently, her frigid eyes betraying a hint of madness. Fu Xuesheng, are you intentionally collapsing into the arms of the young Master Yuan? As she was carried away, Pui could not resist delivering a mocking remark. Ultimately, it was the elder responsible for the pill assessment who stepped forward, suggesting that she might have exhausted her strength from alchemy, thus leading to her current state. Consequently, no one remembered that she had successfully refined a high-quality second-tier pill that day. Instead, they only recalled her weakness after refining, believing she was attempting to take advantage of the young Master Yuan. Is this the power of the heavens? Fu Xuesheng lay on the cold, hard wooden board, gazing at the aged beams above. An hour had passed, and she still could not summon the strength to rise. What a pitiful sight. A mocking voice from a man broke the silence. Master. Fu Xuesheng turned her head to see a graceful and handsome figure approaching her. The visage of a national superstar was something she found somewhat disconcerting to see on her AI butler's face. Why are you calling me master? Fu Xuesheng inquired of Lao Ke. All right then. In the realm of traversing narratives, the AI steward adapted even more seamlessly than she did. Fu Xuesheng chose not to dwell on her entanglement with Old K any longer and promptly issued a command. Old K, Please assess my bodily data. Received, Old K responded, executing Fu Xuesheng's directive without delay. Instantly, within the ancient and desolate space, a transparent blue wall materialized, divided into two sections. The left depicted the silhouette of a female form, while the right displayed a plethora of data. The examination of bodily data required some time, during which Fu Xuesheng cast a glance at the mesmerizing man shrouded in azure mist, her lips pressed together in contemplation. Yin Jiuxiao, resting his chin upon one hand, gazed at the transparent blue wall with keen interest, a faint smile gracing his crimson lips. Was that you speaking just now? Fu Xuesheng inquired. Yin Jiuxiao turned his attention to her, his soulful peach blossom eyes effortlessly captivating. What else could it be? Fu Xuesheng fell silent. Everything about this world she had entered through the pages of a book felt utterly dismal. Madam, the examination is complete. Old K's voice interrupted Fu Xuesheng's bleak musings. She focused on the data displayed upon the blue wall, several entries capturing her attention. What do these signify? Yin Jiuxiao asked, lazily gesturing toward the frozen data on the wall. The first data point is Old K, silence. Fu Xuesheng interjected promptly, cutting off Old K's words. Old K responded with a human-like shrug to Yin Jiuxiao, as if to convey, my friend, I can no longer assist you. Huh. Yin Jiuxiao chuckled lightly, refraining from further inquiry. Fu Xuesheng, unable to decipher his meaning, could only redirect her focus to the shifting data points before her. Her body has been enhanced. Compared to the historical database of the past, Fu Xuesheng clearly observed the changes in those data. Or perhaps I should say, the body I now inhabit is far stronger than my previous one. Fu Xuesheng internally amended her statement. Perhaps the heavenly Tao's punishment has had some effect? She silently regarded the values representing her fire and wood abilities, which were significantly elevated compared to before. Prior to her journey into this narrative, she had already achieved the rank of SSS-level ability user, the pinnacle recognized by humanity. Yet, it seems there exists an even greater strength beyond that. Suddenly, a spark of determination ignited in Fu Xuesheng's eyes. Fu Xuesheng, you too wish to break free from the constraints of others and the heavens, do you not? Yin Jiuxiao resembled a fisherman idly casting his line by the riverbank, offering a baited hook of delectable allure right before Fu Xuesheng. She gazed at him, perplexed by his intentions. The rules of the heavenly Tao in this world were rather peculiar. Yin Jiuxiao's voice, languid and magnetic, was exceedingly persuasive. With just a single phrase, he piqued Fu Xuesheng's interest. Please, continue, she urged, inching closer to him. The ethereal green mist enveloping her space was an enigma that made Fu Xuesheng somewhat wary, prompting her to maintain a distance from Yin Jiuxiao, who concealed himself within the mist. Undeterred by her icy demeanor, Yin Jiuxiao smiled even more charmingly. He languidly remarked, the great Tao encompasses myriad paths. Yet one must choose but one. Such is the rule of the heavenly Tao in this world. What does that mean? Fu Xuesheng furrowed her brow. For someone emerging from a technological civilization, comprehending these esoteric concepts proved to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, Yin Jiuxiao did not harbor any intentions of difficulty. Instead, he graciously elucidated her queries. In simple terms, practitioners in this world must choose a singular path and steadfastly pursue it until they reach the pinnacle of enlightenment, thereby unraveling the mysteries of the heavens and transcending the void. Fu Xuesheng's gaze flickered as she pieced together the known narrative. Thus, to attain understanding through alchemy, one must incessantly refine elixirs and break through from the realm of alchemy. Conversely, to cultivate martial prowess, one must interrogate the path through martial arts. Within the storyline, several prominent families in Zealand City primarily focus on alchemy, with martial arts serving a supplementary role. The Pu family, a lineage steeped in a millennium of alchemical tradition, stands alongside the Bai and Xiang families in this regard. The martial families, on the other hand, are represented by the Yuan and Yun clans. Practitioners of alchemy concentrate on refining potions, often possessing frail physiques and lacking martial skills, rendering them devoid of offensive capabilities. Thus, they require the protection of martial cultivators. Yin Jiuxiao's words arrived at an opportune moment. Indeed, the engagement between Pu Sui and Yuan Qin is not solely founded on mutual affection, but is also significantly influenced by this protective relationship. Yuan Qin serves as the protector of Pu Sui. Without the safeguarding presence of martial practitioners, alchemical cultivators in their formative years are vulnerable to perishing at the hands of others. Yin Jiuxiao elaborated further. Xuesheng grasped the connection. Yet she remained puzzled as to what was so peculiar about it. Yin Jiuxiao chuckled. His laughter had a disarming quality, capable of causing hearts to flutter and cheeks to flush. Fortunately, Xuesheng prided herself on her composure, preventing her from being swayed by his charm. Chapter 12. The Revelation of a Cult Leader. The peculiarity lies in the fact that the path of enlightenment should not be thus. Yin Jiuxiao's tone carried a hint of absurdity that Xuesheng could not comprehend. Should it not be so? Then what ought to be done? Xuesheng pondered internally, echoing her thoughts aloud. Since this individual was insistent on lingering, perhaps enlightening her could be seen as a form of rent paid. Suddenly, a resounding impact reverberated in Xuesheng's mind due to Yin Jiuxiao's words. Only those of inferior talent would settle for a singular path? She mused. Without warning, Yin Jiuxiao leaned in, reducing the distance between them. Faced with his striking visage, Xuesheng remained ensnared in contemplation of his earlier statement. Little girl, do you recall where I hail from? Yin Jiuxiao's eyes narrowed in a semblance of a smile. The glimmer within his squinted gaze held an inscrutable significance. Indeed, from the ancient desolate tomb. Are you aware of the individuals interred there? They were all formidable beings from ancient times. Any one of them could rend the heavens and shatter the earth, crafting the very laws of existence. Do you believe their prowess was merely the fruit of a singular path traversed to its end? No, each of them grasped at least 3 great paths. For only by mastering a multitude of paths could one possess the strength to contend with the heavens and shape the cosmos. Yet, they still met their demise. Xuesheng, inwardly exclaiming how perilous, could not suppress a retort. She felt that the enchanting and otherworldly man before her resembled a cult leader from a dystopian era. Xuesheng had anticipated that her words would elicit a hint of embarrassment from him. However, his fortitude exceeded her expectations. You have only witnessed their demise. Do you have any knowledge of how long they lived? Xuesheng was not inclined to seek the answer. Therefore, what is your purpose in telling me this? She retorted. The celestial order was amiss, something she had sensed from the very beginning. Which celestial entity would be so mundane, akin to an obsessive fan of melodramatic narratives, dictating the actions of the supporting female character? If one wishes to free oneself from the constraints of the celestial order, the sole recourse is to shatter the heavens. As Yin Jiuxiao remarked, nonsense, Xuesheng silently scoffed. If I possessed the power to break the heavens, I would have already confronted the celestial order and brought it crashing down. However, in this realm, the celestial order forbids the existence of anything that poses a threat, thus instituting the rule of selecting one from the myriad paths of the great Tao. Yet, Xuesheng felt that, in some inexplicable manner, this also unraveled many of her perplexities. She began to discern the underlying intentions behind Yin Jiuxiao's words. So, do you have a solution? Xuesheng inquired directly. Yin Jiuxiao appeared to be genuinely pleased by her astuteness, a sincere smile gracing his enchanting visage. If there were none, why would I utter such words? Strangely, upon hearing Yin Jiuxiao's response, Xuesheng breathed a sigh of relief. She did not wish to be led by the celestial order. The only path forward was to grow stronger, much stronger. I can share with you a method to circumvent this celestial rule. Yin Jiuxiao finally reached the crux of the matter. However, Xuesheng skeptically pressed on. What are the conditions? Conditions? A look of perplexity crossed Yin Jiuxiao's exquisitely beautiful face. Xuesheng snorted derisively. I do not believe in the notion of free lunches. Yin Jiuxiao chuckled again, embodying caution, intelligence, and composure. Indeed, the conditions I seek for exchange are beyond your current capabilities. Once you have acquired the strength required, I shall divulge them to you. Rest assured, you shall never meet your demise. Indeed, within the realm of the Dragon Overlord, there exists a familiar tone and essence. Xuesheng lowered her gaze in silence. Throughout her life, or perhaps more accurately, in her previous existence, she was merely an ordinary individual before the apocalypse. After the world transformed, she acquired extraordinary abilities, ensuring that her ordinariness was a relic of the past, leading her to take greater risks. Now, all that remains is a life she has pilfered, leaving little that she cannot afford to lose. Ultimately, it is merely death. Very well, it is settled. Xuesheng lifted her gaze, the light in her eyes becoming resolute and radiant. In that fleeting moment, Yin Jiuxiao was captivated by the brilliance in her eyes, lost in reverie. However, he swiftly concealed his intrigue, so much so that even the AI butler, Old K, failed to notice. The cultivation method I speak of is termed the 5 elements forge the path. Yin Jiuxiao suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Xuesheng observed that the man's previously carefree disposition transformed into a profound steadiness, exuding an indescribable aura. For cultivators, the purple mansion holds paramount importance. They conceal their energy within it and choose a path of arduous training. The 5 elements forge the path utilizes the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, as the foundation of one's practice. In the 5 elements, the lungs correspond to metal, allowing for the cultivation of metal-based paths, such as swordsmanship or martial arts. The heart is associated with fire, enabling the pursuit of fire-related paths, including weapon forging. The liver corresponds to wood, facilitating the cultivation of elixirs. The kidneys represent water, permitting the mastery of water-related paths, such as talisman crafting. Finally, the spleen is linked to earth, allowing for the cultivation of formations and other earth-related paths. The composition of heaven and earth is inextricably linked to the 5 elements, and the corporeal body, too, is a manifestation of their cyclical nature. The 5 elements forge path not only enables you to cultivate other paths, but also allows for the harmonious operation of the 5 stars, establishing a microcosmic orbit. While others are limited to the singular Tao platform of the Purple Mansion, you possess 5 platforms, and by embracing the 5 elements, you can learn and practice any path associated with them. Is that not remarkable? Another advantage of the 5 elements forge path is that even if your Purple Mansion is rendered ineffective, your cultivation remains intact. Does this not provide an additional layer of concealment? Here it comes again. The familiar tone reminiscent of a multi-level marketing pitch returns. Xuesheng's expression is somewhat peculiar. She acknowledges that she has been lured by Yin Jiuxiao's mention of the 5 elements forge path. Yet, she cannot shake the feeling that Yin Jiuxiao resembles a pyramid scheme leader. When Xuesheng opens her eyes, she finds herself still lying on the bed, her body having regained its strength. If it were not for the reminder of the new plotline, she would have already inquired of Yin Jiuxiao how to cultivate the 5 elements forge path. Ding. Key plotline: the trial of Long Valley. Xuesheng is perplexed. She has already peeled away the layer of the heavenly Tao system, so why does it still masquerade as a wise being from a 4-dimensional space? In the original storyline, the trial of Long Valley represents a significant turning point for the original character. Long Valley in Zealand City is rich with precious medicinal herbs. The Pu family seizes this opportunity to send their disciples into the valley to search for numerous herbs needed by Pu Sui. Given Pu Sui's status as the beloved of the family, the entire Pu clan responds enthusiastically. As a substitute, Xuesheng is also assigned to participate in this trial. However, this is merely a trap. There are individuals who disapprove of her occupying a place that does not rightfully belong to her, thus deliberately leading her into the perilous depths of the Long Valley, deceiving her into gathering the medicinal herbs required by the protagonist. Xuesheng, prepare to embark on your journey to the Long Valley for your training tomorrow morning. Do not be late. Outside, the scornful voice of a messenger disciple echoed. Xuesheng fixated on the door, yearning to refuse, yet found herself incapable of uttering the word. Damn it, the protagonist requires these herbs. Shouldn't the male lead and supporting characters be the ones vying for her favor? What business does this concern a mere female supporting character? Xuesheng could only vent her frustration internally. On the following morning, Xuesheng found herself amidst the group heading to the Long Valley for training. She stood quietly to the side, distancing herself from the crowd and disregarding the whispers and gestures directed at her, as though she were an independent entity. Suddenly, someone approached her. Xuesheng lifted her gaze, recognizing Park Baibu. He donned flowing white attire, his demeanor as gentle as bamboo, and upon noticing her, he nodded in approval. I am pleased to see you take the initiative to be here. Her presence was merely an inevitability she could not evade. Xuesheng regarded him once more, her expression one of bewilderment. Yesterday's elixir, which you could refine, is indeed a good thing, yet it should not be used as a means to compete with Sui. How you managed to concoct that exquisite second-tier pill is a matter you are fully aware of. Xuesheng found herself amused by his soliloquy. Indeed, she was quite aware. Park Baibu furrowed his brow. What is this attitude of yours? Do you feel wronged? Sui's innate talent surpasses yours, so do not engage in trivial pursuits that will only lead to further disdain from others. What exactly do you wish to convey? What has she done? Xuesheng impatiently interrupted his words. Park Baibu cast a deep glance at her before stating, "This expedition to Long Valley presents an opportunity for you to showcase your abilities. If you can procure the necessary medicinal herbs for Xuesheng, it would serve as a means to repay the Park family for their kindness, and it would also grant you a measure of relief." With that, Park Baibu turned and departed. Without his presence to shield her, the disdainful, scornful, and mocking gazes fell upon Xuesheng. In the original narrative, Park Baibu had uttered similar words, to which the character of Xuesheng responded with heartfelt gratitude. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily manipulated in Long Valley, nearly losing her life in the process. As Xuesheng gazed at Park Baibu's retreating figure, she mused that he was truly a master of psychological manipulation. No wonder the original character was foolish enough to believe his words, failing to consider that her misfortunes could be attributed to him. The plot must unfold, otherwise, she would lose control over her own body. But how it unfolds depends entirely on her. At worst, she might endure a few more lightning strikes. Since her arrival in this realm, having navigated various trials, Xuesheng regarded the unfolding of the narrative as her mission. Yet, what she truly yearned to explore was the 5 elements forging the path that Yin Jiuxiao spoke of. This time, the Park family's contingent heading to Long Valley comprised the younger generation, numbering over 100. Upon reaching the outskirts of Long Valley, Xuesheng beheld other families that had gathered in Zealand City. As soon as the Park family arrived, Yuan Qin, leading the Yuan family, approached, positioning himself protectively beside Park Sui, casting wary glances at the other families. Xuesheng remained particularly discreet, lingering at the rear of the group, quietly observing the members of other families. However, there were so many people that she could not discern who was who. Subsequently, she was only vaguely aware of the phrase "go ahead" before she was swept along with the crowd into the lush valley. Standing at the back of the line, and with no one from the Pu family willing to team up with her, she soon found herself alone in the verdant expanse. This realization caused her eyebrows to arch in surprise, yet she felt a sense of relief. "Hey, which family do you belong to? Why are you all alone?" A voice suddenly called down from above as Xuesheng wandered aimlessly through the valley. Accompanying the voice was a fruit that fell from a tree. Landing squarely on her head, the vibrant red fruit rolled down her body and came to rest on the ground, concealed beneath fallen leaves. She looked up to see a striking young man perched on a branch above her. His features were delicately beautiful, and he smiled warmly. His eyes crescent-shaped like a waxing moon, evoking a sense of comfort. A dark ribbon was tied across his forehead, adorned with a striking crimson gem at its center. It was evident that he was a distinguished young gentleman nurtured by his family. With Xuesheng's limited understanding of the original narrative, she did not recognize him, and it was clear he did not know her either. However, when their gazes met, the momentary surprise on his face indicated that her assumption was incorrect. He did indeed know her. "You are the substitute for Pu Sui, aren't you?" The young man gracefully leaped down from the tree, his movements light and agile. Xuesheng merely curled her lips in a slight grimace, choosing not to engage in idle conversation, and turned to leave. The youth did not deter, but instead called out from behind, "Hello, my name is Yin Jin." "Yin Jin?" Xuesheng continued her pace, recognizing the name. He was the second young master of the Yun family from Zealand City, a family renowned for its martial arts, just like the Yuan family, both of whom protect those who practice the art of alchemy. Xuesheng did not anticipate encountering Yin Jin here, in the original text. There was little elaboration on this second young master of the Yun family, merely describing him as a debauched youth, less detailed than his elder brother. In the original narrative, the eldest son of the Yun family was a lifelong rival of Yuan Qin, and his fiancée was entangled in a complicated relationship with Yuan Qin. These tangled connections made Xuesheng acutely aware that melodrama was imminent. Chapter 14. Discovering a viable opportunity. Xuesheng shook her head, quickly dismissing the impending cliches. After walking alone for a while, she noticed that the precious medicinal herbs in the lush valley were indeed abundant. This was largely due to the original owner's relentless study of medicinal materials over the past 2 years, which provided her with a considerable advantage. Although the original owner had poor alchemical talent and a tendency for her concoctions to explode, she had diligently pursued the art of alchemy during her 2 years with the Pu family. Therefore, even if she could not successfully refine elixirs, her foundational skills in identifying and cultivating medicinal herbs were quite solid. Now, this fortunate circumstance benefited her immensely. Bending down, Xuesheng carefully collected the herbs she encountered, placing them into her space for Old K to organize. To facilitate her storage of these herbs, Old K had even designated a specific area within the space, categorizing the materials appropriately. Mistress, you might consider cultivating herbs within the space. Old K's voice resonated in Fu Xuesheng's mind. Cultivating medicinal herbs? Fu Xuesheng straightened up, contemplating Old K's words. Suddenly, a virtual transparent page appeared before her. This page served as a fundamental data interface for her space, displaying conventional metrics such as oxygen levels, area, and various resource inventories. However, there had been alterations. Several new data points had emerged that were previously absent. I have discerned that upon arriving here, the space underwent an upgrade. It now boasts an expanse of arable land and a spring, thereby opening the possibility for herb cultivation. I have analyzed the soil and spring water, both of which contain unique substances akin to certain elements found in the air of this world. Yet the concentrations within her space are exponentially higher than those outside. Old K elucidated the changes within the space. Master, please observe the newly added data in the upper right corner, he remarked, indicating a section circled on the virtual page. Fu Xuesheng glanced over. Level 1. What does that signify? The realization dawned upon her. Since her arrival, she had been engrossed in entanglements with the plot, relying primarily on Old K for the affairs of the space. Now, witnessing the transformation of her surroundings, she felt a surge of joy. At the very least, these familiar enhancements accompanying her into this literary realm would bolster her confidence in contending against the heavenly path. Many questions remained unclear to her, but that was inconsequential. She had ample time. For now, within the narrative, the heavenly path would not lead her to demise before her time to log off arrived. After concluding her conversation with Old K, Fu Xuesheng became increasingly attentive to the presence of medicinal herbs in her vicinity. Upon discovering any, regardless of the type, she would promptly transfer them into her spatial realm for Old K to handle. In that moment, her path resembled a swarm of locusts sweeping through. Fortunately, the lush valley was abundant in medicinal resources, capable of sustaining her relentless harvesting. Isn't that the imposter the Pu family hired? What brings you here alone to gather herbs? Has the Pu family ceased to acknowledge you? Brother, tread carefully. As Fu Xuesheng diligently excavated the newly found herb seedlings and stored them away, she overheard a conversation between a young man and woman. Judging by their voices, they appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Dusting off the soil from her hands, she rose and turned to face the speakers. Before her stood not only the young man and woman who had just spoken, but a total of 7 individuals. Aside from the 2 at the forefront, the remaining 5 brandished their weapons, adopting a stern and protective demeanor. Their attire bore a closer resemblance to that of the second young master of the Yun family than to the initial pair. How careless of me, Fu Xuesheng thought, a wave of regret washing over her. The caution she had honed during the apocalypse had faltered. She had failed to notice these individuals approaching her. The delicate roots of the herb seedlings had demanded her full attention, causing her to overlook her surroundings. This lapse was also due to her overconfidence, as she was aware of the unfolding narrative and believed no danger would arise at this moment. The appearance of this group served as a stark reminder to Fu Xuesheng that she must not repeat such an error in the future. Oh, do you not even recognize me, my lord? The young man standing beside the girl draped in white gauze sneered at the unfamiliarity reflected in Fu Xuesheng's eyes. Fu Xuesheng silently searched her mind for a character that matched the young man before her. Handsome and striking, with thick brows and large eyes. His lips habitually curled in a slight smirk, exuding a hint of rebelliousness. Accompanying the martial artist of the Yun family, the girl beside him referred to him as brother. Ding. A character aligned in Fu Xuesheng's mental search emerged, none other than the second male lead, Bai Song, the eldest son of the Bai family from the 3 prominent alchemical clans in Zealand City. Yet, despite this, Bai Song had never relinquished his disdain for Pu Sui. This character was one of the few male figures in the narrative for whom Fu Xuesheng held a modicum of affection. Throughout her 2 years as a substitute, Bai Song had been the only one who vehemently opposed the Pu and Yuan family's pursuit of a stand-in for Pu Sui. Therefore, whenever he encountered the original protagonist, he would invariably deliver sarcastic remarks. However, he never inflicted any substantial harm upon her. Upon recognizing Bai Song, the chill in Fu Xuesheng's eyes diminished somewhat. She then turned her gaze to the elegant young lady standing beside him. Miss Bai? This esteemed young lady of the Bai family was also a prodigy in alchemy, rivaling Pu Sui, and was the fiancée of the eldest son of the Yun family. Baiyu was somewhat taken aback that Fu Xuesheng would address her, but she said nothing further, merely nodding slightly. Bai Song, however, was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "You actually called my name so gently? Are you ill?" Fu Xuesheng's lips twitched in response. She had indeed forgotten that in the original narrative, due to Baixing's disdain for Fu Xuesheng as a mere substitute for Park Sui, the latter's attitude towards him was equally contemptuous. Almost every encounter between the two was marked by mutual sarcasm. Fu Xuesheng could be said to have directed all her minions towards this singular individual who did not perceive her as a replacement for Park Sui. How foolish. Fu Xuesheng pondered, unsure whether she was berating the original protagonist or the author themselves. With such a ludicrously dull-witted plotline, how could the heavens compel her to proceed? Was there some ulterior motive? Fu Xuesheng entirely disregarded Baixing's provocations. Yet, this unexpected shift prompted Baixing to hastily escort his sister away. Before their departure, he could not resist taunting Fu Xuesheng, remarking, "I had thought more highly of you upon hearing you initiated the annulment of your engagement. Yet now you linger in the Park household. It seems you are still not resigned. How pathetic." With a sharp crunch, Fu Xuesheng had crushed a small stone in her palm as she rose. Drawing a deep breath, she cast a cold gaze upon the departing Baixing siblings, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. "Were it not for the fact that you are the only male character I do not detest, I would have long since crushed you for your insolence." Once the Baixing siblings had departed, Fu Xuesheng found herself alone once more. However, she felt a peculiar disquiet. In the original storyline, there was no account of Fu Xuesheng encountering Yun Jin or the Baixing siblings. The narrative merely touched upon their existence before abruptly transitioning to her being deceived into a perilous location to gather medicinal herbs, leading to her later confrontation with a beast horde. Thus, in the segments of the plot that the author has glossed over, time does not advance in reality, and it is perhaps the most probable realm free from the control of fate. Fu Xuesheng's eyes shimmered momentarily, and a subtle smile graced her lips. It seemed she had discovered a flaw in the celestial dog's path. For the next 3 days, Fu Xuesheng encountered no one else. Instead, she diligently foraged for herbs and reaped abundant rewards. However, on the 4th day of her venture into the lush valley, she came across members of the Pu family. She knew that the anticipated plot was about to unfold. Chapter 15. The story indeed commences. Fu Xuesheng, where have you been? Surely, you didn't hide away because you couldn't recognize the herbs? Faced with the mockery and derision from the disciples of the Pu family, Fu Xuesheng chose to ignore them. And what of that young master Yuan, who remained ever vigilant beside Sui? After exchanging glances, 2 female disciples commenced their taunts directed at Fu Xuesheng. Here they come. Fu Xuesheng's lips curled slightly, and she resolved to play along with their theatrics. What of it? She regarded the 2 disciples, whose eyes sparkled with mischief. Affecting a melancholic demeanor, she pondered what else could be done. Of course, one must curry favor with Sui. One of the female disciples promptly declared, "Curry favor?" The playful undertone in Fu Xuesheng's voice went unnoticed by them. They assumed she simply did not understand and eagerly explained, Sui is wonderful. As long as she forgives you, the others will naturally cease to scorn you." Exactly. Sui is easy to befriend. She is so kind that a small gesture from you will leave her deeply touched. Forgiveness? Fu Xuesheng found it amusing in her heart. What wrong had she committed? Is it only by seeking the forgiveness of the Pushu family that one can continue to reside within their ranks? The various insinuations woven into their discourse were unmistakably clear to Fu Xuesheng. Were the original protagonist present, she might have even felt gratitude towards these 2 for their apparent concern for her well-being. Yet, I find myself at a loss. Fu Xuesheng recited lines from the original text, and indeed, a fleeting glimmer of conspiracy accomplished passed through the eyes of the 2 female disciples. The original protagonist would have undoubtedly remained oblivious to such subtleties, but who is she? She is the aware supporting character, after all. Ahem. It now hinges upon what Sui requires. One of the female disciples cleared her throat and suggested, "How about this? You accompany us, and if Sui needs assistance with anything, you should take the initiative." "Very well, you are truly kind-hearted," Fu Xuesheng replied with a smile and a nod. The smooth progression of events filled the 2 female disciples with a sense of pride, and upon hearing Fu Xuesheng's gratitude, they regarded her with disdain, considering her nothing more than a beautiful yet vacuous individual. Indeed, Fu Xuesheng is a striking beauty. As fellow women, It is only natural for them to feel a pang of jealousy towards someone so much more alluring. Previously, she was merely a substitute, but now, she is but an extraneous presence. The two donned their insincere smiles and flanked Xuesheng. She believed her actions were shrouded in secrecy, unaware that every move she made was under Xuesheng's keen observation. Are you truly intent on adhering to the dictates of fate? A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, startling Xuesheng. It was only her 10 years of resilience in the apocalypse that allowed her to maintain her composure. Could you refrain from speaking so casually? Xuesheng retorted in annoyance. Master, I merely synchronized the external situation for your safety. Old K's voice resonated. She had yet to perceive any malice from Yin Jiuxiao. Yet that did not imply she could grow accustomed to her every action being scrutinized by others. Old K, please terminate the synchronization, Xuesheng commanded. I shall remind you to activate it when necessary. Understood, Master. Old K promptly complied with Xuesheng's directive. Hey, your cooperation seems rather suspicious. What are you plotting? Yin Jiuxiao interjected, disregarding the exchange between the master and servant, persisting in his inquiry. His voice faded, yet Xuesheng's apprehension lingered. Although Yin Jiuxiao had been exuding goodwill from the outset, truly giving her the impression of a benevolent grandfather with a golden finger, she found it difficult to place her trust in this unexpected presence within her space. Apart from a name, she knew nothing of this man's background. Xuesheng's gaze dimmed, concealing her doubts deep within. Even amidst the Park family's company, Xuesheng remained an outsider, as if in this narrative, all attention naturally gravitated towards the protagonists. The two disciples who had been indoctrinating her stayed close throughout the day, perhaps fearful of her fleeing. Look, is that the jade spirit herb that Xuesheng needs? A voice of delight erupted from the Park family's entourage, instantly igniting excitement as everyone rushed to draw near and gaze upwards. Amidst the throng, Xuesheng also lifted her gaze, only to behold a resplendent emerald-hued lingji, roughly the size of an adult's palm, nestled within the steep crevice of the cliff. Beside the lingji lay a profound cave, its solitary entrance exuding an immense sense of foreboding. Do not move. There will undoubtedly be spirit beasts or demon beasts guarding the emerald lingji. We must first divert the guardian beast before we can ascend to retrieve the precious fungus. Park Baibu stood at the forefront, halting the restless crowd. Park Sui, upon catching sight of the emerald lingji, was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to suppress a slight cough. Sui, are you all right? Inquired Park E, who stood closely by her side. Park Sui shook her head, a blush rising to her pure and ethereal visage due to the recent cough. Park Baibu nodded, acquiescing to the plan. Yuan Qin promptly organized the Yuan family members to lure away the guardian beast, while the Park family retreated to the sidelines, hidden from view. Qin, do be cautious, Park Sui urged, grasping Yuan Qin's hand with earnest concern. His piercing gaze softened momentarily, as if melted by her worry. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Xuesheng silently observed this scene, which was undeniably picturesque, yet marred by the unfortunate nature of their character. Regardless of the original narrative, the moment Xuesheng traversed into this world, she nearly fell victim to Yuan Qin's advances. Even if the original host had brought this upon herself, it could not alter her exceedingly poor impression of him. Moreover, she recalled the discrepancies between Yuan Qin's reactions and the original storyline, casting further doubt. As for the female lead, Park Sui, Xuesheng harbored little opinion, only perceiving her as a character crafted by the author, too flawless to be real. Xuesheng, you shall go in Sui's stead to obtain the emerald lingji. The insidious plot arrives, albeit belatedly. Even if she aspired to be a transparent person, fate would not relent. Chapter 16. Do you think I will grant you this favor? Xuesheng, in a moment. You shall go and retrieve the Qingyu lingji for Sui. Upon hearing this, Xuesheng met the unwavering gaze of Brother Park Baibu, which left little room for refusal. Brother Baibu, this seems rather inappropriate. The Qingyu lingji is something I need. Naturally, I should procure it myself. Before Xuesheng could voice her thoughts, Park Sui interjected. Taking the initiative, Xuesheng's gaze lingered on her, seemingly discerning the truth behind her words. Sui, heed my counsel. It is only right that she assist you in obtaining this Qingyu lingji, as it is a debt she owes you, Park Baibu gently advised Park Sui. A cold laugh echoed in Xuesheng's heart. Debt? Rightful? Yet Park Sui remained conflicted, and Park E and Park Baigu joined in the persuasion. Fu Xuesheng found amusement in this spectacle. This group was solely concerned with Park Sui. Not one among them considered whether she was willing. Fu Xuesheng, your opportunity has arrived. By helping Sui retrieve the Qingyu Lingji, not only will you win her favor, but you shall also alter the perceptions of others towards you. Indeed, you should take the initiative. It will showcase your sincerity. The two female disciples, seizing the moment, approached Fu Xuesheng. What you say is quite reasonable. Fu Xuesheng maintained her smile. Then what are you waiting for? Sui is still hesitating. If you take the initiative, it will ease her mind. Precisely. Sui's hesitation stems from her concern for your safety. She is simply too kind-hearted. However, the young Master Yuan himself has taken the lead to draw out the guardian beast. It is merely a matter of going to the cliff to gather a Qingyu Lingji. Do you not have the courage to proceed? Or perhaps, do you wish to say that all your words of compensation are mere fabrications? The two conversed back and forth, leaving no room for Fu Xuesheng to interject. She found their antics rather amusing. Despite the fact that they dominated the discourse, it ultimately became her fault. Well, it was merely about collecting medicinal herbs, was it not? As she began to speak, the four engaged in debate turned their attention toward her. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the nearby cliff. Yuan Qin, accompanied by the Yuan clan, had commenced their assault on the guardian beast. A furious growl resonated, followed by the emergence of a dark figure leaping from the cavern, lunging at the Yuan clan members. Yuan Qin, now a 5th-grade martial artist, possessed talents that far surpassed those of his peers. With a single strike, the entire cliff trembled. The guardian beast was successfully provoked, and, as he turned to flee, it pursued him relentlessly. Now is the time. Fu Xuesheng swiftly retrieved the Qingyu Lingji. Pu Baibu shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the chaos unfolding upon the cliff. Once the guardian beast was led away by Yuan Qin and his kin, disappearing from sight, all eyes turned to Fu Xuesheng. Hurry, lest you miss this opportunity. It matters not if you endanger yourself, but do not implicate us in your failure to obtain the Qingyu Lingji. Pu scoffed. Thank you. Pu Sui expressed her gratitude with a glance. Fu Xuesheng's lips curled into a nonchalant smile as she sensed an invisible force urging her onward. Complying, she approached the cliff. The coveted Qingyu Lingji grew within a crevice high on the steep cliff. To seize it, one could only ascend. Fu Xuesheng was unaware of the original owner's capabilities, only knowing that her proficiency in alchemy fell short of even the 1st-grade alchemist standards. Thus, she had to rely solely on herself. However, she had frequently engaged in rock climbing before the apocalypse, and after facing far more perilous locations in the aftermath, she found no fear in the current situation. Fu Xuesheng descended to the base of the cliff and began to ascend using the vines that sprouted from the precipice. Possessing wood-based abilities, her affinity with plants was exceptionally high. Before she could even grasp the vines, they instinctively reached out to her, their delicate leaves brushing affectionately against the back of her hand. The vine's endearing gesture elicited a smile from Fu Xuesheng. Seizing the vines, she exerted her strength and climbed upward. In the original narrative, the Fu Xuesheng lacked any affinity for plants and had no experience in climbing. Therefore, her ascent to the cliff was fraught with adversity. However, after sustaining numerous injuries and with her fingers painfully scraped, she finally reached the cave's entrance to pluck the jade spirit mushroom, only for a beast tide to erupt. She had originally intended to use this opportunity to mend her relationship with the members of the Pu family, but instead, she turned to witness their retreat, abandoning her. At that moment, Fu Xuesheng had been completely forgotten by them. She remained suspended on the cliff, observing as everyone safeguarded Pu Sui, separated from them by the tumultuous beast tide. In that instant, Fu Xuesheng envied Pu Sui for being cherished by so many, while she felt like an extraneous presence. The author, with a detached observer's indifference, poignantly captured Fu Xuesheng's envy and despair. Fu Xuesheng had already climbed to the cave beside the cliff, reaching out to grasp the root of the Qingtian Lingji. With a forceful tug, she extracted the entire plant, holding it in her hand. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoed from afar, sending a chill down her spine. In that moment, realization dawned upon her. The beast tide was no mere coincidence. It was triggered by her plucking the Qingtian Lingji, which alerted the guardian beasts and provoked the oncoming horde. The guardian beasts, capable of contending with a 5th-grade martial practitioner like Yuan Qin, possessed formidable strength and could undoubtedly incite a beast tide. Hanging precariously from the cliff, Fu Xuesheng peered down. The ground trembled, and the forest erupted with startled birds and beasts. From her elevated vantage point, she could see the approaching tide of beasts surging forth from the woods, a relentless wave that would soon reach the base of the cliff. The hidden members of the Pu family, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, instinctively gathered around Pu Sui to shield her as they retreated. "Throw the Qingtian Lingji," commanded Pu Yi, her voice cutting through the tension. Fu Xuesheng, her gaze devoid of emotion, glanced in her direction. Faced with Pu Yi's urgency and command, Fu Xuesheng merely offered a sardonic smile, causing a pang of unease to ripple through Pu Yi's heart. At that moment, the vanguard of the beast tide was already upon them. Delay would ensnare them within its grasp. "We must leave," urged Pu Baigui, reaching for Pu Yi. In the original narrative, Pu Yi had instructed Fu Xuesheng to throw down the Qingtian Lingji, and obediently, Fu Xuesheng complied. However, the beast tide arrived with astonishing swiftness, and Pu Yi was unable to catch the Qingyu Lingji, causing it to fall into the midst of the encroaching horde. In the book, Fu Xuesheng bore numerous injuries, having endured a month in an extremely frigid environment, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Now, Fu Xuesheng had become the embodiment of the character within the narrative, ensnared in the chaos of the beast tide, while the members of the Pu family had long since vanished without a trace. The depths of her piercing gaze were filled with profound irony. Enormous avian beasts lunged towards her, and as Fu Xuesheng found herself entwined in vines, she spun precariously on the cliff's edge, evading the onslaught of the flying creatures. The rocky face of the cliff crumbled under the beaks of the monstrous birds, disintegrating into fragments. Witnessing their prey escape from beneath their beaks, the avian beasts emitted a shrill cry, their talons poised once more to strike at Fu Xuesheng. 3 of these creatures obstructed her every avenue of retreat, and as it seemed she was destined to meet her end at their claws, she remained unfazed. Tossing the Qingyu Lingji into her spatial realm, a burst of flames erupted between her and the beasts, forcing them back and granting her a precious moment of reprieve. With a deft motion, she conjured a modified sniper rifle from the apocalypse, resting the stock against her shoulder. Fu Xuesheng tilted her head, aligning her aim through the scope, her index finger poised on the trigger. Bang! The bullet, capable of dispatching a third-tier zombie with a single shot, erupted from the barrel, slicing through the air with velocity, trailing a current as it sped towards one of the avian beast's heads. The force of the bullet struck, causing the creature's head to twist at a sharp angle, a bloodied hole materializing atop its skull. This wound sent the avian beast into a frenzy. Not dead. Fu Xuesheng's eyes suddenly narrowed, a flicker of surprise passing across her face. Old K. Despite the blow, the avian beast, wounded and enraged, lunged towards Fu Xuesheng, intent on tearing her apart with its claws. "Understood, master." Old K's voice resonated. Fu Xuesheng's left eye transformed into an icy blue hue, data flickering within. With merely a glance at the avian beast, she was able to synchronize its physical data to Old K, allowing the formidable artificial intelligence to process the information. In the surrounding space, Yin Jiuxiao observed with keen interest as Old K busily manipulated a series of blue screens, his fingers dancing across them without interruption. One of the screens displayed the avian beast, which appeared vaguely familiar to him, resembling a type of beast he was aware of, though not entirely identical. It likely bore its bloodline. However, just by observing the creature, he could ascertain that it was a second-tier beast. Could that young girl possibly contend with it? Master. Data analysis complete. The creature bears similarities to a third-tier zombie, yet possesses superior defenses. A single sniper bullet can only breach its defenses. Old K promptly relayed the findings. Perched upon the cliff, Fu Xuesheng utilized the vines to evade the avian beast's assault. Upon hearing Old K's report, her gaze sharpened, and a faint smile graced her lips. Understood. Once more, she readied her sniper rifle, aiming at the bloodied wound she had created earlier, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Zing! The wounded avian beast emitted a mournful cry as the upper half of its head was obliterated by the sniper's shot, its massive body plummeting from the heights into the throng of beasts below, where it was swiftly devoured by the pack. Having successfully slain a flying beast, Fu Xuesheng swiftly aimed the muzzle of her rifle at a second creature. The sudden demise of her companion left the remaining flying beasts momentarily stunned. They could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant and fragile human could wield such destructive power. Regrettably, Fu Xuesheng offered them no opportunity to ponder their predicament. With a series of 4 rapid shots, the 2 closest flying beasts met the same fate as their fallen comrade, their heads exploding and joining the gruesome feast of the beasts below. As the ammunition in her sniper rifle was expended, it vanished seamlessly from her grasp, replaced by a semi-automatic rifle. This weapon, modified in the aftermath of the apocalypse, proved effective against both first- and second-tier zombies. Xuesheng gripped the firearm and unleashed a chaotic barrage into the sky. Learning from the fate of the previous 3 beasts, the advancing flying creatures recoiled in fear from the intimidation of her semi-automatic rifle. Seizing the opportunity, Xuesheng leapt from the precipice, her dual affinities of fire and wood coalescing behind her to form fiery wooden wings, allowing her to glide gracefully into the forest ahead. Within the woods, the members of the Pu clan had long since vanished, having drawn away the guardian beasts, and the whereabouts of the Yuan clan remained unknown. The entire forest seemed to be deserted, leaving Xuesheng as its sole inhabitant, surrounded only by the encroaching tide of beasts. The text described this beast tide as merely a minor occurrence. However, the multitude of creatures Xuesheng beheld was staggering. If this constituted a small beast tide, what might a larger one entail? With a relentless barrage, Xuesheng emptied her semi-automatic rifle, only to transition to a recoilless cannon. Boom, boom. A small shell detonated amidst the herd of beasts, scattering them in a gruesome display of blood and flesh. Old K immediately utilized the scan from Xuesheng's left eye to calculate the casualties, while simultaneously downloading the data on the monsters of this world into the AI brain. The AI, a formidable entity from a technologically advanced apocalypse, was diligently simulating the scale and distribution of the beast tide, seeking vulnerabilities for her to exploit during her battle against the creatures. Master, the shells can only inflict injuries upon these beasts. They cannot deliver fatal blows, but may serve to clear a path. Furthermore, our stock of weapons and ammunition is limited. I will swiftly compute a safe route for your retreat. In her confrontation with the zombie king, Xuesheng had approached with a mindset of mutual destruction, depleting her arsenal almost entirely before setting out, leaving only a small remainder. Currently, she was utilizing the remnants from her battle against the zombie king. Old K's reminder was indeed prudent. She needed to conserve her resources. Having inexplicably arrived in this literary world, she must retain some hidden cards. With a powerful push off a tree trunk, Xuesheng propelled herself forward, her sniper rifle trained on a particularly ferocious beast. 2 shots rang out, claiming its life. Each gunshot was synonymous with the demise of a creature, creating a vacuum around her as the advancing horde hesitated to approach. Master, there are only 15 sniper rounds left in the stock, Old K interjected suddenly. Chapter 18, Mandala? No, she is Manjusaka. The sound of Old K's warning coincided with the crack of her sniper rifle. Roar! A demon beast's head erupted with a spray of blood, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, where it was swiftly devoured by its kin. In this apocalyptic era, various firearms have undergone significant enhancements, primarily aimed at combating the relentless horde of zombies. The shotgun is no exception. After modifications, its close-range lethality has intensified. Bang! The thunderous report of the shotgun rang out, obliterating a demon beast that lunged at Xuesheng. The headless carcass of the creature plummeted heavily to the earth, while Xuesheng swiftly repositioned herself. Truly, the king of close-quarters weaponry. The effectiveness of the shotgun's headshot filled Xuesheng with delight. However, the voice of Old K soon interrupted. Master, there are less than 20 rounds of ammunition remaining for the shotgun. This was precisely why Xuesheng had refrained from utilizing the shotgun until now. Had she known she would traverse to such a perilous place, she would not have emptied her arsenal. Regrettably, lamenting the past was futile at this moment. The immediate concern was to break free from the encirclement of beasts and preserve her life. Bang, bang, bang. Xuesheng fired 4 shots in rapid succession, emptying the shotgun's magazine and claiming the lives of 4 demon beasts. The sight of blood sent the remaining creatures into a frenzied state, their gazes towards Xuesheng brimming with excitement. Xuesheng's eyes turned icy as she urged Old K once more. Old K, expedite the process. 2 more minutes, Master. Old K maintained its composure as an AI intellect. 2 minutes. Xuesheng gritted her teeth and leapt to another sturdy tree, evading the onslaught of the demon beasts. The guardian beast tasked with protecting the green jade spirit mushroom had yet to make its appearance. Xuesheng was uncertain whether it lay in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, or if it was ensnared by the forces of the Yuan family, unable to arrive. Regardless, the guardian beast was evidently far more formidable than the ordinary demon beasts, and she had no desire to engage it in a direct confrontation. Bang! After replacing the magazine, Xuesheng fired 2 more shots. Ding! Master, it is ready. Through the analysis of data pertaining to these demon beasts, the weapon parameters that would inflict maximum damage have been calculated. The voice of Old K resonated in Xuesheng's mind just in time. Immediately, a weapon design, as determined by Old K's simulations, materialized in her left eye, now glowing blue, along with various data. On the azure screen appeared a weapon from Xuesheng's world, an ancient saber known as the Zamadeo. Its sleek blade, sharp edge, and a design that exuded immense power captivated her at first glance. Master, with your strength, you may attempt the dual saber mode, Old K advised. Morphing at 100. All parameters align with the predictive indicators, maintaining a solid state for 30 minutes, Old K continued. Chirp. The avian demon beast emitted a piercing cry as it plunged towards Xuesheng, who stood atop the tree canopy. She lifted her gaze, gripping the fiery dual sabers. Her focus fixed on the approaching creature. In an instant, she leaped to an elevated position, her line of sight parallel with that of the avian demon beast. With a swift cross of her arms, the flaming Zamadeo descended sharply, severing the beast's head. As the avian demon beast plummeted from the sky, Xuesheng followed suit, diving down like a fish into water. The flames on the Zamadeo traced 2 crimson arcs through the air. Xuesheng, clad in white, descended into the midst of the beast horde, wielding twin blades of flame, her eyes alight with a frenzied gleam. With a subtle lift of her lips, her form amidst the throng of beasts was as graceful as a dancer, utterly captivating. As she swung her fiery sabers, they severed the blood from the monstrous creatures, which fell like rain from the sky, swiftly staining her pristine garments in a deep crimson hue. Old K sought an escape route while simultaneously monitoring Xuesheng's condition. A blue screen projected the unfolding scene in real time, much to the delight of Yin Jiuxiao, who reclined lazily, his right arm bent, revealing a hand as white as jade. He propped his head on his hand, watching with keen interest the young woman blossoming in violence on the screen. Engrossed in Xuesheng, Old K remained oblivious to the man behind him, whose half-closed eyes shimmered with astonishment. The roars of the beasts echoed in concert. Yet, Xuesheng found herself enveloped in an enigmatic sensation, reminiscent of her solitary venture into a city overrun by millions of zombies in a post-apocalyptic world. At times, slaughter is not devoid of warmth. At the very least, Xuesheng could feel the heat of her heartbeat coursing through her veins, immersing her in an intoxicating thrill, making it hard to extricate herself from its grasp. After 10 years in this desolate existence, she had thought herself weary of a life replete with bloodshed and devoid of hope. Yet now, she distinctly felt the exhilarating rush born from the dance of life amidst death, an addiction she could not shake off, a yearning that lingered. Master, at 9 o'clock. The beasts have begun to flee. An escape route opens there. Old K relayed the precise path to freedom onto Xuesheng's left eye screen. Xuesheng adjusted her direction and charged toward the route of escape, cutting through the throngs of beasts with an intensity that perhaps none had witnessed before. Her breakout was remarkably smooth. By the time the fiery blade dissipated, she had already escaped the encirclement of the beast horde, drenched in crimson. In that moment, she resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, her garments soaked and perpetually dripping with blood, both her own and that of the beasts. Master, the fire-based abilities have been exhausted, while the wood-type powers are currently mending your wounds, reported the ever-reliable AI assistant, Lao K. Xuesheng stood amidst the corpses of the beasts, her head bowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips. Lao K, I recall there is still some nanometal in the warehouse. She lifted her gaze, her cool, piercing eyes shining brightly. I require a new battle attire. Lao K immediately comprehended her intent. The omnipotent AI swiftly designed a suitable battle suit tailored to her preferences for this world. Xuesheng cast a single glance and selected a suit that was neither entirely red nor wholly black, a mysterious garment of deep hue. She shed her blood-stained white attire, and the nanometal suit seamlessly enveloped her form, reminiscent of a stunning red spider lily. Chapter 19. Has the malicious female antagonist emerged? This attire indeed befits you, echoed a voice of admiration in her mind. Following a recent massacre, the aura radiating from Xuesheng had grown even more chilling. Upon hearing the voice, she could not discern her emotions, simply instructing Lao Ke to turn off the display. Understood, master. Old K prudently withdrew. At this moment, the lush valley had succumbed to night, and Fu Xuesheng was diligently clearing the battleground alone. The slain demon beasts were her trophies. How could she leave them here for others to take? Drawing upon her experience from reading online novels before the apocalypse, she knew that these beast bones, skins, and even corpses could fetch a handsome price. Fu Xuesheng continuously placed the carcasses into her spatial storage. Inside, Yin Jiuxiao gazed at the increasingly piled up, foul-smelling bodies, his expression turning peculiar. He addressed Old K. Is your master a scavenger? Old K regarded him in silence. After a moment, Yin Jiuxiao continued. Inform your master that the most valuable aspect of these demon beasts lies within their demon course. With that, he raised his left hand, fingers curling into claws. And with a swift motion, a bloody hole erupted in the abdomen of one beast, causing a blood-stained red demon core to soar towards him. However, midway through its flight, Yin Jiuxiao flicked his left hand, and the demon core abruptly changed direction, flying towards Old K and landing in his grasp. Old K stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar demon core he held, promptly sending it to the data terminal for analysis while relaying Yin Jiuxiao's words to Fu Xuesheng. As she continued her task of collecting the demon beast corpses, Fu Xuesheng momentarily froze before resuming her efforts. Old K, isn't it your duty to extract the demon cores? Old K understood. As an AI intelligence steward, he could not refuse his master's commands. In the lowly celestial abode, a spirit clad in white veiled its mouth and nose, its hands adorned with gossamer-like gloves, wielding a slender, razor-sharp blade. With deliberate precision, it methodically eviscerated each carcass of the beast. In the depths of the lush Linglong Valley, Fu Xuesheng, having stored the last of the beast's remains in her spatial pouch, could not suppress a sense of triumph. After such a prolonged endeavor, her nanometallic combat suit remained impeccably clean. This is the unique attribute of nanometal. Not only does it repel dirt, but it also maintains a constant temperature in extreme environments. Furthermore, it possesses the remarkable ability to self-repair any damage. Unless the entire suit is utterly destroyed, it will restore itself to its pristine condition. Additionally, nanometal exhibits exceptional mimicry capabilities. Fu Xuesheng's suit appeared ethereal and fluid. Yet in truth, it was so resilient that not even blades could mar its surface. As Fu Xuesheng emerged from Linglong Valley, dawn had already broken on the following day. A cryptic smile graced her lips as she strode purposefully towards the direction of the Pu family. However, many still bore expressions of lingering trepidation. The beast tide. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have succumbed to the jaws of those monsters. At the mere thought of this possibility, fear flickered anew in the eyes of the disciples. To assuage their anxieties, Pu Qingsong, the head of the Pu family, felt compelled to take action. Thus, early in the morning, the disciples who had participated in the trials of the Linglong Valley gathered in the plaza outside the residence of the patriarch, Pu Qingsong, who intended to distribute some elixirs and spirit stones to each of them as a form of consolation and recompense. Pu Sui, as the female protagonist, naturally stood beside Pu Qingsong, alongside other elders of the Pu family on the steps of the main courtyard. Below them, in the front row, stood the core disciples of the Pu family, including Pu Baibu, Pu Baigui, and Pu Yi. Pu Baibu immediately stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Only Fu Xuesheng has not returned." Pu Qingsong furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Such defiance, reckless and unrepentant, to perish in the Linglong Valley is truly a fate of one's own making. Without inquiring into the reasons, he hastily condemned Fu Xuesheng's absence. The disciples in the plaza exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Pu Baibu maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unwilling to offer any explanation. It was Pu Sui, standing beside Pu Qingsong, who hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Father." Sister Xuesheng ventured into the beast tide to procure the Qingyu spirit herb. The mention of the Qingyu spirit herb ignited a spark in Pu Qingsong's calm eyes. "And what of the Qingyu spirit herb? Did you manage to obtain it?" His urgency was rare, for the Qingyu spirit herb was a crucial ingredient in concocting the elixir to heal his beloved daughter's injuries. The Qingyu spirit herb was a rare treasure. The fresher, the more effective. Initially, he had resigned himself to using the Qingyu spirit herb he had procured a decade ago, which was preserved in excellent condition, scarcely distinguishable from a freshly picked one. Yet, if there were a fresh one available, would that not be even better? In his desire to provide the best for his daughter, Park Ching-song sought to concoct a potion for her. When he inquired, Park Sui remained silent. But Park Yi could not contain her indignation, exclaiming, "Fu Xuesheng is exceedingly malicious. When she was ensnared by the beast tide, I urged her to toss the Qiyu Lingji to me, yet she refused. She never considered Sui's well-being, despite Sui continuously speaking kindly of her." This statement ignited the fury of all present, and Park Ching-song's countenance darkened. Chapter 20. Easily manipulated. The emergence of the head of the family, displaying signs of anger, cast a tense atmosphere over the gathering. In the square, many were enveloped in a shared animosity towards Fu Xuesheng, condemning her for her malevolence and treachery, labeling her an ungrateful wretch. The sight of Park Sui, standing beside the family head with an ethereal grace, deepened the audience's sympathy. Without the Qiyu Lingji, how would Sui's ailment be addressed? Countless minds pondered this dire question. The mere thought intensified their loathing for Fu Xuesheng, their teeth clenched in disdain. "She did not mean to," Park Sui timidly interjected, which only served to further inflame the crowd's emotions. "Sui, you are too kind. Even now, you defend her," Parky said with a heavy heart. Park Sui blinked away a tear that fell, yet she lamented, "It is because of me that she perished amidst the beast tide." Sui wept. Witnessing her tears, the assembly felt as if the world itself were ending. Even Park Ching-song, filled with sorrow, gently consoled her, saying, "Sui, her demise was self-inflicted. It bears no relation to you. The beasts of Long Long Valley are the true culprits, not you." Indeed, with each passing year, had she been willing to relinquish the jade spirit mushroom to me back then, we might have been able to save her. Her selfishness has led to her downfall. "Do not shoulder the blame for her actions," Parky remarked. These words sounded particularly hypocritical. The disciples of the Park family, devoted to the art of alchemy, possessed no martial prowess. How could they possibly risk traversing the beast tide to rescue Fu Xuesheng? Yet, this blatant falsehood was tacitly accepted by Park Ching-song, the family head, merely to ease his daughter's troubled heart. He cared little for Fu Xuesheng's demise, yet he lamented the loss of the pristine jade spirit mushroom. Suddenly, the steward, rushing in from the front courtyard, exclaimed in alarm. The crowd in the square fell silent, instinctively turning their gazes toward the path leading to the main residence. Indeed, behind the steward, they beheld a woman clad in dark robes, striding towards them with an imposing grace. No longer adorned in the white garments of a Park family disciple, she now wore the profound hue of black. Yet, this transformation only served to accentuate her breathtaking beauty. The ethereal elegance hidden beneath the white attire now exuded an enchanting allure, captivating all around her. Is it truly Fu Xuesheng? She seems to have changed somehow. What has changed? It is merely a change of attire, is it not? You do not understand. It is an aura that cannot be articulated. A feeling that instills a sense of trepidation. The disciples of the Park family instinctively parted to either side, granting Fu Xuesheng passage. Their hushed whispers reached her ears. Yet she remained unfazed. The crowd could only watch as she approached, her demeanor proud and frigid, radiating an unmistakable sharpness. These words seemed to serve as a reminder to all that Fu Xuesheng had miraculously emerged alive from the tide of beasts. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers transformed into shock and astonishment. "Where's the Qiyu Lingji?" questioned Pu Yi, stepping forward. "TSK." Fu Xuesheng let out a derisive laugh, provoking the frowns of several significant characters within the narrative. Yet, the mocking expression on Fu Xuesheng's face remained unabated as she publicly produced the Qiyu Lingji. Indeed, it was the Qiyu Lingji. Pu Ching-song's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pu Sui, too, was so thrilled that he clenched his fingers. Pu Baibu nodded in approval. "You have managed to protect the Qiyu Lingji very well. Now, hand it over to me." Pu Yi lunged forward without hesitation. Fu Xuesheng effortlessly evaded her, causing her to stumble forward, nearly losing her balance. "What are you doing?" Pu Yi fumed. Pu Ching-song's expression darkened at once. "Sister Xuesheng, I am truly grateful for your assistance in obtaining the Qiyu Lingji. If there is anything you desire, feel free to discuss it with me or my father," Pu Sui said, both anxious and hopeful. Fu Xuesheng toyed with the Qiyu Lingji in her hand, her expression unchanged, her gaze playfully scrutinizing each of them. "Fu Xuesheng," Pu Baibu said disapprovingly, furrowing his brow and calling her name in a tone laden with stern warning. Pu Baigui approached with a cold demeanor, reaching out for the Qiyu Lingji held in Fu Xuesheng's hand. Despite his lack of martial prowess, His steps appeared weak and unsteady in Fu Xuesheng's eyes, full of flaws. With a mere shift of the Qingyu Lingji from her right hand to her left, she left the aggressive Pu Baigui, grasping at nothing. You. Pu Baigui's face flushed, as if he had been publicly humiliated. Fu Xuesheng chuckled mockingly. This is the verdant jade Ganoderma I painstakingly harvested. I braved the perilous beast tied to emerge with it. And you wish to take it with just a word? If I refuse, you resort to theft? Where is your dignity? Her words resonated deeply among the disciples of the Pu family, causing ripples of contemplation for the first time. What do you intend? Pu Qingsong raised his hand to quell the impulsive responses of his companions, his gaze icy as it swept over Fu Xuesheng. She smiled radiantly, yet her eyes gleamed with clarity. This unforeseen turn of events left the assembled crowd in astonishment. None anticipated such defiance from Fu Xuesheng. Even Pu Sui looked at her in shock. Fu Xuesheng, you? Pu Baigui's eyes glinted with malice. You insolent wretch. Pu Qingsong's expression shifted from surprise to a somber fury. The flavor is exquisite, Fu Xuesheng remarked as she swallowed the last morsel of the jade Ganoderma, her smile enchanting those around her. Pu Qingsong, Pu Sui, and the rest of the Pu family, he declared with a grim demeanor, bring Fu Xuesheng to the ice prison for 30 days, without food or water. The proclamation of punishment caused a collective change in the countenance of many Pu family disciples. The ice prison was no pleasant place. Enduring a month within its confines could strip one of several layers of skin. However, Fu Xuesheng laughed fearlessly, contemplating that she had indeed fulfilled the narrative. The fickle heavens could no longer impose their will upon her. Chapter 21. Exploiting the flaw in the divine order upon hearing the decree against Fu Xuesheng. Some among the Pu family reveled in her misfortune, while the majority believed she had brought this upon herself. Would it not have sufficed to simply surrender the jade Ganoderma? Defiantly choosing to act recklessly, she provoked the family head and was imprisoned in the ice prison, enduring relentless torment. The frigid air within was the most agonizing, more unbearable than the punishment of lashes, as it could harm her very essence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the fool in their eyes was brimming with anticipation. Soon, she would uncover whether the flaw in the heavenly dog-esque doctrine she had surmised truly existed. If it proved to be as she suspected, then by exploiting this flaw, she could amass the strength to ultimately dismantle the heavenly dog's dominion. This time, Fu Xuesheng faced no retribution from the heavenly dog. Although the plot had shifted, the outcome remained unchanged. Since she was compelled to follow the narrative, Fu Xuesheng resolved to adhere to her own style, infuriating one adversary after another. The ice prison, a forbidden zone of the Pu family, lay nestled in the mountains behind their estate. It was a strange cave where chilling air lingered unrelentingly, typically reserved for punishing grievously errant family members. As Fu Xuesheng approached the ice prison, she felt the biting cold assail her senses. However, upon stepping inside, she felt as though she were basking in a gentle spring breeze. This was thanks to her nanometal combat suit, which maintained a constant temperature in such extreme conditions, rendering the ice prison inconsequential for her. As for the lack of food and water, Fu Xuesheng had ample supplies stashed away. Old K possessed the culinary expertise gathered over millennia from another civilization, and she was confident that he would not let her starve. Moreover, she had no intention of remaining there indefinitely. The ice prison was so frigid that even the guards kept their distance. Nevertheless, a barrier at the entrance prevented anyone inside from escaping. As Fu Xuesheng entered the cave, she promptly turned and stepped into her own realm. In a precautionary measure, Old K employed holographic technology to create a perfect replica of Fu Xuesheng, seated cross-legged within the cave. You truly possess remarkable audacity, consuming the Qingyu Lingji so recklessly. Came the mocking voice of Yin Jiuxiao as Fu Xuesheng entered her space. Since it is not poison, what is there to fear? Fu Xuesheng replied dismissively. Yin Jiuxiao's smile held a hint of coldness. Though it is not poison, it can still lead to your demise. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of searing heat surged within Fu Xuesheng's abdomen, swiftly spreading to her limbs and bones, as if intent on incinerating her from within. With a muffled groan, Fu Xuesheng collapsed to the ground, her complexion suddenly flushed. Master, I have analyzed the data on Qingyu Lingji and confirmed it to be non-toxic. Old K exclaimed in shock. Indeed. Had it not been for Old K's assurance of the Qingyu Lingji's innocuousness, she would not have acted so recklessly in consuming it raw. Kneeling on one knee, Fu Xuesheng's face grew even more flushed, and wisps of heat began to rise from her head. struggling to lift her gaze. She looked towards the languid and contented Yin Jiuxiao, her emotions unmistakable. Yin Jiuxiao comprehended the meaning in her eyes and generously provided her with the answer. The Qingyu Lingji is non-toxic. Its purpose is to reshape the meridians and enhance one's elemental force. What? Is this not documented in the pharmaceutical texts of the Pu family? Xuesheng lowered her head in discomfort. The original owner had memorized nearly all the pharmaceutical and alchemical texts within the Pu family library. The Qingyu Lingji was indeed mentioned, but only in 4 words: reshape meridians, solidify essence, without refining the elixir to eliminate impurities and the maddening elements. Consuming it raw would have been fortunate enough to spare you from a fatal explosion. Yin Jiuxiao expressed a sense of schadenfreude. Old K, filled with remorse, said, Master, it was my oversight. I shall activate the medical chamber for you immediately. No need. Xuesheng interrupted Old K with gritted teeth. She raised her head, her clear eyes reflecting the figure of Yin Jiuxiao. If you have anything to say, speak it all at once. Yin Jiuxiao paused, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You indeed possess some wit. Though you have acted rather rashly this time, it could still serve as your opportunity. Do you not wish to cultivate the 5 elements path? This piece of jade spirit mushroom can assist you in unlocking a path. He ceased to play coy. Xuesheng was uncertain of Yin Jiuxiao's intentions in aiding her. Yet he was the only one she could trust at this moment, albeit not entirely. Taking a deep breath, Xuesheng straightened herself with difficulty and sat cross-legged on the ground. What should she do next? Yin Jiuxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice languid and enticing. Next, you must first ascertain which element to cultivate and which path to pursue. The 5 elements path utilizes the corresponding organs as the foundation for cultivation, each aligned with its respective attributes. Previously, Yin Jiuxiao had provided Xuesheng with a brief introduction. However, she remained unaware of the specific steps to take. Yin Jiuxiao retracted his playful smile, his gaze turning serious. Your purple palace is rather peculiar. It seems you have previously cultivated something that has since been blocked, leading you to shift your focus to alchemy. Alchemy corresponds with wood. I suggest you harness the medicinal properties of the jade spirit mushroom to unlock the liver position and establish your path. Having vanquished numerous demonic beasts, among the spoils was a 3rd-grade demon core, which could assist in unlocking a fiery heart position to establish another Dao platform. These 2 platforms would perfectly align with her inherent fire and wood attributes. He harbored no doubts about whether Xuesheng would accept his proposal. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the multitude of secrets this girl possessed. Yet, who among us is devoid of secrets? Xuesheng, with her lips tightly pressed, nodded in agreement, finding no flaws in Yin Jiuxiao's words. The suggestion he provided was indeed quite sensible. I understand, she stated, and without hesitation, she accepted his proposal. Yin Jiuxiao smiled once more, instantly casting a shadow over the entire space. However, Xuesheng, with her eyes closed, missed the enchanting scenery before her. Upon receiving her affirmative response, a golden light emanated from the crimson mark on Yin Jiuxiao's forehead, penetrating into her brow. Xuesheng suddenly felt a series of obscure phrases materialize in her mind. Though incomprehensible, she surprisingly grasped the profound essence behind them. Simultaneously, Yin Jiuxiao's voice resonated. This is the heart method mantra for forging the 5 elements. Practice it slowly. Xuesheng devoted herself to this practice for 3 days and nights, during which she consumed the 3rd-grade demon core as suggested by Yin Jiuxiao, successfully unlocking her heart and liver positions, thereby establishing her purple mansion. This meant that from this moment forth, in addition to cultivating the path of alchemy, she could also pursue the path of fire attributes. Awakening from her meditation, Xuesheng found herself pondering Yin Jiuxiao's earlier remark. The original body had once cultivated another path, yet it was obscured? How could it be obscured? Who would undertake such an act? Without much contemplation, she pinpointed a suspect, Dog Tiandao. Suddenly, Xuesheng felt that even within her original self, there existed numerous secrets that remained unsolvable. Upon emerging from the space, it was already the 5th day since Xuesheng had been imprisoned in the ice cave. For 5 days, no one had cast a glance in her direction. Lao Ke had long deciphered the formation at the entrance of the ice cave, allowing Xuesheng to effortlessly escape and vanish into the night, leaving the Pu family behind. With 25 days remaining, this was a time when the heavenly Dao would not pay attention, a precious opportunity for her to strengthen herself. Chapter 22. Operating under the gaze of the heavenly Tao Master, the ammunition in the armory has significantly depleted, and our stock of bullets is also running low. Lao Ke conveyed the latest data to Xuesheng. She donned a bio-simulated mask, instantly transforming into a more ordinary appearance, devoid of any peculiarities. Do you have a solution? She inquired. Lao Ke relayed his analysis. I have discovered that the energy contained within the demon core can be extracted in a manner akin to harnessing the power from the zombie crystal cores to manufacture bullets. However, the components of the firearms need to be remade, and the database contains complete blueprints for gun manufacturing. Zombie crystal cores. Xuesheng paused in her steps. In the apocalyptic world, through prolonged exploration, humanity had learned to extract pure energy from zombie crystal cores for various purposes. The creation of crystal core weapons was merely one of the methods. However, before seeking out the zombie king, Xuesheng had already donated her precious crystal core weapons and zombie crystal cores. If the method of extracting crystal nuclei can also be applied to the demon cores of this world, and she possesses the complete blueprints for crafting crystal nucleus weapons, it could serve as her trump card for survival in this realm. However, in order to forge weapons capable of harnessing the energy within the demon cores, I must first calculate the appropriate materials, Old K remarked. Suddenly, Xuesheng interjected, I recall that there is a branch of the Smiths Guild in this Ceylon city. The narrative regarding the Smiths Guild branch is scarcely mentioned in the original text. It seems to be merely an organization added to enrich the world-esque structure, without significantly advancing the plot of the protagonists. Xuesheng promptly altered her objective to focus on the Smiths Guild branch. The location of the Smiths Guild branch in Ceylon City sprawls across a vast area, with its architecture being quite magnificent. As Xuesheng approached, she could immediately feel the wave of heat emanating from within, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of metal being struck. Upon entering the grand entrance of the Smiths Guild branch, the refreshing air swiftly dispelled the interior's sweltering warmth. The expansive hall was filled with an array of smelting materials, and overhead, several enormous fan blades whirred in a synchronized motion, effectively banishing the heat from the Smiths Guild branch. Xuesheng tilted her head, captivated by the fan-like contraption above. Soon, someone approached and inquired, Miss, what do you require? What services does the Smiths Guild branch offer? Xuesheng quickly grasped his identity. The man's smile grew more genuine as he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a consultant at the Ceylon City branch of the Smiths Guild. You may call me Aki. The young woman appeared unfamiliar, as if it were her first visit to our Forgemaster Guild. Allow me to introduce a few aspects to you. He first guided Xuesheng to numerous display cabinets filled with various materials. Our Forgemaster Guild is open to apprentices, offers assistance in crafting weapons, and of course, sells refining materials. Here lies a portion of our refining resources, with more precious items stored elsewhere, within the branch in Zealand City. The most skilled Forgemaster holds a rank of 5, capable of forging superior spiritual artifacts. Naturally, if you seek artifacts of an even higher caliber, we can arrange for Forgemasters from other branches or even the headquarters to refine them for you. However, this would entail a greater expenditure of spirit stones and time. Upon hearing this, Xuesheng's gaze wandered to the display wall of spiritual artifacts. I require someone who can refine the items I need according to my blueprints. Achi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her smile. This, of course, could be arranged. However, the cost for custom orders would be somewhat higher. This is entirely reasonable, Xuesheng nodded. Suddenly, she froze, realizing a critical issue. She had no spirit stones. The original owner had not left her any inheritable assets. How careless of me. Disciples of the Pu family, even those at the outermost tier, receive 5 low-grade spirit stones monthly. Yet no one had ever given the original owner any, and Xuesheng herself had never claimed any. The unexpected awkwardness forced Xuesheng to confront the reality of her financial constraints. Thank you. I shall return another day. Maintaining her smile, Xuesheng said this to Achi before turning and departing from the Forgemaster Guild branch. As soon as she departed, she turned towards her original destination. Xuesheng had initially intended to seize this temporal anomaly to hone her skills and, simultaneously, to familiarize herself with the world depicted in the book. However, upon realizing her financial constraints, she felt the pressing need to earn some extra income. At the entrance of the Warrior Alliance branch in Zealand City, Xuesheng gazed up at the resplendent golden plaque. This was indeed the place she had originally set out to visit. With purpose in her stride, she entered and made her way directly to the registration desk. The warrior alliance functioned as a loose association for wanderers in this realm, relying on bounty tasks to rank its members, akin to a mercenary organization as Xuesheng understood it. She surmised that with her capabilities, taking on the role of a mercenary should allow her to accumulate some spirit stones. How do I join the warrior alliance? Xuesheng inquired directly to a young woman at the registration desk. The girl, her head bowed in concentration as she wrote, replied without looking up, "Fill out your information, and then you can accept tasks from the bounty board." Xuesheng's gaze fell upon the registration form before her. The so-called form required merely the entry of a nickname. What a lax administration, she mused inwardly. However, this was advantageous. The Warrior Alliance adopted a completely indifferent stance towards the information of its members, which would aid her in concealing her true identity. After a moment's contemplation, Xuesheng inscribed the nickname Xuesheng upon the form. Thus, from this moment forth, she possessed her first alias in this world, a detail absent from the original narrative. Remarkably, until now, the heavenly decree had not intervened to thwart or punish her. As Xuesheng put pen to paper, her heart raced slightly. The calmness surrounding her signified that her previous conjecture was indeed correct. The girl still did not lift her head, extending her hand to receive the task that Xuesheng had presented. Suddenly, she raised her delicate face in astonishment, gazing at Xuesheng. "You, a newcomer, intend to undertake a 3-star mission?" In the Martial Artists Alliance, tasks are categorized by a ranking system from 1 to 7 stars, with 1 star representing the simplest challenges and 7 stars the most arduous. While a 3-star difficulty appears rather standard for a newcomer just joining the alliance, one cannot help but ponder whether to deem her overconfident or merely naive. Does she truly believe that the missions within the Martial Artists Alliance are so easily accomplished and the rewards so readily attainable? The girl mused to herself, astonished at the registration desk. "I am certain," Xuesheng affirmed with a nod. Observing her composed demeanor, the girl chose not to voice further objections. "Very well. I wish you success then." "Thank you." Xuesheng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She discerned the girl's puzzlement regarding her choice of a 3-star mission. Yet the latter still kindly elucidated the details of the task, an act of goodwill. Having traversed the apocalypse for many years, Xuesheng had seldom encountered such benevolence. "If it is not too much trouble, may I ask your name?" Xuesheng inquired as she prepared to depart, abruptly turning back. The girl was momentarily taken aback. "Me? I am called Xilan." Xuesheng smiled gently and nodded as she took her leave. Upon exiting the Martial Artists Alliance, her smile gradually faded. Xilan, yet another character absent from the narrative. Since entering this storyline, Xuesheng had been entangled within its plot, nudged along by the whims of the celestial path. No, the first character outside the plot is him. Xuesheng corrected her thoughts. The man who occupied her space was indeed the first character who had never appeared in the book. Xuesheng's gaze was shrouded in obscurity. When accepting missions, she had not refrained from attempting to choose tasks that would take her away from Zealand City. However, even for the simplest escort mission, which merely involved a location 100 miles away from Zealand City, she found herself unable to accept it. It seemed that, even amidst the flaws of the dogmatic celestial path, certain rules remained unbreakable. Xuesheng exhaled a breath of frustration. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, she made her way toward a shop in Zealand City that specialized in purchasing demon beast skins and bones. In her impoverished state, Xuesheng needed to gradually amass her wealth. She firmly believed in one principle: without wealth, one would find it exceedingly difficult to progress in any world. Fortunately, in the lush valley, she had managed to collect the corpses of demon beasts despite the scornful gaze of that man. Otherwise, she would have regretted it now. This was all money. Upon exiting the shop, the proprietor beamed as he bid her farewell, for Xuesheng had become his primary supplier. Xuesheng herself felt quite satisfied. Having sold the remains of the demon beasts she had brought from the lush valley for a total of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. As she placed the spirit stones into her space for Old K to store properly, she could not suppress a smile. Suddenly, she heard a mocking voice. "Is this meager amount of spirit stones truly worth your delight?" The smile at the corner of Xuesheng's mouth vanished, as she suddenly realized that no matter how melodious one's voice may be, unpalatable words can render it grating to the ear. "Silence, please." The little girl had shown a remarkable lack of gratitude, especially after I imparted to her the profound principles of the 5 elements forging path. "That is rent." "What? Remember, I am your landlord." A chuckle escaped her lips, The little girl was a tad mischievous. And your little brother has quite the sharp tongue. In the space between them, Yin Jiuxiao, who had been engaging in a playful banter with Xuesheng, suddenly froze, his expression turning solemn. Have you grown bolder? If you cannot handle the game, then do not play. I wonder who it was that first referred to you as little girl. Xuesheng pouted. What nonsense is this? Am I afraid of mere verbal sparring? Yin Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Xuesheng scoffed. Do not smile so menacingly. Who are you trying to intimidate? I have been kind to you. And this is how you repay your benefactor? The atmosphere around Yin Jiuxiao shifted, becoming increasingly perilous. Xuesheng, too, reined in her smile. I am quite curious. What is your true intention in assisting me? I simply seek to perform a good deed each day, Yin Jiuxiao replied, his tone devoid of any discernible anomaly. At that moment, the voice of old K echoed in Xuesheng's mind. Master, his brainwaves are normal, indicating he speaks no falsehood. A raucous laughter erupted from Yin Jiuxiao. Silence. Who exactly is your master? Xuesheng's expression darkened. The attempt to probe Yin Jiuxiao's motives was abruptly thwarted by old K. In the city of Zealand, there exists a vast area known as the slums of Zealand City. Standing before a dilapidated, diminutive stone cottage, Xuesheng gazed silently at the padlock above. It seemed that this place had long been devoid of inhabitants. Adjacent to the cottage, there was another stone dwelling, within which resided an elderly woman. Xuesheng approached her to inquire about the neighboring cottage. Using a biological simulation mask to alter her appearance, she remained unrecognized by the old woman, who nonetheless divulged all she knew about the adjacent residence. As Xuesheng exited the slums, thoughts of the original owner of this body surfaced, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her, tinged with sympathy. Xuesheng possessed a narrative outline akin to a script, which would unlock detailed plot points just as pivotal events were about to unfold. However, her recollection of the original owner was but a faint echo. From the memories of the original owner, Xuesheng learned that she had found herself in Zealand City, where, on the brink of death, she was rescued by an elderly man from the slums. In time, the old man fell gravely ill, prompting the original owner to seek medicinal elixirs on his behalf, ultimately appealing to Pu Baibu. It was unclear when Pu Baibu had lost his sight, but he had mistakenly believed the original owner resembled the female protagonist, thus forging a substitute contract with her, contingent upon the old man's life. Over the course of 2 years, the original owner had surreptitiously delivered various items to the elderly man, the most recent of which occurred 3 months prior. From the old woman, Xuesheng learned that after receiving a substantial sum of spirit stones and other offerings during the last visit from the original owner, the old man had quietly departed this world. Xuesheng could not help but feel that the original owner had endured a rather tragic and foolish fate. In Chapter 24, titled The Duel of Fire and Fire, the most vivid memories of the original owner revolved around the elderly man who had once saved her. Thus, Xuesheng had ventured out this time with the intent of representing the original owner, yet she had not anticipated such an outcome. These elements remain unmentioned within the confines of the narrative, however, as a world unto itself. Even the aspects that the author has left ambiguous seem to be instinctively filled in by the inherent rules of the universe. Having distanced herself from the slums, Xuesheng felt as though she had grasped a glimpse of the elusive Tao of the heavens. Within the icy cavern of the Pu family, old K had left behind a holographic projection as Xuesheng's substitute, along with nano-alarm devices. That night, she took refuge in an inn in Zealand City. With newfound wealth in her pocket, Xuesheng ordered a lavish spread of dishes, relishing the culinary delights amid the astonished gaze of the attendant. Her dining pace, honed in the apocalypse, was remarkably swift. Soon her cheeks became stuffed with food, resembling a petite hamster. To the attendant's astonishment, she devoured every morsel on the table, leaving not a drop of broth behind. The long-awaited sensation of fullness brought her immense satisfaction and comfort. After the passage of an incense stick, Xuesheng reluctantly opened her eyes, rising from the bed to lean against the corner, curled up with her knees drawn close, still clutching a black gold dagger with an open blood groove. With her back against the secure wall and a weapon in hand, she was finally able to surrender to slumber. It had been ages since she had experienced the comfort of a soft, clean bed. The following morning, Xuesheng departed Zealand City at the break of dawn, once again making her way toward the verdant valley, the sole location where she had successfully completed a mission. Xuesheng never engaged in battles unprepared. The previous day, while selling animal skins and bones, She had seized the opportunity to inquire with the shopkeeper about the fourth-rank berserk fire lion. The shopkeeper informed her that the rampaging fire lions are predominantly of the second and third rank, and encountering a fourth-rank specimen is exceedingly rare. Such mystical beasts dwell only in the depths of the verdant valley. Moreover, lions are known for their solitary nature. Typically, only one rampaging fire lion resides in a given territory. However, whether it is of the fourth rank is a matter of fortune. The shopkeeper further advised Xuesheng that rampaging fire lions have a particular fondness for the flesh of the swift wind rabbits, suggesting that she might lure the lion by enticing it with the rabbit. Yet, capturing the swift wind rabbit would require considerable effort due to its remarkable speed. Grateful for the shopkeeper's insights, Xuesheng committed this knowledge to memory, bolstering her confidence as she ventured into the verdant valley. With only 4 days remaining until the completion of her task, she wasted no time and proceeded directly into the heart of the valley upon arrival. The verdant valley was lush, filled with dense forests and gorges, forming a concave shape reminiscent of a gold ingot. At the center of this ingot-shaped valley stood 3 interconnected mountains known as the Mountain of Righteousness, marking the very core of the verdant valley. After spending an entire day navigating through the wilderness, she finally reached this location. Within the forest, emerald green light coalesced into tendrils, intertwining to form an expansive net that ensnared the swiftly darting swift wind rabbit. The green net descended from above, enveloping one of the rabbits. Xuesheng hastened her pursuit, seizing the rabbit by its ears and lifting it from the net. In an instant, the green net transformed into a cascade of verdant light, converging into Xuesheng's being. Master, my calculations were impeccable this time. I ensured this rabbit could not escape. Old K's voice chimed with a hint of pride. Xuesheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. The ostensibly emotionless AI intelligence seemed to gradually acquire a touch of humanity. Indeed, without your calculations regarding the size and speed of the net, as well as your predictions of the wind rabbit's escape trajectory, capturing such a swift creature would prove rather challenging. Xuesheng offered her praise generously. It is my honor to be the best partner to my master. Old K replied with utmost gentlemanly grace. Upon arriving at a more favorable battleground, Xuesheng immediately drew blood from the wind rabbit. Old K remained silent, engaged in simulating the terrain of the lush valley to create a 3-dimensional map. This would certainly facilitate Xuesheng's next visit. Suddenly, as the wind rabbit lay on the verge of collapse, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest. Here it comes. Xuesheng's gaze sharpened. Shortly thereafter, vibrations rippled through the ground, accompanied by a wave of intense heat that approached her location. She focused intently, and soon a fiery figure raced towards her from the distance. As the flames illuminated the silhouette of the beast, Xuesheng's eyes widened. It was undoubtedly the rampaging fire lion. However, she could not ascertain its rank. Fortune smiled upon her. It was a 4th-tier beast, as she recalled Yin Jiuxiao's voice echoing in her mind. Before Xuesheng could ponder further, the rampaging fire lion had already arrived before her. This proximity allowed her to examine its form closely. The rampaging fire lion bore a striking resemblance to the lions of her understanding, save for one notable distinction. Its fur was crimson, engulfed in flames. Perhaps this was the enchanting aspect of the fantastical world depicted in the texts. As Xuesheng lamented the original author of the book, the rampaging fire lion caught a whiff of the wind rabbit scent clinging to her and charged towards her. Master, I am currently calculating and analyzing the combat statistics of the rampaging fire lion. The creature's speed surpassed Xuesheng's expectations, seemingly affirming why it favored the wind rabbit. Renowned for its swiftness, in this apocalyptic world, Xuesheng had grown accustomed to wielding firearms and utilizing her powers against foes. However, here, devoid of suitable weapons, she could still rely on her abilities. With a resounding crash, the nanometal combat suit enveloping Xuesheng insulated her from the intense heat emanating from the rampaging fire lion. Her fists ignited with fire-based powers as she struck directly at the lion's head. Her fiery hands effortlessly pierced through the flames surrounding the rampaging fire lion and landed a forceful blow to its skull. With a startled roar, the rampaging fire lion was caught off guard. Its head violently jolted to one side, altering its trajectory. Seizing the moment, Xuesheng delivered another punch. The collision of her fire-based abilities with the lion's flames unleashed a tremendous explosion, radiating scorching heat and overwhelming force from the epicenter, sweeping over both Xuesheng and the rampaging fire lion. The lion was propelled towards the ground by the sheer force, while Fu Xuesheng was sent hurtling backward. As her body was flung away, the voice of old K suddenly resonated. Master, someone is approaching, concealed at the 9 o'clock position, approximately 30 meters away. Chapter 25. The middle school boy overlooked by the plot. He halted. Old K reiterated his warning to Fu Xuesheng. Meanwhile, a flicker of blue light emanated from Fu Xuesheng's left eye, transmitting a captured virtual image. In the image, a youth with braids revealed half of his body, peering from behind a large tree approximately 30 meters to her left. This virtual projection existed merely for a second before vanishing, leaving her unperturbed in combat. Keep your gaze fixed on him, Fu Xuesheng swiftly instructed old K. Understood, master. After being struck, the rampaging fire lion entered a frenzied state, its flames intensifying to the point of distorting the surrounding space. It let out a roar, sending forth waves of sound that enveloped Fu Xuesheng. Her ears pricked as if pierced by a needle, and a surge of blood rushed within her chest. With remarkable agility, she leapt through the air, her hands grasping an imposing Guanyu long blade, measuring 9 feet 5 inches, or 229.9 centimeters in modern data. Unlike the traditional weapon of the martial saint, this blade was forged from her own fire-based abilities. As the long blade descended from above, it carved a fiery rift through the air. Undeterred, the rampaging fire lion charged forward, raising its forepaw to strike at the flaming blade. However, just before contact, the long blade deftly altered its trajectory, evading the lion's paw and, from an unexpected angle, delivered a decisive strike that cleaved through its jaw. A howl erupted, and the gruesome wound on its jaw only served to amplify the ferocity of the flames enveloping the rampaging fire lion, causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. The youth, hidden behind a tree and peering in astonishment, felt as though he were on the verge of being incinerated. Unwilling to depart, he retreated a few steps, yet remained concealed in the shadows, intent on witnessing this grand battle unfold. How peculiar! Such a formidable individual, yet devoid of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, the boy murmured in disbelief. Fu Xuesheng was wholly engrossed in combating the frenzied fire lion. With no time to acknowledge her observer, positioned at the heart of the battlefield, she endured an even greater intensity of heat. Suddenly, the long blade in her grasp softened. What had been a straight and unyielding weapon transformed into a colossal flaming serpent, coiling around the frenzied fire lion and opening its fearsome maw to strike at its head. The fire lion thrashed desperately, striving to escape the serpent's grasp. However, Fu Xuesheng, an SSS-level supernatural powerhouse, had already reached the pinnacle of strength in this post-apocalyptic world. Her flames surpassed those of a 4th-tier frenzied fire lion. Thus, despite the fire lion's frantic struggles, it was ultimately ensnared by the serpent and devoured whole. As the serpent consumed its massive prey, the creature was swiftly reduced to ashes, vanishing alongside the serpent. When the flames finally subsided, a radiant demon core descended. Fu Xuesheng deftly caught the core and stowed it away in her spatial pouch. Old K, Fu Xuesheng called out. Their years of camaraderie in the post-apocalypse had forged a profound understanding, allowing Old K to instinctively grasp her intentions. As the youth, still astonished by the dazzling scenes of battle, remained transfixed on the silhouette of Fu Xuesheng, a sudden sound of slicing air reached his ears from behind. In an instant, a forceful blow struck his backside, propelling him through the air and into the embrace of the earth in a rather intimate manner. Ouch! My rear! He exclaimed, instinctively covering the area that had been struck as he fell face first into the ground. Unbeknownst to him, in the direction he had lunged, that tall and graceful figure dissipated like an illusion. The very person he had been observing now stood where he had just concealed himself, approaching him with an expressionless demeanor. When have I ever been a villain? The youth stammered, turning to face the ground and hastily offering an explanation. Fu Xuesheng remained unperturbed, her hands clasped behind her back as she continued to advance. Unseen by anyone, a sharp black gold dagger glimmered in her right hand. To spy in the shadows and yet deny being a villain? Fu Xuesheng scoffed lightly. The youth, sprawled on the ground, instinctively recoiled in terror, bewildered by the chilling aura emanating from her despite her lack of visible spiritual energy. Is this a murderous intent? He pondered silently. This frigid and fearsome presence. Could it be the killing intent spoken of by the elders at home? I did not mean to spy. I merely passed by, drawn in by the sounds of combat. I am not. You're just too formidable. Would you take me as your disciple? The fearful glimmer in his eyes abruptly transformed into admiration. Fu Xuesheng, observing the brilliance in his gaze, found herself momentarily taken aback. Ah, where does this naive fool come from? No. If you don't wish to take me as your disciple, I would gladly pledge my allegiance to you instead. The youth spoke again. Xuesheng suddenly chuckled. Her gaze fixed upon the youth's delicate features, which bore traces of youthful pride and rebellious spirit. With a playful tone, she inquired, "Do you believe that by doing so, you shall escape death?" "No. I speak with utmost sincerity. Leader, my admiration and respect for you are boundless." "Silence." Xuesheng retorted coldly. "I shall pose a question, and you will provide an answer. Should a single superfluous word escape your lips, I shall mark you with a blade." Her indifference was palpable. The youth, with his sun-kissed skin, paled several shades at her words. He pressed his lips tightly together, fear evident in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. "Who are you?" Xuesheng casually toyed with the black gold dagger in her hand. Originally intended as a means of intimidation, she was taken aback when the youth, upon seeing the unique design of the military-grade dagger, became entranced. "What a beautiful dagger!" he exclaimed instinctively. Yet, with Xuesheng's warning, he was instantly reminded of her earlier statement. I am Dushang Jiuxiao, known in the martial alliance as the Heavenly Wolf." Dushang Jiuxiao? Recognizing the narrative, Xuesheng's eyes narrowed at the mention of the name. Isn't this the young master of the Xiang family, who stands in a triad with the Park family? However, within the plot, the author scarcely elaborated on Dushang Jiuxiao, neglecting to mention his affiliation with the martial alliance. Another character that has been conveniently fleshed out? Xuesheng's gaze darkened momentarily. Chapter 26. A sense of discomfort in a cave within the verdant valley, a bonfire crackled to life. By its flickering light sat two figures. One was a girl clad in black, her appearance unremarkable, while the other was a rebellious young man, also dressed in black, with a strikingly handsome visage and braided hair. They faced each other, maintaining a respectful distance. The boy's gaze was fixed, unblinking, on the roasted leg of the ferocious fire lion sizzling over the flames, and he could not suppress a swallow of anticipation. Stealing glances at the girl opposite him, his eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. Xuesheng was lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to the boy's furtive observations. However, even if she had noticed, it would have mattered little to her. In the original narrative, the family of Xiang, one of the three prominent alchemical clans in Zealand City, was scarcely depicted. It merely mentioned the existence of a pair of twins, a brother and sister, who held little enthusiasm for alchemy. The sister, Xiang Lianlian, was characterized by her preoccupation with romantic pursuits, while the brother, Dushang Jiuxiao, was a carefree scion given to mischief. The patriarch of the Xiang family, Xiang Longsheng, was notably laid back, seldom engaging in the rivalries between the Pu and Bai families. Thus, a clan of such repute, on par with the Pu family, was rendered little more than a backdrop in the narrative due to the author's fleeting remarks. Later, as the protagonist Pu Sui ascended to become the foremost genius in alchemy within Zealand City, the Xiang family, unfortunately, faded into obscurity within the author's plotline. What an utterly inconspicuous family. Xuesheng mused, her gaze drifting to the entranced Dushang Jiuxiao, who was captivated by the roasting lion's leg. It seemed that she had noticed the gaze from across the way, with a reluctant withdrawal of her own eyes. She met Xuesheng's gaze and revealed a radiant smile. No wonder, she mused, that the leader had slain a raging fire lion and taken its carcass. The aroma of roasted lion leg was indeed enticing. Yet, she reassured herself, it was not gluttony that prompted her to take the body, but rather her impoverished circumstances. Perhaps this was merely a habit cultivated during the apocalypse, hoarding supplies, minimizing waste, and utilizing resources to their fullest potential. Who would have anticipated that following her successful hunt of a fourth-tier raging fire lion, another second-tier raging fire lion would emerge? When prey presented itself so conveniently, Xuesheng had no reason to decline. Thus, the second-tier raging fire lion that had conveniently appeared became their meal. Dushang Jiuxiao proactively assisted her in skinning and deboning, efficiently preparing the ingredients, and due to his role as an inconspicuous character in the narrative, he successfully secured a place beside Xuesheng. After all, they were both merely supporting characters meant to highlight the protagonists. Additionally, there was something that piqued Xuesheng's interest. The Dushang Jiuxiao before her was not the typical second-generation heir described in the book. Although he may not have been particularly interested in the alchemical arts, he was certainly not a spoiled scion. One could hardly envision a second-generation heir who relied on familial power to indulge in whims, donning the mantle of Wolf of Heaven and actively participating in the Martial Artists Alliance. Xuesheng, you are truly remarkable. You dared to undertake a 3-star mission on your very first assignment. I have been a member of the Martial Artists Alliance for a year, completed over 10 missions, and have only achieved a 2-star rank. Next time, let us embark on a mission together. I will heed your guidance, and you can lead me to success. There is no need for the customary pleasantries of Xuesheng. The truth was laid bare by Dushang Jiuxiao. Such an innocent second-generation heir was indeed a rare sight to behold, Xuesheng mused. But why? That sense of incongruity emerged once more. Although this realm was a mere creation of the author's imagination, a fictional world, one might wonder why contradictions and dissimilarities arose despite the supposed cosmic order. The earlier discrepancies in the plot had long sown the seeds of doubt in Xuesheng's mind, and now, those seeds seemed to sprout green shoots. She pondered silently, her ears filled with the incessant chatter of Dushang Jiuxiao, which she found not bothersome, but rather lively. As she retrieved the meticulously prepared barbecue spices from Old K, intended for the post-apocalyptic culinary repertoire, Xuesheng evenly sprinkled them over the roasted lion's leg, turning it steadily. "What are you looking at?" Dushang Jiuxiao inquired without reservation, prompting Xuesheng to ask in return. Dushang Jiuxiao replied, "Snow Lord, I meant to ask you earlier when you collected the corpse of the frenzied fire lion. I noticed you did not have a storage bracelet. How did you store it?" Caught off guard, Xuesheng's movements paused. She was accustomed to utilizing her spatial abilities, and her original self had left no storage bracelet behind. She had not considered such matters. Suddenly, Xuesheng realized that even in this fictional world, the concept of space was not easily explicable. To avoid drawing attention, it seems prudent to procure a storage bracelet to disguise my means, she sighed inwardly. But I wonder, are storage bracelets expensive? Dushang Jiuxiao promptly sealed his lips, donning a look of profound secrecy. What peculiar notions has this child conjured in his mind? Xuesheng felt that her gaze merely served as a cautionary reminder. Too much curiosity could lead to an untimely demise. Ah, what a delightful aroma. It is simply beyond description. How could it be so fragrant? Dushang Jiuxiao was swiftly captivated by the enticing scent wafting from the lion's leg. Such a meager description left Xuesheng at a loss for words. This child must not have received any formal education, she mused. Along the journey, Xuesheng profoundly experienced what it meant to be a chatterbox. Upon arriving at the branch of the Warrior Alliance in Zealand City, Xuesheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After submitting her task, Xuesheng placed the 4th-grade demon core of the ferocious fire lion at the registration desk. The attendant, a young girl named Zylan, recognized Xuesheng and was momentarily astonished upon seeing the demon core. "You really completed the task. It has only been 3 days." Xuesheng offered a faint smile, refraining from elaboration. Meanwhile, Dushang Jiuxiao excitedly recounted to Zylan the tale of how Xuesheng had slain the ferocious fire lion, causing Xuesheng's lips to twitch in exasperation until she could no longer contain herself, and urged him to quiet down. Zylan, however, had already formed her mouth into an A shape, captivated by the narrative. "May I collect my reward now?" Xuesheng inquired, tapping her fingers upon the table. Her tone had taken on a more respectful note. "Thank you." Xuesheng accepted the pouch containing the spirit stones, undisturbed by the girl's shift in demeanor. "Additionally, you have completed a 3-star task. If you continue to accomplish 4 more 3-star tasks or 1 4-star task, you will be eligible for the rank of a 3-star warrior. What do you think? Would you like to accept more tasks?" Zylan dutifully introduced herself. "Next time then." Xuesheng nodded and turned to leave the Martial Alliance. To the apothecary, Yin Jiuxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 27. Yin Jiuxiao, are you mocking me? To the apothecary. The unexpected sound from Yin Jiuxiao caused Xuesheng to pause. "What's wrong?" Dushang Jiuxiao inquired curiously. Xuesheng shook her head at Dushang Jiuxiao, simultaneously questioning in her mind, "What is it this time?" "Now that you possess spirit stones, you should check the apothecary for any suitable elixirs for your current needs," Yin Jiuxiao reluctantly explained. Xuesheng remained indifferent. After all, she had just managed to save a few spirit stones, intending to use them for components at the crafting association. "Do you wish to strengthen yourself? Or rely on external resources?" Sensing her hesitation, Yin Jiuxiao probed further. "Very well," Xuesheng conceded. Reflecting on her youthful identity, she added, "Take me to the Xiang family's apothecary." "Boss, how did you know?" The boy displayed a look of terror, twisting nervously in front of Xuesheng. Internally, Xuesheng mused, with such a reaction, even if I had been unaware before, I certainly know now that the Xiang family's apothecary is connected to you. Put away that pretentious demeanor. She shot him a glare. It was simply unbearable. She swore her decision to visit the Xiang family's apothecary was solely to ensure that the benefits remained within her grasp. She had no intention of visiting the pharmacies of the Pu, and by families. At least Xiang Jiuxiao had acknowledged her as boss. Was it only natural to support his family's business? Look how frightened this child is. What is the matter? Do you not know where the Xiang family's apothecary is located? Xuesheng responded with a calm and composed counter-question. Xiang Jiuxiao's expression stiffened. Seemingly realizing that his superior was unaware that the Xiang family's pill shop belonged to his family. Coughing lightly, he replied, "Of course I know. How could I not? The Xiang family pill shop is quite reputable, honest in their dealings. I've purchased pills from there before, and their effects were remarkable. Allow me to take my superior there at once." The young man puffed out his chest proudly. Xuesheng smirked slightly, too disinterested to expose his clumsy performance. If he wished to act, let him. Perhaps it was his aspiration to transform from a young master of a prestigious family into a warrior mercenary teetering on the edge of danger. Xuesheng felt exceedingly benevolent. Choosing not to reveal the truth and striving to cooperate instead. The Xiang family pill shop was not far away, and upon spotting the sign, Xiang Jiuxiao suggested taking his leave. Xuesheng understood that he feared being uncovered the moment they entered, so she made no attempt to stop him. "Boss, when will you next undertake a mission? Let us go together." As he departed, Xiang Jiuxiao did not forget to arrange future plans with Xuesheng. She shook her head, stating she was unsure. Currently, she was not free, only able to exploit the narrative's temporal loopholes to circumvent the heavenly path's glitches. Hence, she had no idea when her next visit to the Warrior Alliance would be. Xiang Jiuxiao expressed disappointment at this answer but did not press her for a commitment, merely stating that it would be good to undertake a mission together when the opportunity arose. After Xiang Jiuxiao left, Yin Jiuxiao's voice echoed once more. "Your demeanor towards him is rather pleasant, lacking any sharpness. Such is the privilege of being a younger brother. What do you say? Would you consider addressing me as boss as well?" Xuesheng quipped, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Heh." The only response was the man's cold, disdainful laughter. "Master, I have not activated the visual synchronization function." Lao Ke promptly extricated himself. Yin Jiuxiao chuckled. "You are not engaged in anything illicit. Why fear being observed?" Xuesheng's gaze darkened. She chose to abandon any further discourse with the man and strode into the Xiang family's elixir shop. The higher the grade of the bone refinement pill, the better, she stated unequivocally upon entering the shop. Xuesheng composedly approached the counter and inquired, "Do you have the bone refinement pill? What is the highest grade available? And what is the price?" As the attendant behind the counter prepared to respond, a more extravagantly dressed gentleman entered from behind, dismissing the attendant to personally attend to Xuesheng. "Young lady, our shop's finest bone refinement pill is of the exquisite 3rd grade. Priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones," the middle-aged man beamed. Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback by the price. So affordable. 1 medium-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, 10 medium-grade spirit stones amount to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. To think that the exquisite 3rd-grade bone refinement pill is being offered at such a price. With her current assets, task rewards coupled with the over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones she earned from selling demon beasts, could she truly be considered wealthy? Do not entertain such unrealistic notions. Yin Jiuxiao's voice doused her with cold reality. It is your subordinate who has made an introduction. Xuesheng found Yin Jiuxiao's words rather acerbic. Our Xiang family's elixir shop has always maintained a reputation for quality goods at reasonable prices. The middle-aged man maintained his unwavering smile. Xuesheng nodded, refraining from further entanglements, and promptly paid for her purchase before departing. Upon exiting the elixir shop, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, murmuring to herself, "Can I refine it myself? Wake up, at best, you are merely a first-tier alchemist." The tone dripped with mockery, never tardy. Xuesheng offered a faint smile. "I have successfully crafted exquisite 2nd-tier elixirs, just like Pu Sui. Do you not have any inkling about how you produced the last batch of elixirs?" This time, the laughter carried a heavier undertone of sarcasm. Xuesheng's countenance darkened. Yin Jiuxiao's words rendered her expression solemn. "You are right. What must I do? Wait a moment. I still have another place to visit." After Xuesheng spoke, she made her way to the Artisan Association. 3 hours later, she emerged from the Artisan Association, having relinquished nearly all her spirit stones to commission a batch of firearm components. The artisans had never encountered such parts and were unaware of their purpose. Xuesheng had spent considerable time explaining in detail to ensure the crafted items would be functional. With funds running short, she was compelled to select standard materials. Upon returning to the cold ice cave of the Pu family, none of the family members were aware that Xuesheng had ventured out. Her holographic projection continued to exist in her stead, and Xuesheng directly entered the spatial realm. How to practice? As soon as she entered the space, Xuesheng eagerly inquired. She removed the mask from her face, and her nano-battle suit reverted to its previous form. The enchanting, devilishly handsome man revealed a knowing smile. First, you must endure some punishment. Endure punishment? Xuesheng's pupils constricted slightly. Yin Jiuxiao, are you jesting with me? Chapter 28. You actually slapped me? Xuesheng was unafraid of being struck, yet she harbored doubts about whether this man was deliberately trying to set her up. What kind of cultivation begins with enduring blows? With a stoic expression, Xuesheng awaited Yin Jiuxiao's explanation. However, this scoundrel abruptly vanished from her sight, marking the first time she witnessed this wretched man vacating his position. In an instant, her vision blurred, and she felt a sharp punch to her abdomen. Ugh! The agonizing twist in her belly contorted Xuesheng's features. Yin Jiuxiao moved with astonishing speed, despite Xuesheng being an SSS-level supernatural being. Possessing physical prowess and reflexes nearing the human limit, she still found herself unable to perceive the trajectory of his movements. Bang! Another punch landed on her shoulder. As she barely sidestepped, she felt her collar grip tightly, and she was flung away, only to receive a kick to her side. Damn! Xuesheng gasped from the brutal blows, while Old K, witnessing the torment, turned away in silent sympathy. Her master was suffering terribly. Yin Jiuxiao. Xuesheng writhed in pain, harboring a deep-seated hatred for this wretched man. Yet, what infuriated her most was her utter inability to retaliate against him. As she contemplated using her abilities to counterattack, he seemed to anticipate her thoughts and remarked, "If you wish to employ that peculiar power of yours, the blows you've already endured will have been in vain." After 10 years in the apocalypse, Xuesheng had immense confidence in her hand-to-hand combat skills, but today, her confidence was utterly shattered, leaving not a trace behind. For the first time, Xuesheng felt profoundly weak. She endeavored to anticipate Yin Jiuxiao's tactical maneuvers, but to no avail. Yin Jiuxiao's assault was relentless, each strike landing with palpable force, leaving her entire being in a state of agony. Nay, there was a single spot untouched by Yin Jiuxiao's brutal onslaught. The thought had barely materialized in Xuesheng's mind when a searing pain erupted on her cheek. Alas, the scoundrel dared to strike her face? A fiery flush immediately suffused Xuesheng's countenance, her eyes blazing with incandescent rage. As Yin Jiuxiao once again aimed for her face, she retaliated by seizing him in a swift embrace. The sudden fragrance enveloping him caused Yin Jiuxiao to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportune moment, Xuesheng executed a waist throw. Bang! Their bodies, intertwined in a rotating descent, crashed heavily upon the chamber floor. Old K, who had inexplicably turned around, blinked and captured the instant of their aerial embrace with a click. The frozen frame depicted Xuesheng rotating her body, clasping Yin Jiuxiao's waist, and forcefully hurling him. Yin Jiuxiao, however, seized her arm in a countermove, pulling her into the air. The fabric of their garments billowed like ethereal wings, one ablaze with fervent passion, the other as profound as an inky abyss. Old K silently admired the spectacle, contentedly depositing the photograph into a folder labeled Moment of Awe. This clandestine folder, unknown to Xuesheng, contained a collection of captivating images capturing her awe-inspiring, domineering, and exhilarating moments on the apocalyptic battlefield. As she crashed to the ground, Xuesheng was engulfed in darkness, the pain coursing through her body reaching its zenith. Yet, there was an odd sense of exhilaration. At least this time, she was not enduring the beating alone. However, when the mocking voice of the man beside her reached her ears, her heart sank in shock. How could it be that Yin Jiuxiao, that scoundrel, seemed utterly unscathed? You had better clarify the reason for this beating. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xuesheng's expression darkened. Yin Jiuxiao casually waved his hand, conjuring the bone-tempering pill she had just purchased into his grasp. Standing imposingly over her, he flicked his finger, sending the pill directly into her mouth. To harness the full potency of the bone-tempering pill, one must endure a severe impact to the bones and skin. Due to the recent beating, Xuesheng's vision was somewhat blurred, and with her back turned to old K. Neither of them noticed the cold indifference hidden beneath the seemingly affectionate gaze of Yin Jiuxiao as he spoke those words. Taking a deep breath, Xuesheng sat cross-legged to refine the medicinal energy. She could feel the essence of the bone-tempering pill coursing through her body, repairing and refining her bones and flesh, thereby enhancing her physical constitution. Yet, she remained perplexed about how this connected to cultivating the powers of this world. Was she to embark on the path of physical cultivation? She certainly did not resemble a formidable warrior. Xuesheng felt her mind was rather muddled from the blows. Her thoughts had become sluggish. Yin Jiuxiao had imparted to her the heart method of the 5 elements forging path, shattering the notion that one could only choose a single path for cultivation in this world. However, he had not elucidated how to cultivate the path of the 5 elements. Today, he once again proposed that she cultivate the powers of this world. She initially believed that it would begin with the path of alchemy, only to be unexpectedly struck and subsequently refined in body. The effects of the bone-tempering pill were fully unleashed, and amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Xuesheng lost consciousness. When she awoke, several hours had passed. "Master, you are awake?" Old K assisted her in sitting up. "Where am I?" Xuesheng inquired, rubbing her temples. Old K gazed at his bewildered master with sympathy. "Master, this is the treatment chamber. After you fainted, I brought you here. Unfortunately, we had relocated most of our useful supplies earlier and left no healing liquid behind. The healing liquid was developed in the 8th year of the apocalypse. It is a verdant liquid extracted from mutated plants, containing restorative genes that aid supernatural beings in accelerating their recovery from injuries. Its efficacy is remarkable, yet it is exceedingly precious, reserved solely for high-ranking supernatural beings. Without it, the treatment chamber within the AI space is merely a resting bed. I am fine now." Xuesheng gradually regained her clarity. "What about Yin Jiuxiao?" she asked. Old K replied, "He is outside. He instructed me to give you this upon your awakening." Xuesheng's gaze fell upon the ethereal light in Old K's hand, accompanied by Yin Jiuxiao's words. "The body is a vessel for spiritual energy. Only when the vessel is sufficiently robust can it contain greater amounts of this energy. The spiritual energy required for forging the 5 elements surpasses your imagination. Therefore, from now on, every 3 days, you must consume a bone-tempering pill to refine your corporeal form." Xuesheng's eyes flickered several times before becoming exceptionally resolute. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded within the Park family. Park Sui, the cherished one of the group, suddenly coughed up blood and fainted while concocting elixirs. Thus, has the second wave of melodrama arrived? Before her transmigration, Xuesheng's realm was devoid of any so-called spiritual energy. However, after her arrival in this new world, perhaps due to the true source energy mentioned by Yin Jiuxiao, the mutated space was abundant with spiritual energy. Xuesheng was able to cultivate here without any concerns regarding the availability of spiritual energy. In fact, the medicinal herbs she had previously gathered from the Long Valley flourished remarkably under the nurturing of this energy. As the last trace of spiritual energy permeated into the already opened pathways of her heart and liver, Xuesheng slowly opened her eyes. "Now, you are truly qualified to claim the title of a second-tier alchemist," Yin Jiuxiao stated. Xuesheng pressed her lips together, sensing an unprecedented power within her. "Is this the primal force of this world?" Yin Jiuxiao explained that although she had previously refined a second-tier elixir, and one of exquisite quality at that, it did not signify her status as a second-tier alchemist. This was because her body lacked spiritual energy and the primal force of this realm. He further noted that regardless of her disdain for the heavenly laws of this world, the power here was genuine. If she wished to become formidable and obtain the capability to contend with the heavenly laws, she must first master the forces of this realm. Cultivation relies on comprehension and the accumulation of spiritual energy. Her current status as a second-tier alchemist was also a result of her fortuitous creation of a premium elixir previously. The insights you glean while refining elixirs will serve as the criteria for your advancement, Yin Jiuxiao said slowly. Xuesheng lifted her gaze, her clear and frosty eyes fixed upon him. She was intrigued by the reason behind this man's persistent insistence. This question had been posed directly before, yet remained unanswered. "It is time for you to leave. Next time you enter, remember to bring the bone-tempering pill." With a wave of his hand, Xuesheng felt herself propelled by an unseen force. Whose domain is this, after all? Fu Xuesheng's expression darkened, teeth clenched in frustration. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve. She sat cross-legged with her back to the entrance as footsteps approached from afar. Eventually, the footsteps halted at the cave's mouth. Then, the melodious voice of Pu Baibu resonated. Fu Xuesheng, come with me. Fu Xuesheng's eyes flickered as she slowly turned, her gaze calm as it met his. My punishment period is not yet complete. The clan leader has granted you permission to leave early, Pu Baibu replied, his eyes darkening and tone becoming more severe. He may not have realized it, but Fu Xuesheng discerned a fleeting glimpse of agitation in his expression. What has transpired? Fu Xuesheng narrowed her eyes. Ding. Please complete the next plot point. Acknowledge the father. A sharp electronic sound, long absent, suddenly pierced through, causing a throb in Fu Xuesheng's head. In the original narrative, during Fu Xuesheng's punishment, the protagonist Pu Sui unexpectedly coughed up blood and fainted, alarming the entire Pu family, while the male lead Yuan Qin was filled with deep concern. Upon discovering that it was Fu Xuesheng who had misplaced the precious Qingyu Lingji, resulting in a significant reduction of the efficacy of the elixir meant to treat Park Sui. The eruption of her illness incited a profound wrath among all, who wished nothing less than to devour Fu Xuesheng alive. Yuan Qin, in particular, was consumed with the desire to storm into the ice cave and dismember the wicked woman, yet he was restrained by Park Sui's pleas. In the subsequent moments, as the male lead remained by the bedside of the critically ill female lead, they found solace in each other's embrace, sharing their woes over the trials of love and the cruelty of fate, thus deepening their emotional bond. Up to this juncture, the narrative bore little relevance to Fu Xuesheng. However, the melodrama soon unfolded. Park Qingsong stumbled upon a jade pendant, which he discovered belonged to Fu Xuesheng. Through this pendant, he recognized her as his biological daughter. The one who had been regarded as Park Sui's mere substitute, Fu Xuesheng, was in fact the esteemed daughter of the Park family, Park Sui's half-sister. A revelation that was utterly repugnant in light of the original storyline. Thus, the agitation of Park Baibu stemmed from Park Sui's ailment. His insistence on taking her away was prompted by the unfolding plot that had led to Park Qingsong's discovery of Fu Xuesheng's true lineage. Fu Xuesheng, cease your capriciousness and come with me to meet the family head, Park Baibu commanded, his tone unexpectedly softening, yet still carrying an air of authority. Fu Xuesheng rose and dusted off her garments. She harbored no fondness for this man who enjoyed manipulating her emotions, and thus, she would not exhibit any gratitude towards him as depicted in the original narrative. As Fu Xuesheng exited the ice cave, her indifference left Park Baibu bewildered. For reasons unknown, he sensed a distinct change in the girl before him, as if she were no longer the same as before. Aren't you leaving? As Jian Pu stood motionless, Fu Xuesheng furrowed her brow and urged him to proceed. The road was enveloped in silence, and Fu Xuesheng lacked the inclination to engage in conversation, while Pu Baibu was lost in contemplation, offering no initiative to speak. Perhaps he is pondering over Pu Sui, she mused, casting a sidelong glance at his silhouette and rolling her eyes in exasperation. Ignoring Pu Baibu's presence, Fu Xuesheng became engrossed in her own thoughts. Since my transmigration into this narrative, I have been conducting various explorations to uncover the flaws in the celestial mechanism, and I have indeed discovered a few. Yet, this remains insufficient. What perplexes me the most is why the celestial mechanism chooses to assist the protagonists. Is it merely because they are deemed favored by destiny? A solemn expression settled upon Fu Xuesheng's features. She harbored a lingering suspicion that the motives of the celestial mechanism were far from straightforward. The celestial mechanism. Oh, the celestial mechanism! What divine entity has the leisure to concern itself with the romantic entanglements of mortals? The notion of a narratives could indeed hold some merit. Fu Xuesheng's brow furrowed further, yet clarity eluded her. Even if a narrative demanded that characters adhere strictly to the prescribed plot, what would be achieved upon its conclusion? More significantly, since Fu Xuesheng's arrival in this world, the celestial mechanism's unwavering demeanor had instilled within her a sense of dissonance. Ultimately, everything about this world felt amiss. Discreetly inhaling a deep breath, Fu Xuesheng contemplated her strategy for the impending circumstances. Curiosity suddenly sparked within her. If she were to acquiesce to the flow of the narrative and cease her rebellious ways, what would transpire for the protagonists? In the midst of her reflections, she found herself guided by Pu Baibu to a courtyard. The original owner's memories surfaced. She had visited this place before. the residence of Pu Qingsong. Upon entering, Fu Xuesheng immediately noticed the jade pendant clutched in Park Qingsong's hand. The sight of that pendant caused her pupils to constrict sharply, as fleeting images raced through her mind, eluding her grasp. Suddenly, a peculiar thought emerged in Fu Xuesheng's mind. How did this jade pendant come into Park Qingsong's possession? The author had provided no explanation in the narrative, as if it were conjured from thin air merely to advance the plot. Moreover, Fu Xuesheng, well versed in the storyline, understood that this melodramatic twist of acknowledging a father was merely a precursor to even more sensational developments. Such a worn-out trope still endures. The family head, Park Baibu, remarked respectfully. Indeed, Park Baibu replied, then withdrew. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Fu Xuesheng. She remained composed, standing still in the face of Park Qingsong's intricate expression, refraining from further inquiries. Park Qingsong slowly raised the jade pendant, asking, "Is this yours?" Fu Xuesheng's eyes darted, and she uttered a statement contrary to the original narrative, "No." In the original plot, Fu Xuesheng had gasped in shock upon seeing the pendant, exclaiming to Park Qingsong why her jade was in his possession. Thus, by denying its ownership now, she wished to observe Park Qingsong's reaction. The family head is overthinking, Fu Xuesheng remarked with a slight smirk. However, to Park Qingsong, it appeared as a mocking smile, which he found exceedingly irksome. A girl with such a stubborn temperament, should she indeed be his daughter, he would have no desire to acknowledge. One daughter, he thought, was more than sufficient. Recalling the past, the coldness in Park Qingsong's eyes softened slightly as he approached Fu Xuesheng with a sense of lamentation. If I had not conducted a thorough investigation, I would not be standing here. This jade pendant, it was given to you by your mother, was it not? I cannot recall, Fu Xuesheng replied, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. However, in the end, we parted ways due to our differing personalities. After so many years apart, I never imagined you would come into existence, and yet here you are at my side. She was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative, yet could not tolerate Park Qingsong's affected demeanor. There was one truth in her words. However, the memories of her mother seemed to be sealed away, akin to the path once traversed by her original self. The only vague recollection she possessed was that Fu Xuesheng had been abandoned by her mother, leading to her plight. Nevertheless, she was aware from the storyline that after Fu Xuesheng's demise, her mother sought vengeance, ultimately meeting her end at the hands of the male and female protagonists. This was evidently contradictory. Could a mother, who had abandoned her daughter, truly seek retribution for her death? As she pondered this inconsistency, Fu Xuesheng quietly noted the discrepancy. Park Qingsong's composure irked her, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Come with me," he instructed. "Is this where you concede?" Fu Xuesheng found the situation utterly amusing. This scoundrel, who had forsaken his wife and child, dared to play the emotional card with her? Silently, she followed Park Qingsong into a chamber filled with an abundance of medicinal herbs and the fragrant aroma of elixirs. Her gaze fell upon the alchemical furnace within the room, and with her discerning eye, she could ascertain that its quality was exceptional. However, the purpose for which Park Qingsong brought her here was not for alchemy. He retrieved a blood-red stone from the room, known as the kinship stone. Its sole function was to emit a crimson glow when two individuals with a blood relationship each dripped their blood upon it. The kinship stone? Fu Xuesheng's lips twitched. The author, in a bid to ensure plot coherence, had conjured such a fantastical version of a DNA testing device. "Xuesheng, are you willing to give it a try with me?" Park Qingsong's tone unexpectedly turned warm. Noticing Fu Xuesheng's silence, he pressed on. "In that case, whether you are my daughter will become unequivocally clear, won't it?" Fu Xuesheng detected the urgency in his voice and could not help but smirk inwardly. Following his instructions, she pricked her fingertip and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the kinship stone. Witnessing her compliance, Park Qingsong's expression grew increasingly animated as he promptly dripped his own blood onto the stone. At that moment, he resembled a father eager to reunite with his daughter. Fu Xuesheng mused. As the two drops of blood landed on the kinship stone, a miraculous scene began to unfold. Having traversed from a world of technological explosion, Fu Xuesheng, despite enduring the chaos of an apocalyptic era, remained accustomed to employing rational thought to address problems. For instance, what principle enabled the kinship stone to emit light? A low hum resonated as the red glow illuminated the kinship stone, rendering it as translucent as crystal. "Xuesheng, do you see? You are indeed my biological daughter," Park Qingsong exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, joy shimmering in his eyes, even bringing tears to the surface. Yet, Fu Xuesheng found herself unable to indulge him in this charade. Indeed, in a narrative such as this, even if one were to utter contrary words, the other party would steadfastly adhere to the script. Observing the typically composed Park Chung-song transformed into a figure of fervor. Fu Xuesheng's tranquility appeared particularly incongruous within the confines of the room. Yet, she understood that her demeanor was of little consequence. The sole truth that Park Chung-song yearned to affirm was simply that she was his daughter. After merely a few days in the disciples' courtyard, Fu Xuesheng found herself subjected to 30 days of confinement in the ice cave. That very day, the entire Park household became aware that Fu Xuesheng was the daughter lost by the clan leader, and moreover, she was the half-sister of Park Sui. Xuesheng, you are Sui's elder sister. She is unwell now. You must visit her often, Park Chung-song urged Fu Xuesheng. With her gaze lowered, she suddenly smiled, lifting her eyes to meet his. Is Sui ill? Has the clan leader found a remedy? Child, still unwilling to address me as father? You still harbor resentment towards me. Park Chung-song replied. Fu Xuesheng's impenetrable demeanor caused Park Chung-song to furrow his brow, internally deliberating whether to broach a certain matter at this juncture. Nevertheless, as she departed, she had left behind a nanorobot, discreetly monitoring the room like an observing ant. Once at a distance, Fu Xuesheng instructed Old K, activate the surveillance. A flash of blue light illuminated her left eye, conjuring a virtual image before her, invisible to anyone else. Within the visual, Park Chung-song was accompanied by another individual, Yuanqing. The nanorobot was diminutive, capturing a slightly upward angle that allowed Fu Xuesheng to discern the shadows of despondency in their eyes. Isn't Uncle going to speak? Without a catalyst. Sui endures torment daily. Yuanqing's tone was harsh, yet it betrayed an unmasked tenderness. Pu Qing-song slowly shook her head, her expression grim. She harbored resentment towards me. Previously, regarding the matter of the Qingyu Lingji, she had preferred to consume it herself rather than share it with Sui, illustrating her proud disposition. If I were to inform her now that she should use her own life essence to create a medicinal catalyst for Sui, it would likely incite rebellion within her, endangering Sui's well-being. Such complications made one wonder why Uncle would still acknowledge her. It would be far more prudent to confine her and forcibly extract her life essence. Through the nanorobots, upon hearing Yuanqing's words, Fu Xuesheng let out a derisive laugh. Chapter 31. Technology unveils the divine perspective. Fu Xuesheng was aware that the male protagonist was far from virtuous. This matter could be deliberated later. The real-time footage from the surveillance displayed Pu Qing-song deep in thought, ultimately rejecting Yuanqing's proposal. Fu Xuesheng observed with clarity as Yuanqing's demeanor shifted to one of agitation and coldness after being rebuffed by Pu Qing-song. His piercing gaze bore down on her, exuding an almost palpable pressure. Could Uncle truly bear to witness Sui suffer from illness? Pu Qing-song, feeling his imposing presence, responded with a grave tone. Sui is my daughter. If you cannot bear it, how could I? Yuanqing let out a cold chuckle, remarking, Isn't Uncle blessed with another fine daughter now? Outrageous. Pu Qing-song slammed the table in anger. It was Yuanqing who had overstepped. Instantly, Yuanqing reined in his hostility. Pu Qing-song sighed, conceding, I understand that you are concerned for Sui. Rest assured, I have my own plans regarding this matter. There is no need for your worry. As the years passed, I had concocted numerous elixirs capable of alleviating her ailments. Yet, alleviation alone cannot eradicate the affliction, can it? Yuanqing remained silent, refraining from articulating the thoughts that weighed heavily on his mind. Observing his countenance, which bore an air of frostiness, Park Qing-song felt compelled to elucidate further. The essence of a medicinal remedy must be willingly offered by the heart. If coerced, it transforms from remedy to poison. After uttering this, he sighed deeply, reflecting, had it not been for my necessity to personally refine the elixirs for Sui, how I would yearn to pour my own lifeblood into creating the antidote for her. This statement effectively dispelled the chill surrounding Yuanqing, prompting him to extend an apology to Park Qing-song. I am exceedingly concerned for Sui, and if my words have caused offense, I beg your pardon, esteemed uncle. Park Qing-song waved dismissively. It is of no consequence. I understand your sentiments. Go now, and spend more time with Sui. Indeed, Yuanqing replied, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Fu Xuesheng instructed Old K to terminate the surveillance. A nanoant stealthily adhered to the hem of Yuanqing's garment, unnoticed as he exited. So, it appears that the lifeblood must be willingly bestowed, Fu Xuesheng mused, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. The narrative did not address this nuance. In the original storyline, Xuesheng was depicted as a soul starved for affection, which rendered her susceptible to the false sentiments fabricated by others after becoming Park Sue's substitute, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. Coupled with the trauma of losing herself, being jilted by Yuan Qin, outshone by Park Sui in the Danby contest, and subsequently deceived in the Long Valley. Abandoned by many, and enduring relentless torment, she was already in a state of utter despair, both physically and mentally ravaged. At this moment, Park Jingsong, the head of the Park family, suddenly claimed that they were father and daughter. The original soul found herself ensnared in this deceptive familial bond, clinging to it like a lifeline. At that time, when Park Jingsong and others subtly hinted that Park Sui needed the blood of a loved one as a catalyst for a remedy, Xuesheng, the protagonist of the narrative, instinctively offered her own life force. How foolish. Xuesheng laughed with a cold demeanor. Fortunately, she was not as naive as the original character portrayed by the author. Unfortunately, she easily discerned their concealed disdain beneath the facade of respect. With a slight smile, Xuesheng disregarded these minor characters and entered the room, closing the door behind her. The surveillance footage was once again revealed. At this moment, Yuan Qin had arrived at Park Sui's room, and Xuesheng observed Park Sui's current state. The innocent and pure visage bore a pallid weakness. Her once full lips were devoid of color, and the sickness etched across her brow was markedly severe, a stark contrast to her previous self. It seems she is indeed gravely ill, Xuesheng mused inwardly. All along, the author had failed to elucidate the situation clearly, as if these elements were merely fabricated for the sake of the plot. Xuesheng felt no sympathy for Park Sui, regardless of whether she too was compelled by the storyline. After all, as the female lead, she was the ultimate beneficiary, unlike Xuesheng, who was fated to be the malicious supporting character. However, she had no intention of deliberately opposing Park Sui. Xuesheng's objective was to ensure that she followed the script dictated by the so-called heavenly path, as long as Park Sui did not seek trouble with her. Xuesheng had no reason to interfere in her affairs. Since entering the narrative, Xuesheng initially received assistance from Yin Jiuxiao. After discerning the facade of the deceptive heavenly path, she experienced a profound sense of disconnection from the world she now inhabited. Particularly in her interactions with the characters central to the plot, she found it impossible to regard them as living beings. Conversely, when faced with individuals who were extraneous to the storyline or had never appeared before, she perceived them as vibrant and real. This paradox left Xuesheng unable to assimilate into this realm. She blinked, momentarily suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind, and continued to observe the surveillance footage. In the frame, Yuan Qin cautiously helped Pu Sui to her feet, positioning her by the window. He recounted the earlier events to her. Xuesheng was at a loss. How ungrateful could one be? She had received countless benefits from the Pu family because of him, yet now, she failed to show gratitude, truly a case of biting the hand that feeds. Yuan Qin's cold voice concluded his recounting of the events concerning Pu Sui. Listening to Yuan Qin's disparagement of her, Xuesheng remained neither angry nor upset. After all, what merit was there in being vexed by a fool? Ah Qin, please do not speak in such a manner. Sister knows nothing yet, and if I were in her position, I too would be at a loss on how to address her, Pu Sui softly interjected, leaning against Yuan Qin's embrace. The rigidity etched across Yuan Qin's brow softened due to the warmth and gentleness of the woman in his arms. He carefully grasped Pu Sui's hand, as if cradling a treasure of the world. Sui, you are simply too kind. Could you not be a little more selfish and think of yourself? Otherwise, seeing you like this pains me. Do not worry for me. If you feel pain, then I too shall feel it. Park Sui extended her cool, slender fingers, gently caressing the furrowed brow of Yuan Qin. Outside of this intimate scene, Xuesheng felt a shiver run down her spine. She had not anticipated that the interactions between the male and female leads would be so overly sentimental when alone together. Truly, it was a melodramatic romance cloaked in a fantasy guise. Xuesheng sighed, disinterested in the exchanges between the protagonists. She was about to instruct old K to turn off the surveillance when she heard Yuan Qin speak in a tender voice to Park Sui, suggesting, "The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will be hosting an auction tomorrow. Why don't I take you to see it and perhaps lighten your spirits?" The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Xuesheng felt a sense of familiarity with this place, recalling that it had appeared in the original narrative, and likely more than once. Otherwise, she would not have felt such recognition. Yet, Why had the dogmatic system failed to alert her about this plot point? Chapter 32. Something is amiss with the female lead within the confines of the space. Xuesheng, accompanied by Old K, was extracting essences from medicinal herbs to infuse into the repair bed of the medical pod. This repair bed resembled a small vessel, its surface curving inward, ample enough for a single individual to recline. At that moment, it had already been filled halfway with a verdant liquid. After extracting several herbs designed to replenish blood and stabilize energy, Xuesheng poured them into the repair bed in accordance with Old K's calculated proportions. Once completed, Old K entered a series of data, enveloping the entire repair bed in a layer of white membrane. Given the unscrupulous nature of the dogmatic system and Xuesheng's own clandestine schemes, she felt compelled to make certain preparations to confront the impending plot developments. The events within the medical pod remained hidden from Yin Jiuxiao's view. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that within such an archaic wooden cabin, there existed a medical pod that surpassed his comprehension, imbued with an air of advanced technology. The secrets of this space amused Xuesheng, who smirked lightly. Even though Yin Jiuxiao resided here, he could not unveil all its mysteries. This was not arrogance on her part, but rather a testament to the barriers of civilization. After completing her tasks, Xuesheng exited the medical pod, preparing to leave the space, when her gaze instinctively fell upon the interface displaying spatial data. There was a particular value that had remained unchanged, capturing her attention: how to elevate the level of the celestial abode. Xuesheng glanced at the seemingly slumbering Yin Jiuxiao. This man perpetually wore an air of nonchalance. Slowly, Yin Jiuxiao opened his eyes, observing Xuesheng with keen interest. For reasons unknown, she felt an inkling that he desired her to grow stronger and wished for the space to ascend, even relishing the prospect of her confronting the enigmatic heavenly Tao. As for his true intentions, Xuesheng could not yet discern them. She would never believe that he acted solely on a whim. Indeed, after a brief moment of shared gazes, Yin Jiuxiao languidly raised his hand, gesturing towards the meticulously tended medicinal fields in the distance. Enrich your celestial abode with more spiritually attuned elements. Once the spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold, it will naturally upgrade. Xuesheng pondered for a while, contemplating what else, besides medicinal herbs, could be included. There are numerous treasures of heaven and earth. Ultimately, Yin Jiuxiao merely uttered this phrase. Even after departing the space, Xuesheng continued to reflect upon the meaning of his words. In the end, she concluded that it could be interpreted as, any valuable resource can be procured for the space to facilitate its upgrade. Sister, are you there? As Xuesheng emerged from her space, she heard Park Sui's voice outside the door. The female protagonist had come to seek her out. Suppressing the amusement flickering in her eyes, Xuesheng opened the door. Upon doing so, she beheld the male and female leads standing together, the former exuding a chilling handsomeness in his elegant attire, while the latter radiated an ethereal purity. Anyone who laid eyes on them would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a perfect match!" Xuesheng certainly shared that sentiment. A smile graced her lips as she stepped outside. "Sister, I hope I'm not disturbing you," Park Sui said, her expression mirroring that of the previous day, yet tinged with an added caution when speaking to Xuesheng. Her delicate demeanor only served to accentuate Xuesheng's formidable presence, clad in her dark robes. As for Yuan Qin, his face remained sullen, emanating an unmistakable air of disdain, as if to convey a message: were it not for Sui's insistence, I would never have set foot in this place or approached this woman. Yuan Qin's palpable rejection and aversion deepened the smile that played on Xuesheng's lips. She turned to Park Sui and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Park Sui nodded, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked toward Xuesheng. "Sister, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is hosting an auction today. Would you care to accompany us?" "You too?" Xuesheng's eyes swept over the pair. Park Sui hurriedly clarified, "Yes, it's just me and Yuan Qin. I know you're not fond of E and the others, so I didn't invite them along." With a smile still lingering, Xuesheng took her time to respond. She suddenly found Park Sui to be rather intriguing. The apparent consideration for her preferences seemed to irk Yuan Qin, causing him to frown in displeasure, further intensifying his disdain for her. Indeed, Xuesheng is indifferent to whether Yuan Qin harbors any dislike for her. Yet, why the change in tone? She would be delighted if these two individuals were to cherish one another, thriving in their own world, and would not mind in the least if Park Sui affectionately referred to Yuan Qin. Furthermore, it has always been Park E who sought her out. And recognizing that she is merely a tragic character in this narrative, Xuesheng has only ever exchanged a few barbed remarks without taking it to heart. How is it that, when recounted by Park Sui, it transforms into an image of her being unreasonable and disdainful of Park E? The term that is rather astutely employed. Throughout her journey in this story, Xuesheng suddenly perceives that the pure and ethereal female lead, with her innocent and untainted gaze, may not be as naive as initially thought. In fact, she exhibits a hint of green tea qualities. Is this the collapse of her character? This time, the tone carries a touch more of conciliation. As Yuanqing's expression darkens, teetering on the brink of eruption, Xuesheng finally concedes with a nod. All right. Upon seeing her acquiescence, Park Sui seems to exhale in relief, displaying a sweet smile, though she cannot suppress a couple of coughs. Sui, Yuanqing exclaims with immediate concern. I'm fine. It's getting late. Let us depart. Park Sui lifts her gaze, her clear and pure eyes meeting Yuanqing's anxious ones. In that fleeting moment, Yuanqing's inner turmoil appears to be soothed by her presence. Very well, let us set forth. Yuanqing's focus remains solely on Park Sui, his tone imbued with affection. Xuesheng does not wish to stand idly by, playing the fool, yet she harbors a desire to glimpse the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce that lingers in her memory. Thus she must endure in silence. Along the path out of the residence, she catches Park Sui stealing glances at her on several occasions, but chooses to feign ignorance, not revealing her awareness. Sister, will you ride in the carriage with me? Park Sui interrupted Xuesheng's contemplation. Sui. Before Xuesheng could respond, Yuanqing voiced his disapproval. However, Park Sui insisted, I want to sit with my sister. Yuanqing, unable to refuse any of Park Sui's requests, could only cast a fierce glare at Xuesheng. Huh, what a despicable man, Xuesheng scoffed inwardly. The carriage belonged to the Park family, and only Xuesheng and Park Sui occupied its interior. Yuanqing rode outside, exuding a powerful aura that caused passers-by to retreat. Sister, do you really dislike me? As the carriage rolled forward, Park Sui suddenly looked at Xuesheng with tear-filled eyes, a picture of grievance. Xuesheng's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 33. I shall quietly observe your pretense. Xuesheng raised her hand, instinctively fanning away the scent of green tea that lingered in the carriage, and asked the sorrowful protagonist, why do you feel that way? Park Sui lifted her head, her reddened eyes resembling those of an innocent little rabbit, unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Such a visage made it truly difficult for Xuesheng to associate her with the earlier trivialities of tea conversation. Yet, it was precisely this innocence that stirred a sense of caution within Xuesheng. Park Sui softly voiced her grievances, and even Xuesheng nearly felt as though she were devoid of humanity. Previously, though I was unaware that we were biological sisters, during my 2 years of absence, it was you who prevented our father and others from wallowing in sorrow over my disappearance. Therefore, I am genuinely grateful to you, sister. Now that I realize you are indeed my biological sister, I am truly delighted. So, please, sister, do not dislike me, all right? As Park Sui spoke, a tear cascaded down her cheek. The sight of a beautiful woman weeping was undeniably exquisite. Had Xuesheng been a man, he might have felt a pang of compassion at that very moment. Unfortunately, Xuesheng was not a man. Upon discovering Park Sui's newfound attribute, she had maintained a sense of vigilance towards her. Park Sui's mouth parted slightly in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Xuesheng's reaction. Xuesheng responded with a gentle smile, accompanied by a playful wink. Park Sui was utterly bewildered by this maneuver. Noticing her stunned silence, Xuesheng assumed a concerned demeanor, inquiring, what is it? Is it something difficult to discuss? No, it's not, Park Sui replied, interpreting Xuesheng's concern as an indication that she might ask if she was feeling unwell. Xuesheng gazed intently at her, seemingly patient in awaiting her response. In truth, I am uncertain, Park Sui admitted, biting her lip as she spoke under Xuesheng's watchful eyes. Fearing disbelief, she hastily added, 2 years ago, I distinctly remember refining elixirs at home, and then everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, it was already 2 years later. As Park Sui recounted her experience, traces of confusion and fear lingered on her face. Master, her heart rate is normal. She is not lying, Old K remarked, glancing at the data within the confines of the space. Xuesheng maintained an impassive facade, feigning surprise. How peculiar. Indeed, I still do not understand the reason behind this, and I dread the possibility of it occurring again. Park Sui confessed, genuine fear evident as her body trembled slightly. It will not happen again, Fu Xuesheng assured her with conviction. The concept of canine destiny is indeed brutally simplistic. Fu Xuesheng once again experiences the author's hastiness in addressing the female protagonist's disappearance, merely to weave in a melodramatic plot twist. Yet, within this world rife with inconsistencies, Fu Xuesheng's sense of disconnection deepens. A loathing for being ensnared by the narrative sends a chill through her being. However, Pu Sui remains oblivious to the underlying nuances, mistakenly believing that Fu Xuesheng is attempting to console her. After wiping away her tears, Pu Sui expresses her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Having elicited the answers she sought, Fu Xuesheng finds little inclination to continue the conversation with Pu Sui. Nevertheless, Pu Sui appears reluctant to forsake this rare opportunity for dialogue. Gazing at Fu Xuesheng, who has closed her eyes in contemplation, she hesitantly confides, "Sister, sometimes I too am frightened, afraid that I might suddenly vanish. What will happen to father then? Will he once again be heartbroken?" Compelled to reopen her eyes, Fu Xuesheng turns her gaze toward her. Under the weight of Fu Xuesheng's inscrutable stare, Pu Sui instinctively swallows hard before continuing. "My health is also deteriorating, even if I do not go missing. I cannot predict how much longer I can endure. Father worries for me, and I feel dreadfully unfilial. I shudder to think about what would happen if I were truly gone, leaving father all alone. Yet, now it is better. Father has found you, sister. Even if I am no longer here, you will remain by his side." For the past 2 years, with her sister's presence, father has not been as sorrowful. Thus, I believe that even in my absence, as long as you are there, sister, father will have someone to care for him, someone to accompany him. Fu Xuesheng remains silent, her gaze fixed upon her. Upon perceiving the protagonist's other side, she found herself pondering whether the protagonist's words were to be taken literally or held a deeper significance. In the original narrative, the plot point concerning the infusion of one's vitality into medicine did not involve Park So-yeon at all. She merely needed to wait quietly, for assistance would naturally arrive to help her achieve her aims. However, now, in a plot twist not recorded in the original text, Park So-yeon expressed such sentiments. Fu Xuesheng couldn't help but wonder if her deviation from the storyline had provoked this transformation in the protagonist. Previously, it was the male lead who had faltered, and now even the female lead seemed to be unraveling. Yet, one could not deny that the current portrayal of the female lead made Fu Xuesheng perceive her as a vibrant individual, rather than an idealized figure crafted by mere words. Setting aside these thoughts, Fu Xuesheng felt assured of one thing. Park So-yeon was acutely aware of the implications of infusing one's vitality into medicine. Although she had yet to utter a word directly related to it, Fu Xuesheng sensed a hidden meaning in her speech. Under Fu Xuesheng's gaze, Park So-yeon suddenly appeared flustered. She was uncertain about her misstep and puzzled as to why Fu Xuesheng maintained an unervingly calm demeanor. The carriage fell into an unexpected silence, with only the sound of wheels rolling over the ground breaking the stillness. Just as Park So-yeon felt it was becoming unbearable to share the confined space with Fu Xuesheng, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. "Susu has arrived," Yuan Qin's voice called from outside. Instinctively, Park So-yeon placed her hand into his larger one, seeking support. "Why is it so cold?" Yuan Qin frowned, tightening his grip on Park So-yeon's hand, all the while avoiding any glance towards Fu Xuesheng. Fu Xuesheng remained silent, her arms crossed in front of her, watching their interaction with keen interest. "I am fine," Park Sui softly spoke, her gaze lowered, long eyelashes concealing the shadows within her eyes. Yuan Qin assisted Park Sui out of the carriage, and just as they were about to enter the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce together, she suddenly turned and called out to Fu Xuesheng, who remained inside the carriage. "Sister, we've arrived, please come down quickly." Inside the carriage, Fu Xuesheng offered an enigmatic smile and rose to exit. As she steadied herself, her attention was instantly captivated by a figure emerging from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 34. A bewitching antagonist. The woman stepping out of the Tianyuan Chamber was enchanting and alluring, her every gesture exuding charm. With a single glance, Fu Xuesheng discerned her identity. "By me, the chief auctioneer of the Tianyuan Chamber in Ceylon City, and a vicious female antagonist from the original plot who harbored unrequited love for the male lead, Yuan Qin." Fu Xuesheng regarded her with an inscrutable expression. This peach-like woman, possessing an innate allure, seemed oblivious to Fu Xuesheng's presence and made her way directly toward Yuan Qin and Park Sui, who stood together. Fu Xuesheng raised an eyebrow. In the original narrative, Bai Mi was depicted as a woman steeped in vulgarity, reeking of cosmetics, and harboring malice toward Park Sui. She constantly sought to sow discord between the male and female leads, behaving ambiguously in Yuan Qin's presence, thus inviting misunderstandings. Ah, indeed. Fu Xuesheng's smile took on a playful quality. However, that was a narrative twist that unfolded much later. In any case, this Bai Mi, the esteemed chief auctioneer of the Tianyuan chamber, ultimately faced a grim fate, disfigured by Yuan Qin and expelled by the Tianyuan chamber for fear of offending the male and female leads. She was reduced to a mere commodity, a bed slave for sale. Truly, a familiar and cliché trope. Fu Xuesheng let out a scoff. At that moment, Bai Mi, having exchanged pleasantries with Yuan Qin and Pu Sui, turned her gaze towards her. Initially, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, followed by a smile that conveyed proper etiquette as she gracefully approached. This young lady is my sister. Before Fu Xuesheng could speak, Pu Sui interjected. Stepping forward to affectionately link her arm with Fu Xuesheng's, Bai Mi understood and once again offered her respects to Fu Xuesheng. So you are also a scion of the Pu family. I am Bai Mi, an auctioneer for the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I am Fu Xuesheng. Though I am not a scion of the Pu family, Fu Xuesheng replied, withdrawing her arm from Pu Sui's grasp. Pu Sui's expression shifted, and Bai Mi paused momentarily, but soon regained her composure and smiled without further inquiry. She then turned to Bai Mi, her gaze subtly implying, Bai sure, you are being modest. You are the premier auctioneer in Zealand City. Every item you handle elevates its worth. As for this individual, they are of no great consequence and need not be attended to personally by you. My hand itches. I want to strike the male lead. Fu Xuesheng's eyes turned icy as she glared at Yuan Qin, grinding her teeth. Perhaps the others present were oblivious, but she clearly noticed the fleeting glimmer in Yuan Qin's eyes while he spoke to Bai Mi. That was the gaze of a man admiring a woman. She understood. And yet, this foolish author claims that Yuan Qin is a paragon of virtue, with his heart solely for Pu Sui? Young Master Yuan, you speak too harshly. Anyone who arrives at our Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is our guest, and it is only natural for Bai Mi to extend her hospitality. Bai Mi replied with a gentle smile, even taking a slight step back. Fu Xuesheng also discerned the situation clearly. Even the malicious second female lead attempted to distance herself from suspicion, yet the inept author still claimed her demeanor was ambiguous, suggesting an infatuation with the male protagonist. Surely, the author must be blind. As Park Sui was about to speak, Fu Xuesheng stepped directly in front of Bai Mi, her smile radiating sincerity as she humbly inquired. Master Bai, this is my first visit to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Might I have the honor of being shown around by you? Bai Mi responded with a gentle smile and a nod. It is my privilege, please. She then addressed Yuan Qin and the still silent Park Sui, saying, Young Master Yuan, Mississippi Park, you are both familiar with the Tianyuan Chamber. The auction will commence shortly. Please feel free to explore, and if you require anything, you may approach the attendants or maidservants. With that, she turned and gestured for Fu Xuesheng to follow her, and together they entered the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Observing their departing figures, Park Sui could not conceal her disappointment, lamenting, Ah Qin, why doesn't Tishi like me? Yuan Qin felt a pang of sympathy, responding, Sui Sui. Her lack of affection for you is merely a reflection of her poor judgment. You are wonderful and do not need her approval. However, there was no room for debate. Yuan Qin assertively interrupted her. I brought you out to uplift your spirits and bring you joy. So, do not allow the opinions of inconsequential people to dampen your mood. All right? The usually aloof and taciturn man exhibited such gentle tenderness before her, causing a faint blush to grace Park Sui's pale cheeks, significantly enhancing her complexion. All right. Park Sui shyly nodded. Meanwhile, Fu Xuesheng had already entered the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce alongside Bai Mi. If she were aware of the grievances that plagued Park Sui's heart at this moment, she would undoubtedly find herself unable to suppress a sardonic remark. Sister, I am already aware that I will meet my demise at your hands in the future. How could you expect me to harbor any affection for you? The fact that I have not yet taken it upon myself to end your life should be considered a testament to my benevolence. Of course, such grumbling aside, Fu Xuesheng was acutely aware that fate would never allow her to eliminate the protagonists. The Tianyuan Merchant Association boasted an array of goods, dazzling and overwhelming. As Fu Xuesheng observed Bai Mi, who stood by her side earnestly providing introductions, she could not help but let out a sigh. How is it that such an outstanding career-oriented woman has been pinned by the author as a vulgar and malicious character? In an instant, Xuesheng's resentment towards the original plot intensified. Bai Mi was a woman of impeccable discretion. Had it been anyone else present during the earlier incident outside the Tianyuan Merchant Association, they might have felt compelled to hint at inquiries directed towards Xuesheng. Yet, from the outset until now, Bai Mi had refrained from uttering a single word regarding the matter, which endeared her to Xuesheng. Initially, this sympathy stemmed from their shared status as antagonistic female characters, but now, Xuesheng found herself genuinely admiring this charming yet refined woman. The plot. It could go to hell. Today's auction featured an abundance of exquisite items. Did Xuesheng have any knowledge of them? As they continued, under Xuesheng's insistence, Bai Mi altered her form of address. No, Xuesheng shook her head. I was brought here at the last minute. How could I possibly know what will be auctioned off tonight? Furthermore, being so impoverished, I cannot afford to buy anything. So why bother to concern myself? Bai Mi blinked and stifled a laugh. Yet, it seems to me that you are not particularly interested. Xuesheng nodded sincerely. I have no money. Bai Mi chuckled at her honesty. It was indeed the first time she encountered someone so candid about their financial limitations. Xuesheng, you are quite amusing. Chapter 35. She was shallow. Xuesheng shrugged in resignation, acknowledging the truth of her situation and finding nothing embarrassing about it. Bai Mi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer, whispering, I happen to know a way to earn spirit stones. Xuesheng's interest was piqued instantly. Bai Mi covered her mouth with her hand and continued in a hushed tone, if you possess any intriguing items, and trust me, I can help you sell them for a good price. Xuesheng's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Suddenly, she felt that accompanying the male and female leads to the Tianyuan Commerce Guild had become meaningful. Not only had she met Bai Mi, but she also gained an unexpected advantage. However, sister? Xuesheng's expression was peculiar as she glanced up and down at Bai Mi. Bai Mi raised an eyebrow. Her simple gesture imbued with a captivating allure. Considering your age, you must be younger than I am, little sister. Xuesheng was at a loss for words. In her previous life, before the apocalypse, she was already in her 20s, and after surviving 10 years in the end times, she passed away in her 30s. The Bai Mi before her, though enchanting and graceful, appeared to be merely in her early 20s, thus younger than herself. Unaccustomed to the narrative of this book world, Xuesheng completely overlooked the fact that this was a fantasy novel, where one's age could not be judged by mere appearance. Many individuals, even those in their hundreds of years, could maintain a youthful facade as long as their cultivation levels were sufficiently high. Moreover, after her transmigration, in the eyes of Bai Mi, she appeared as a mere girl of 16 or 17. If she were not a sister, who else could she be? With me, the foremost auctioneer of Zealand City, assisting you in your purchases, calling me sister would certainly not be a loss. Bai Mi lightly tapped her shoulder. Xuesheng smiled helplessly. All right then. Thank you, sister. Xuesheng willingly accepted this kinship. In good spirits, Bai Mi, who was adept at socializing and rarely revealed her true emotions in public, felt an inexplicable fondness upon meeting Xuesheng. Some people may know each other for a lifetime and yet never become friends, while others, after just a brief encounter, become confidants. So, do you possess anything or not? If not, then there is little I can do, Bai Mi said, spreading her hands. Xuesheng glanced around and nodded enthusiastically, yes. Bai Mi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired, what is it? Xuesheng looked around once more, and Bai Mi immediately understood, leading her to her temporary resting room within the guild. Here, they were free from prying eyes. Bai Mi stated. Xuesheng pretended to retrieve something from her storage bracelet, but in truth, she produced a handcrafted music box that old K had just unearthed from her space. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted wooden music box, Bai Mi's eyes brightened even more. She carefully took it and examined it with curiosity. I have never seen such a thing. It is beautifully made. What purpose does it serve? As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to Xuesheng, adding, if it is merely a decorative item, it cannot be auctioned. Xuesheng shook her head and took the music box from her hands. This exquisite piece, crafted to resemble an ancient palace architecture, was constructed entirely through traditional mortise and tenon joints. She reached to the concealed winding mechanism at the bottom of the box, turned it a few times, and upon releasing it, the music box began to spin, emitting a melody reminiscent of ancient flute music. As the familiar tune resonated, Xuesheng momentarily lost herself in reverie. This song had gained considerable fame before the apocalypse, spawning numerous instrumental renditions across various instruments. She could not recall when this music box had found its way into her possession within her spatial realm. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had scavenged many stores, acquiring a plethora of supplies, some useful and others not. The reason for initially taking this music box eluded her memory. Later, during the final battle, she had cleared out her space of valuable items to hand over to the base, leaving behind useless trinkets like this music box to remain undisturbed. When Bai Mi had suggested assisting her with an auction, this music box immediately came to her mind. She could hardly believe that in this fantastical world, a music box could still exist. How curious. Xuesheng placed the music box on the table and turned to look at Bai Mi. Hearing Bai Mi's words ignited a sense of pride within her for the music of her homeland. What talismans might be contained within? Or perhaps it was crafted by a master artisan of remarkable skill. Bai Mi, intrigued, picked up the music box to examine it closely. However, she could not detect even a hint of spiritual energy emanating from this wondrous object. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Bai Mi inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The treasures of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce are not exclusively related to cultivation. Wealthy families with substantial foundations are also quite eager to collect unique or rare items. The object that Xuesheng presented clearly falls into this category. Bai Mi, initially driven by a momentary whim to assist a newfound friend, was astonished by the delightful surprise that her friend could offer. This is a music box, she explained, by simply winding the mechanism at its base. It can produce this melody without the need for spirit stones. Xuesheng provided a brief introduction to the music box, omitting certain details that were either unnecessary or better left unsaid. After listening, Bai Mi confidently assured her that at tonight's auction, it would serve as the grand finale. I dare say its worth will not be less than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Xuesheng's pupils quivered. She begged forgiveness for her poverty. She admitted that when Bai Mi uttered that figure, her heart raced with excitement. However, Bai Mi followed with a statement that nearly sent her into a state of ecstatic disbelief. This is the starting price I have estimated for it. Xuesheng, unable to contain her overwhelming emotions, clutched her rapidly beating heart. Is it truly worth that much? Bai Mi cast her a knowing glance, a teasing expression gracing her face. Yet Xuesheng found herself too preoccupied to appreciate it. Tell me, is this item truly one of a kind? Bai Mi inquired. Xuesheng nodded in affirmation. Bai Mi continued, and who am I? With a triumphant smile, she concluded, therefore, with its uniqueness, does it not warrant such a price? Sister Xuesheng, it is merely a trifling sum of 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. For families affluent in such resources, it holds little significance. Moreover, those privileged enough to receive an invitation from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to attend the auction are hardly in want of spirit stones. I have been rather superficial in my understanding. Xuesheng humbly accepted Bai Mi's guidance. In Chapter 36, Do Not Trust Even Me, Bai Mi, Ever Consider It, procured a private VIP room for Xuesheng, ensuring she would not be crowded alongside the protagonists. This arrangement brought Xuesheng immense satisfaction. As for how Yuan Qin and Pu Sui would react to her absence, she was completely indifferent. After all, until the commencement of the auction, neither had sought her out. Instead, Bai Mi sent word that the two had retreated to an adjacent VIP room to await the auction's start. Miss Fu, Bai Shi has arranged for young Master Yuan and Miss Pu to be informed, allowing you to enjoy the auction in peace. A servant from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce conveyed to Xuesheng upon Bai Mi's appearance on the auction stage. Alongside this message came an array of exquisite delicacies, spirit fruits, and spirit tea. Thank you, Xuesheng expressed with a nod, thoroughly pleased with Bai Mi's thoughtful arrangements. Once the servant completed Bai Mi's instructions, he closed the door behind him, leaving Xuesheng alone in the modest VIP room. Before her was an oval window, shrouded in a thin veil of light, which obscured outside prying eyes while still permitting her to gaze upon the auction stage below. The VIP rooms on the second floor were reserved for individuals of certain standing in Zealand City. Those lacking in status and spirit stones can only attempt to seize opportunities in the auction hall on the first floor, hoping to glean something from the hands of noble families. Bai Mi once mentioned that the second floor of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in Zealand City houses a total of 10 VIP rooms, 5 of which are permanently owned by the 5 prominent families of Zealand City. The remaining 5 are reserved by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to entertain distinguished guests. Today, Xuesheng has had the fortune of being granted the privileges of a VIP guest at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, thanks to Bai Mi. However, Bai Mi remarked that this was due to Xuesheng bringing a unique music box. Old K, I recall there should be another music box, right? Xuesheng suddenly inquired, glancing at Bai Mi, who had already commenced the auction of the first item on the first floor. In the next moment, a jewelry music box appeared in Xuesheng's hands. This music box, while not as exquisite as the one being auctioned, had initially not caught her interest. Nevertheless, gifting it to Bai Mi seemed a commendable idea. After all, she had rendered such significant assistance, and being both antagonistic female characters. Xuesheng felt compelled to present a token of appreciation, whether as a greeting gift or a gesture of gratitude. Having made up her mind, Xuesheng placed the music box on the nearby table and began to enjoy the auction presided over by Bai Mi. Auctions have existed both before and after the apocalypse. Prior to the cataclysm, Xuesheng had never attended one, as such lofty venues were beyond the reach of an ordinary office worker like herself. However, post-apocalypse, her newfound status as a formidable individual granted her the eligibility to participate in auctions. She had attended one previously, but the experience had left much to be desired. In the desolate world, everything can be objectified, particularly women, though there are also undeniably handsome men. Xuesheng attended an auction once and was thoroughly disgusted, leading her to refrain from participating in any such events thereafter. However, the auction hosted by Bai Mi offered Xuesheng a distinctly different experience. Setting aside the items beyond her financial reach, merely listening to Bai Mi's words during the auction was enough to immerse one in the moment. It seemed that, regardless of how mundane an object might be, in her hands, it could be articulated with an enchanting allure. Those seemingly unremarkable items would radiate brilliance through her eloquence, effortlessly igniting the desire to possess within one's heart. Truly deserving of the title of chief auctioneer, Xuesheng silently admired her. Before Bai Mi, she felt utterly inarticulate. Yin Jiuxiao. Xuesheng gazed at Bai Mi with an appreciative expression, and for the first time, she spontaneously called out to another presence in the space. The man's light laughter echoed in her mind. What a miracle! You actually called for me. Xuesheng rolled her eyes. Wasn't she merely compelled by circumstance? Today, encountering Bai Mi, the malicious second female antagonist who would later conspire with her to torment the heroine in the original narrative, illuminated certain questions that had previously eluded her understanding. She desperately sought someone to discuss these matters with, yet Old K was not an ideal conversational partner. As an AI intellect, it excelled in data analysis and executing her commands, rather than engaging in discussions about the flaws in the dogma of fate. Apart from Old K, the only individual who possesses any understanding of her current predicament and is capable of offering sound advice is that enigmatic figure who has inexplicably appeared in her space. Of unknown origins. Thus, does she truly have a choice? Disregarding Yin Jiuxiao's teasing tone, Xuesheng articulated her conjecture directly. Previously, I sensed there was something amiss with the character setup. First it was Yuan Xin, then Xuesheng, and today I perceive that Pusue is also somewhat off. Furthermore, Bai Mi is entirely unlike the character depicted in the narrative, who is infatuated with the male lead and possesses malicious intentions. Why is this so? Which version of them is authentic? The characters from the original storyline, or the ones I observe with my own eyes? I awakened in the ancient desolate tomb due to your blood, thereby departing and temporarily residing within your celestial abode. Yet, I am acutely aware of one truth. This world diverges significantly from others. Xuesheng's gaze darkened momentarily. Thus, you have been cautioning me from the very beginning not to place my trust in that treacherous heavenly Tao. Indeed, Yin Jiuxiao affirmed. Under the heavenly Tao, the multitude of sentient beings is as plentiful as the stars. Why does it take such an interest in the fates of certain individuals? He posed a question. Xuesheng felt a stirring within, as if grasping a fleeting insight. Distinct trajectories of fate can directly influence an individual's fortune, yet what significance does fortune hold for it? Xuesheng found herself further perplexed. There is an insurmountable barrier between science and metaphysics. Yin Jiuxiao cannot fully comprehend the essence of Old K, nor can Xuesheng entirely grasp the true meaning behind his words. If you were to inquire of me, my response would be to trust no one. When the line between truth and illusion blurs, seek the counsel of your own heart. Fu Xuesheng's gaze flickered slightly as she pondered his words. Ultimately, she posed a cryptic question in return. Does that include you? Yin Jiuxiao chuckled, his laughter imbued with a distinct languor, reminiscent of a carefree spirit wandering through life. Fu Xuesheng lowered her eyes with a gentle smile. Are you not afraid that after saying this, I might not believe a single word you utter? Then what of it? I shall always find a way to entice you into belief. The man's confident voice resonated amidst his laughter. Fu Xuesheng felt that this discourse could reach its conclusion. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yin Jiuxiao's words had momentarily alleviated the confusion in her heart. The intentions of the celestial dog remained unclear to her for the time being. However, regarding the characters within the book, she resolved to no longer rely solely on the narrative. She would now discern through her own eyes and judge with her own heart. The next item for auction was a rare spirit pet. Fu Xuesheng bid for it. Bai Mi's words barely registered with her, as she was startled by Yin Jiuxiao's voice. Chapter 37. Such extravagance. Fu Xuesheng bid for it. Fu Xuesheng was taken aback. Since her acquaintance with Yin Jiuxiao, she had never witnessed him so eager. She composed herself and glanced at the auction hall below. Following Bai Mi's declaration, 2 attendants approached, carrying a modest cage, which they placed upon the auction platform. The cage was draped with cloth, concealing it from prying spiritual senses. After the attendant departed, Bai Mi did not hastily unveil the cloth, but instead began her introduction. The spirit creature within the cage is exceptionally unique. Upon acquiring it at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, we perused all available records of spirit creatures and mythical beasts, yet found no illustrations of it. Its appearance resembles that of a fox. Its entire body cloaked in the hues of the night, with fur that shimmers like starlight, and behind it, there are 9 tails. Could it be a 9-tailed celestial fox of the demon clan? Someone could not restrain their curiosity and inquired. Bai Mi, however, shook her head with a gentle smile, explaining that ancient texts regarding the demon clan indicate that all 9-tailed celestial foxes are white. After delivering this information, she cast a calming glance at the crowd and continued. Its eyes are also remarkably distinctive, with the right resembling the moon and the left akin to the sun, emanating a peculiar, ethereal fragrance. However, concerning this unknown spirit creature, we remain ignorant of its abilities, and whether it is capable of combat is still uncertain. Thus, those who wish to bid must consider their decision carefully. Once she had conveyed all necessary information, Bai Mi finally lifted the cloth covering the cage, revealing a delightfully adorable little creature to Fu Xuesheng's eyes. It was curled up within the cage, seemingly lacking vitality, with its 9 tails enveloping its furry form. The spirit creature within the cage, as Bai Mi had described, possessed an extraordinary sheen to its fur. Upon witnessing it firsthand, Fu Xuesheng comprehended why Bai Mi had likened it to the night. For the essence of night is not merely black. It is adorned with the glow of moonlight and starlight, embodying a symbol of mystery and darkness. What a beautiful little creature. Truly enchanting. I can hardly resist the urge to hold it close. The adorable spirit pet, upon its appearance, instantly captivated the hearts of numerous young ladies, igniting a lively atmosphere within the auction hall. However, there were also skeptics questioning the pet's feeble spiritual energy, suggesting it might merely be a beautiful, yet impractical trinket. Amidst the mixed opinions, Bai Mi maintained a gentle smile, refraining from any rebuttal. Fu Xuesheng, bid for it. We cannot allow anyone else to take it away. Yin Jiuxiao's voice resonated once more. Fu Xuesheng couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her. Could this little creature be connected to him? Yin Jiuxiao fell silent, deepening Fu Xuesheng's curiosity. Something was amiss. When had Yin Jiuxiao ever been so anxious, even irate? This charming little being was undoubtedly extraordinary. Fu Xuesheng's gaze shifted, her heart softening at the sight of the fluffy creature, stirring a warmth within her. In the decades since the apocalypse, Fu Xuesheng had secured her place among humanity's elite. Yet no one knew how utterly defenseless she felt against such a fluffy, endearing being. It was one of her rare indulgences. Unfortunately, during the apocalypse, she had neither encountered a creature that piqued her interest nor had the energy to care for a pet. However, upon seeing the creature's true form, Fu Xuesheng felt a rush of affection. Yet, Yin Jiuxiao's unusual behavior prompted her to consider probing into this man's true nature. If you do not speak the truth, it will be difficult for me to acquiesce to your request. Moreover, as you know, I am financially constrained, Fu Xuesheng said, throwing her hands up in resignation. Below, the bidding had already commenced. The white honey set a starting bid of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for this little creature. After all, its combat capabilities were uncertain, and it was an unknown species of spirit pet. Thus, such a starting price was already quite commendable. Xuesheng found this price to be fair. However, it was evident that someone held a different opinion. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Humph. From that cold snicker, Xuesheng discerned an icy, murderous intent. Did you not come into some wealth shortly after the auction of that music box? Xuesheng, assist me in acquiring it, and I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques. Sword techniques. Xuesheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Yet, she maintained her composure and lowered her voice, asking, "Is it only one set of sword techniques?" Yin Jiuxiao ground his teeth and replied, "Aren't you interested in blacksmithing? You have already opened the heart's pathway, and I can also teach you a set of refining techniques." Xuesheng's lips could not suppress a smile as she responded, "Deal. Very well, 13,000 low-grade spirit stones for 2 bids. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Both by me and Xuesheng's voices resounded simultaneously. However, Yin Jiuxiao did not hear Xuesheng's bid, but only caught her asking, "Will you not tell me your relationship with this little creature?" By me called out once more, "That little creature will belong to someone else." You. At last, Xuesheng reveled in hearing Yin Jiuxiao's exasperated voice, deepening the smile upon her lips. "It indeed pertains to me, but I cannot disclose that information just yet," Yin Jiuxiao managed through gritted teeth. Xuesheng slowly shook her head, her tone laced with disdain as she remarked, "I am not particularly satisfied with that answer." Yin Jiuxiao. Xuesheng seemed to hear the sound of Yin Jiuxiao gasping in anger. "I promise you, when the time is right, I shall reveal its origin." Under the eaves, one must bow their head, and thus, Yin Jiuxiao had no choice but to relent. Xuesheng chuckled inwardly, for this was perhaps the first time she had witnessed him in such a state of frustration since their acquaintance. 13,000 inferior spirit stones. 10,000 medium spirit stones. The voice emanating from the VIP room on the second floor interrupted by Mi's words, leaving the attendees of the auction utterly astonished. 10,000 medium spirit stones? That equates to 1,000,000 inferior spirit stones. How could such an unknown spirit pet be worth that price? Aside from its slight beauty and cuteness, what else does it possess? Which prodigal's child is so extravagantly wealthy? By me, taken aback, cast a glance at the VIP room from which the voice had emerged. How could she not recognize the voice of Xuesheng, whom she had personally arranged to attend? Yet, she had not anticipated that the very child who had just lamented poverty would suddenly exhibit such boldness, elevating the price of the spirit pet to 100-fold. 10,000 medium spirit stones, first call. 10,000 medium spirit stones, second call. In another VIP room, Pu Sui remarked to Yuan Xin, "That sounded like my sister's voice. Is it true that she possesses such wealth?" 10,000 medium spirit stones were something she could scarcely gather in one go. Although Pu Qingsong dotes on her, he would not casually bestow such a significant amount of spirit stones upon her. Should there be an urgent need, she would need to explain the reason before accessing them. In the Pu family, her monthly allowance was a mere 100 medium spirit stones, while Xuesheng boldly called out for 10,000 medium spirit stones. Yuan Xin's eyes were tinged with melancholy, yet he addressed Pu Sui, saying, "She is merely seeking to attract attention. The Pu family would not bestow upon her such a bounty of spirit stones. When she fails to produce the required stones, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will certainly make her rue the day. However, Sui, do you fancy this spirit pet? If you desire it, I could secure it for you." Chapter 38. Gratitude to the wealthy benefactor. No need. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones is far too extravagant. Moreover, it is something my sister adores, Pu Sui interjected, halting Yuan Xin. In his heart, Yuan Xin also believed that this mysterious spirit pet was not worth such a price. His sole desire was to prevent Xuesheng from reveling in her triumph. With Pu Sui's intervention, he reconsidered. Xuesheng certainly could not muster such a sum, and the Pu family would not indulge her whims. Ultimately, she would only bring shame upon herself. With this thought, the chill in Yuan Xin's gaze dissipated somewhat, and he gently remarked to Pu Sui, "I have heard that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has added an item to the auction at the last moment. Generally, such an occurrence signifies the presence of something truly unique. I shall bid on it for you shortly." Pu Sui replied with tender affection, "Ah Qin, there is no need for such extravagance. How could it be considered extravagance when it is for you?" Yuan Xin grasped her hand. As the two exchanged a deeply affectionate gaze, Bai Mi had already struck the gavel, announcing for the third time, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to our esteemed guest on acquiring the spirit pet. In the VIP room on the second floor, Xuesheng, with 100-fold price difference, boldly secured the adorable creature, experiencing firsthand the thrill of lavish spending. In a word, it was simply exhilarating. Your generosity exceeds my wildest imagination. After the spiritual pet was captured, Yin Jiuxiao no longer felt anxious and began to revert to his true nature. Xuesheng smiled broadly. Her spirits lifted as she declared, "It's worth it. Worth it." Unfortunately, Xuesheng was oblivious to the deeper implications. Old K, however, observed the moment, but, as an AI not particularly adept at interpreting emotions, he found himself unable to grasp the significance of Yin Jiuxiao's current feelings. "Aren't you rather impoverished?" Yin Jiuxiao inquired ambiguously. "So generous? Is it that you truly enjoy it? Or is it merely because of his words?" After uttering this, she nodded, affirming, "I have confidence." Suddenly, Yin Jiuxiao felt a disinclination to continue the conversation. "I'm tired. Let us leave it at that." Yet, just as he contemplated ending the dialogue, Xuesheng persisted. "Hey, when will you fulfill your promise regarding the sword techniques and the refining methods?" She pressed eagerly. Yin Jiuxiao scoffed lightly, "Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. It's best to keep it that way," Xuesheng muttered, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. Presently, she was filled with anticipation for the auction of the music box, confident in Bai Mi's abilities to ensure its success. Soon, the final auction item, Xuesheng's music box, was unveiled. In the VIP room, Xuesheng instinctively straightened her posture, shedding the previous languor. Next, we present our final auction item, a singular treasure in this world, known as the music box. Bai Mi lifted the music box, wound it up, and the ethereal sound of a flute resonated throughout the auction hall. "I am unaware of the master who crafted this exquisite piece. I only know that it is unparalleled, and, despite the absence of spirit stones, it produces a melody so enchanting that it captivates the soul. Moreover, the intricate beauty of this treasure is evident to all, while the audience is entranced by the music. Bai Mi, with her unpretentious yet profoundly moving words, introduces the music box, captivating even the heart of Xuesheng, its owner. What more can one say of others?" When Bai Mi announced the starting bid at 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the auction hall erupted with excitement. It was not that they found it exorbitant, but rather a fear of being a moment too late, allowing Bai Mi to strike the auction gavel. 110,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Is it even reasonable to call for such a sum? I bid 150,000. Is 150,000 an outrageous amount? Did you not hear what Bai said? This is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. I bid 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the frenzy of competing bids around her, Xuesheng now believed Bai Mi's assertion that, for the affluent families lacking spirit stones, they hold little value. In an instant, the auction price for the music box soared to 250,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Even Xuesheng, who was accustomed to concealing her emotions, could not suppress the trembling of her fingertips. What does it mean to spend 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones on a pet? Now, she too could be regarded as wealthy. The corners of Xuesheng's crimson lips, which had been desperately trying to remain composed, could not be contained. I bid 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Who is it that has suddenly raised the bid by an astonishing 150,000 medium-grade spirit stones? In this day and age, have medium-grade spirit stones lost their worth? The lavishness that Xuesheng previously displayed in splurging on a spirit pet was utterly shattered by this even grander bidding. However, Xuesheng exhibited no trace of displeasure, for this gesture was not merely a monetary gift. More significantly, she recognized the voice of the male protagonist, Yuan Qin, from the original narrative. What could a grown man possibly desire with a music box? Xuesheng did not need to ponder this, as she understood he intended to delight Pu Suigao. She was indifferent to the romantic entanglements between the protagonists. Her sole concern lay in the fortune she had amassed. Master Yuan bid 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and would there be anyone willing to offer a higher price on the second occasion? It is worth noting that this item is truly unique in the world, whether for personal collection or as a gift to a distinguished individual. It would undoubtedly leave an unforgettable impression, yielding significant returns. Quite sure, there is no need for further discussion. From now on, regardless of who bids next, I shall surpass their offer by an additional 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yuan Qin interrupted Bai Mi's words. Ah, Xuesheng laughed, her eyes narrowing in delight, reflecting, "Ah, the wealthy." At this moment, I must concede that the male protagonist is indeed a good man. On the auction stage, By Me smiled helplessly, continuing, 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, third and final call. With a decisive slam of the gavel, the auction reached its splendid conclusion. As the crowd dispersed, Xuesheng lingered, awaiting By Me's return. During this interlude, she pondered, can Yuan Qin truly command such a wealth of spirit stones? If so, how affluent must the Yuan family be? Xuesheng paid little heed to the storage bracelet. Instead, her attention was captivated by the small creature cradled in By Me's arms. Observing it from close range, the adorable spirit pet appeared even more endearing, nearly melting Xuesheng's heart. Sister, remember to bond this spirit pet with a blood contract, lest it be stolen. After all, it is a spirit pet worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. By Me teased as she handed the spirit pet to Xuesheng. Xuesheng cautiously accepted it, her expression filled with confusion as she inquired, blood contract? Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing this phrase, Yin Jiuxiao's countenance darkened abruptly, and a glimmer of cold, lethal intent flickered in his emotive eyes. Xuesheng's gaze shifted slightly, and she promptly signaled Old K to terminate the synchronized visuals. She was unaware of Yin Jiuxiao's feelings. She merely sensed that the forthcoming events ought not to be disclosed to the two inhabitants of the space. Chapter 39. The Natural Alliance of the Malicious Female Supporting Character by Jia. What exactly is a blood contract? Would you care to elaborate? Xuesheng directly pulled her onto a chair and personally poured a cup of tea. By Me found it amusing yet was also astonished by her apparent ignorance. You don't know what a blood contract is? Xuesheng blinked, honestly nodding her head. After all, she was merely a tool character within a narrative, utterly clueless. By Me, however, did not delve further into the matter. Instead, she looked at the little creature nestled in Xuesheng's arms and carefully explained, generally speaking, a spirit pet must establish a blood contract with its master before it truly acknowledges them. Once recognition is attained, the spirit pet will naturally never betray its master and will be bound to their fate. Xuesheng was utterly astonished. Such a trope from novels was, in fact, real. Oh, she almost forgot that she was currently within the pages of a book. Her initial excitement waned, yet curiosity compelled her to ask, how is a blood contract established? Wait a moment. By Me summoned a servant, whispered a few instructions to him, and then sent him on his way. Xuesheng, perplexed, seized the opportunity to present the music jewelry box she had prepared in advance to By Me, expressing her gratitude for the substantial earnings she had garnered today. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it graciously. By Me, taken aback yet delighted, accepted the music jewelry box, immediately recognizing its resemblance to the music box that had just fetched 400,000 spirit stones at auction. Are you truly giving this to me? You saw how much such treasures can be worth, By Me exclaimed in disbelief. Xuesheng gently pushed the music jewelry box into her embrace, affirming, of course it's genuine. Without your assistance, my music box would not have reached such an impressive price. In high spirits, Xuesheng found herself calling her sister with increasing ease. I took a commission for helping you with the auction, By Me remarked with a smile. Xuesheng, waving off the notion, replied, that is merely the auction's protocol. What I offer you is a personal gift. Then I shall graciously accept, By Me responded, her acceptance of Xuesheng's gift elevating her fondness for her. It was not merely the gift that pleased her, but the realization that Xuesheng was a person of substance, grateful and insightful, understanding the value of both wealth and humility. In the future, should you come across any intriguing items, feel free to bring them to me. I will assist you in selling them, By Me promised. Xuesheng felt a stirring in her heart, contemplating that her storage space likely held a myriad of disorganized items. Perhaps with Old K's meticulous organization, she might unearth something valuable that could be exchanged for spirit stones. Previously, she felt utterly impoverished, but having discovered a means of generating wealth, she could not let this opportunity slip by. Therefore, I must extend my gratitude to my sister. Xuesheng exchanged a smile with her. A glimmer of understanding brightened Xuesheng's eyes as she accepted the jade pendant. By Me then remarked, although this little creature's origins are unknown, I have encountered numerous rare treasures and extraordinary beasts, and it strikes me as quite remarkable. Moreover, for some reason, it appears exceedingly weak at present, making this an opportune moment for a blood pact. The implications behind By Me's words did not escape Xuesheng. She cast her gaze downward at the drowsy little creature in her arms, pondering, could it be that I have stumbled upon a treasure? Suddenly, Xuesheng recalled Yin Jiuxiao's reaction and, upon glancing at the spirit pet nestled in her embrace, her eyes bore a thoughtful expression. When leaving the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, White Me personally escorted Xuesheng outside. Upon seeing the carriage waiting outside, Xuesheng was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed that Pu Sui and Yuan Qin had already departed. Yet, while Yuan Qin's horse was tethered beside the carriage, he himself was nowhere to be seen. Abruptly, the carriage stirred, and a figure emerged from within, none other than Yuan Qin. Xuesheng's lips curled slightly. In broad daylight, what could the male and female leads possibly be doing hidden inside that carriage? Instantly, she lost the desire to enter. Upon exiting the carriage, Yuan Qin's gaze turned icy as he noticed the spirit pet cradled in Xuesheng's arms. Xuesheng, where did you acquire that spirit stone? He demanded. Is this male lead truly unhinged? Yuan Qin's aura grew even colder as his indifferent gaze swept over Xuesheng before softening slightly upon landing on White Me. White, perhaps you are unaware of her identity. The Pu family would never cover such a substantial expense for her spirit stones. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Yuan. Bai Mi replied with a slight smile. What? Yuan Qin exclaimed, astonished. The expression on the male protagonist's face amused Xuesheng, who silently thought. Not only am I wealthy, but I also earned it from you. What do you think of that, fool? Sister, perhaps hearing the commotion outside. Pu Sui lifted the curtain at the window. When she saw the spirit pet cradled in Xuesheng's arms, she momentarily froze. The innocent smile on her delicate features tinged with an awkwardness. However, she quickly regained her composure. Sister, please come up. After bidding farewell to Bai Mi, she hurriedly left. Clutching her small companion. Sister, Pu Sui called after her, but Xuesheng quickened her pace. She had no desire to enter that carriage. What is wrong with my sister? Pu Sui's expression turned sorrowful. Yuan Qin, filled with disdain for Xuesheng, comforted Pu Sui with a pained expression, Sui. Do not waste your emotions on such a person. She is not worthy of your concern. Pu Sui lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions, and softly remarked, Sister truly dislikes me. I had wanted to show her the music box you just gifted me. Ah Qin. Bai Mi made her way deep into the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, arriving at an octagonal pavilion, where formidable guards stood watch. Upon her arrival, she stood outside the pavilion and declared, Young Master, Bai Mi requests an audience. The heavy door swung open, and Bai Mi quietly inhaled, suppressing her racing heart as she ascended the stairs and entered the pavilion. Inside, the treasure hall was adorned with an array of rare and exquisite artifacts. Before the duobao pavilion stood a tall man clad in a moonlight blue robe. As he turned, Bai Mi felt a sudden constriction in her breath, her eyes concealing emotions unbeknownst to others. Chapter 40. Xuesheng, how dare you? He was an extraordinarily handsome man, his appearance rendering Bai Mi, a woman of enchanting beauty, momentarily dimmed in comparison. Were it not for the crystal lens adorning his left eye, suspended by a silver chain behind his ear, which lent his exquisite visage an air of scholarly elegance, any onlooker would undoubtedly mistake him for a stunning beauty upon first glance. GMO Guanan was oblivious to the emotions hidden in Bai Mi's gaze. He merely inquired in a calm tone, What is it? Bai Mi regained her composure and presented the music jewelry box gifted to her by Xuesheng, extending it with both hands. Young Master, today I chanced upon an intriguing young friend who seemed to possess a plethora of novelties. One of her music boxes fetched a staggering price of 400,000 mid-grade spiritual stones today. GMO Guanan accepted the music jewelry box, scrutinizing it intently until he discovered the mechanism, and soon the melodious tune began to play. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he nodded. Interesting. Bai Mi ventured tentatively, if the young master likes it, this music jewelry box was a gift to me from her, so I shall leave it for your collection. There's no need for that. It is clearly an item suited for a woman. It would be of no use to me. Moreover, it is a gift from her to you. How could it be easily passed on to another? GMO Guanan shook his head, returning the jewelry box to Bai Mi. You are not just anyone. This sentiment, however, was one Bai Mi dared only to voice within the confines of her heart. She accepted the jewelry box, but did not depart immediately. As GMO Guanan observed the situation, he inquired whether the individual held any intriguing novelties. Bai Mi promptly responded that she had made an arrangement with her. Should there be any fresh items, they would be delivered to their Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. GMO Guanan smiled and nodded, acknowledging her diligence. However, Bai Mi suddenly hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Gmo Guannan patiently awaited her continuation. Bai Mi pressed her lips together, her enchanting demeanor dissipating entirely, as if revealing even a hint of allure before Gmo Guannan would be an affront. Master. She seems to have some connection with the Pu family. The young master of the Yuan family treats her rather poorly, Bai Mi began. Gmo Guannan interjected with her name, causing her voice to cease abruptly as she lowered her gaze. The elegance of Gmo Guannan's presence sharpened with intensity. The Tian Yuan Chamber of Commerce will not interfere in any family matters, and you are well aware of this. Bai Mi recognized her misstep. I merely, do you wish to assist her? Gmo Guannan pierced through her intentions once more. Bai Mi bowed her head, choosing to remain silent. For there was no need for further elaboration. The sentiments she wished to express were understood by her master. Why? Gmo Guannan found this perplexing. The chief auctioneer, known for his intelligence and adeptness, seemed unusually invested in someone he had just met. Perhaps it was merely a matter of affinity. Bai Mi herself could not articulate the reason. She inexplicably felt a connection with Fu Xuesheng and wished to extend her help. If Fu Xuesheng were present to hear this, she would surely be astonished, perceiving it as an instinctive bond between adversarial characters. Bai Mi could only withdraw. Far removed from the protagonists, Fu Xuesheng cradled the slumbering, enigmatic creature in her arms, blissfully unaware that Bai Mi had sought out her master to enlist the aid of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in liberating her from the clutches of the Pu and Yuan families. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief, relieved that her current predicament was not scripted by the capricious author. Otherwise, she would not have so easily ensnared the male lead in a significant financial predicament nor extricated herself from the entanglements of the protagonists with such ease. She made her way back to the inn she had previously visited, once again delighting in the astonished gazes of the staff as she indulged in a lavish feast, before retreating to her room with the little creature. There, she retrieved the jade pendant gifted to her by Bai Mi. Earlier, Fu Xuesheng had instructed Old K to disable synchronization and discreetly ordered him to mute the voice of Yin Jiuxiao. The spirit beast that commanded Yin Jiuxiao's attention was undoubtedly extraordinary. Holding the jade pendant, Fu Xuesheng's gaze darkened with inscrutable intent. It was imperative for her to possess some form of safeguard against the mysterious Yin Jiuxiao. The little creature she had received was fortuitously perfect for this purpose. Without hesitation, Fu Xuesheng endeavored to extend her spiritual consciousness toward the jade pendant. In that moment, she felt a surge of gratitude towards Yin Jiuxiao. Had he not imparted the cultivation methods of this world to her, she would have been unable to discern the contents of the pendant, even if she had acquired it. Upon her initial encounter with the essence of spiritual consciousness, she noted its striking resemblance to the mental prowess possessed by abilities users in the post-apocalyptic world, which struck her as peculiar, though she did not dwell on it. As her spiritual awareness penetrated the jade pendant, its contents swiftly materialized within Fu Xuesheng's mind. It documented several methods for binding spirit pets through contracts, and after perusing them, she resolved to adopt one that stipulated, should the master perish, the spirit pet would surely follow suit. The demise of the spirit companion, leaving the master in solitude under the contract. How delightful! Fu Xuesheng's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. The process of forming a contract was not arduous. Fu Xuesheng quickly mastered it. She cast the jade pendant into her space, instructing Old K to safeguard it, before embarking on the endeavor to contract the little creature. The small being, curled up like a ball, its fur shimmering mysteriously like the stars adorning the night sky, remained oblivious to the fate that awaited it. Fu Xuesheng wove the contract with her spiritual awareness, allowing a drop of her blood to fall upon the silver contract. In an instant, the entire contract pattern transformed into a crimson hue, splitting in two and soaring into the foreheads of both Fu Xuesheng and the little creature. Buzz! Two streams of blood light erupted from beneath their feet, and the faintly emerging patterns mirrored those of the contract, swiftly merging into their respective bodies. The contract is formed. In the depths of her consciousness, Fu Xuesheng perceived an ethereal voice. Upon opening her eyes, she could not discern the source of that voice. Yet she sensed a newfound connection with the little creature, realizing it was indeed quite frail. Was it injured? Fu Xuesheng murmured to herself, intending to examine the creature's wounds, when suddenly an explosive sound resonated in her mind. Fu Xuesheng. In an instant, both she and the little creature were drawn into the space. Damn, whose space is this? Xuesheng tumbled to the ground within her own space, while the little creature she had just contracted was seized by that scoundrel Yin Jiuxiao. Master. Old K hurriedly helped Xuesheng to her feet. Before Xuesheng had the chance to speak, she heard Yin Jiuxiao's cold and sinister voice reverberate. Xuesheng, you truly dare to form a contract? Instantly, Xuesheng's expression turned icy. Chapter 41. A Return to Liberation. Yin Jiuxiao was indeed an unpredictable man. How dare he shout at her after using her resources? Her demeanor hardened, her eyes glinting with defiance as she met Yin Jiuxiao's sharp gaze. I acquired it with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Why should I not contract it? Yin Jiuxiao's face darkened with rage, particularly at Xuesheng's audacious stance, which only fueled his ire. This infuriating woman, how dare she? Dissolve the contract. He fought against the impulse to strangle Xuesheng, his usually affectionate eyes now devoid of warmth. Xuesheng retorted with a mocking smile. On what grounds? Yin Jiuxiao's gaze deepened, as if a tempest brewed within. Yet Xuesheng remained undaunted. Armed with reason, she felt invincible, especially on her own territory. Did Yin Jiuxiao truly think he could kill her here? A mere fantasy. You seem quite agitated. Could it be that it is your spirit pet? However, if it had an owner, I wouldn't have successfully formed the contract. So what is the source of your anxiety? Xuesheng narrowed her eyes slightly. Noticing the glimmer of cunning in her gaze, Yin Jiuxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Do you know what it is? You dare to contract it? I am looking out for your well-being, lest it awakens fully in the future and, upon discovering it has been contracted by you, cannot resist devouring you whole. Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. Xuesheng is utterly unperturbed. The pact I have chosen dictates that if the master perishes, so too shall the spirit companion. Setting aside the possibility of being devoured in one gulp, should it desire mutual destruction, then let it come. Who fears whom? Xuesheng's disdain did not escape Yin Jiuxiao's notice. That damned woman. Now, why not elucidate the nature of your relationship with it? Why are you so anxious about it? Furthermore, what exactly is this little creature's origin? Xuesheng bombarded him with questions, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the small being nestled in Yin Jiuxiao's arms. Oh, how adorable and fluffy. Yet, why has it been snatched away by this insufferable man? What a foul temper. Xuesheng secretly gritted her teeth. Are you cursing me in your heart? Yin Jiuxiao suddenly glanced up at Xuesheng. She smiled innocently, saying no, I am merely extending my greetings to you and your entire family in my thoughts. Yin Jiuxiao was momentarily taken aback, sensing that her words were not entirely benign. By the way, I have a method to elevate your celestial abode. Suddenly, Yin Jiuxiao flashed a smile at Xuesheng. Xuesheng regarded him warily, sensing that he ought not to be so benevolent at this juncture. What are you scheming? Xuesheng inquired. Yin Jiuxiao chuckled softly, explaining that upgrading the celestial abode would greatly benefit your future cultivation. Consider it a token of gratitude for your acquisition of it. With that, Yin Jiuxiao gently patted the drowsy little creature in his arms. Observing his actions, Xuesheng felt an urge to assert, this is her little creature. However, you wouldn't want to play tricks, would you? When will you grant me the sword technique and the forging skills you promised? As Xuesheng's words faded, two beams of light shot forth from Yin Jiuxiao's direction, piercing directly into her brow, causing a tremor in her sea of consciousness. Immediately, she saw the contents of the sword technique and forging skills within her mind. Although Xuesheng could not discern the rank of these two arts, she felt an immense power emanating from them. Devote yourself to comprehending the sword technique and forging skills. When you awaken, you will discover that the immortal abode has been upgraded. Yin Jiuxiao's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Would you truly be so benevolent? A flicker of doubt crossed Xuesheng's mind. However, before she could ponder the matter further, she became wholly captivated by the sword technique being continuously demonstrated in her consciousness. Within Xuesheng's sea of awareness, a golden figurine wielding a golden sword persistently swung, and though the movements appeared simple, they conveyed profound truths of the Tao. Remarkable. As the golden figurine struck down with its sword, shattering mountains and rivers, Xuesheng gasped in awe. Suddenly, it felt as if the memories of her original self had been stirred, yet before she could trace their origins, everything returned to tranquility. Like a passing goose leaving no trace. Immersed in the swordsmanship, Xuesheng was entirely oblivious to this occurrence. This sword technique comprised merely 4 forms. Yet it seemed to unlock a new realm for Xuesheng, allowing her to perceive the strength of this world. Returning to the origin sword technique. Xuesheng etched the name of this sword technique into her memory. She reluctantly withdrew from the sword technique and turned her attention to the smelting art, whose name was bluntly simple: fundamental smelting art. The content therein elucidated precisely the foundational smelting knowledge that Xuesheng currently required. The material was succinct, allowing Xuesheng to peruse it swiftly. Upon completing her review of both the sword technique and the smelting art, she exited the sea of consciousness, only to suddenly sense a shift in the spatial atmosphere. The most discernible change was the intensified density of spiritual energy in the space. Master, our space has successfully upgraded. As Xuesheng marveled at this revelation, Old K approached her, his usually calm voice now infused with a touch of human-like excitement. Instinctively, Xuesheng glanced at the screen, which indeed displayed a progression in spatial level from level 1 to level 2. The area of the space had expanded significantly as well. Old K continued, and Xuesheng observed that the space had indeed grown larger. The green mist that once enveloped the surroundings had receded considerably, revealing outlines of mountains and lakes. The quaint wooden houses had transformed into the reminiscent style of Suzhou gardens from her previous life. Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback. Old K, ever attentive to her reactions, noted her gaze linger on the newly manifested dwellings and promptly stated, after the spatial upgrade, we now possess the ability to alter the exterior appearance of the houses. I have sourced this particular design from the database. If it does not meet your approval, I can replace it immediately. Would you prefer a European, Japanese, or French style? No, this is quite satisfactory, Xuesheng replied without hesitation. She cherished the architectural beauty of her homeland, and this moderately sized Suzhou garden resonated perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. Having spoken, she realized that it seemed one person was missing. Where was Yin Jiuxiao? Xuesheng inquired. As a loyal AI steward. Even though Old K held a certain admiration for Yin Jiuxiao's appearance, it would never betray its master. Xuesheng's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on her own rage at Old K's words. Yin Jiuxiao, you scoundrel. Oh, my spirit stones. Revenge. Xuesheng was certain this was undoubtedly Yin Jiuxiao's act of vengeance. Chapter 42. He is a spendthrift. Old K silently accompanied Xuesheng as they sat atop a newly emerged mountain peak in the space, feeling the mountain breeze. Do not come near me, Xuesheng said with an expressionless face, preventing Old K from drawing closer. Old K shifted to the side. As an AI intelligence, despite lacking human emotions, he understood that his master was deeply saddened at this moment. He searched his database for comforting phrases and finally found one that seemed appropriate. Master, what is lost can always be regained. Silence. Xuesheng coldly interrupted Old K's attempt at consolation. Do not mention this matter again. Her heart was bleeding. Yin Jiuxiao was too ruthless. She had worked so hard to amass those spirit stones, and before she could even savor their essence, they were gone. Xuesheng, feeling despondent, pouted, wishing to cry, but she could not. As a woman capable of slaying zombies and tearing apart the heavens, how could she weep over money? Old K, let me be alone for a while, just a little while. Xuesheng took a deep breath, gradually calming her emotions. As for that foolish Yin Jiuxiao, hiding after committing misdeeds and even taking her spirit pet, she was certain that Yin Jiuxiao did this on purpose. Even though the upgrade of the space indeed requires a considerable amount of spirit stones, it is not imperative to proceed with the upgrade at this very moment. Could she not accumulate spirit stones first and upgrade at a later time? This man is merely indulging in blatant revenge. Xuesheng let out a cold laugh, silently marking this dead in her mind. Naturally, Old K could not defy Xuesheng's commands, but before departing, he offered a piece of advice. Master, consider this. Those spirit stones have at least been utilized for the space upgrade. Get lost, was Xuesheng's response, accompanied by a clod of earth hurled in his direction. Without evasion, Old K endured the gentle impact, revealing a humanized smile. Such is his master, firm in words yet soft at heart, though clearly infuriated. When she chose to throw something at him, she instinctively selected a harmless clod of dirt, opting against even a stone. Old K departed, leaving Xuesheng undisturbed. After sitting atop the mountain for a while, her mood settled considerably, and she swiftly exited the space. Yet, her heart still ached. After all, encounters with someone as bountiful as Yuan Xin were rare opportunities. With a stern expression, Xuesheng silently massaged her aching heart. She donned a biomimetic mask, instantly transforming into an unremarkable appearance. This was the visage of Xuejun. Leaving the inn, Fu Xuesheng first made her way to the blacksmith's guild, where the batch of firearm components she had previously commissioned was likely ready. She had been pondering what excuse to use to leave the Pu family to retrieve these parts. But now, it had become a matter of convenience. As for the basic smelting technique acquired from Yin Jiuxiao, once mastered, she could attempt to forge on her own. The endeavors at the smithing guild proceeded smoothly, largely thanks to Fu Xuesheng having settled the smelting fees in advance. Had it not been for that rascal Yin Jiuxiao's interference, she would have found herself unable to procure the necessary funds. Now that the weapons were in her possession, it was imperative to seize an opportunity to test their quality. "Boss, you finally arrived." As Fu Xuesheng approached the entrance of the Warrior Alliance's Zealand branch, she spotted a youth squatting nearby. "Xiang Zhixing?" Fu Xuesheng expressed her surprise. Upon hearing his name called, the youth flashed a toothy grin and exclaimed, "Boss, here you mustn't call me by my full name. Refer to me as Tian Lang." Fu Xuesheng's lips twitched slightly. She had almost forgotten that this lad was quite the quintessential youth, lost in his own fantasies. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. The exuberant young man, Xiang Zhixing, leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he replied, "I'm waiting for the boss to take on a mission together." Fu Xuesheng looked at him in bewilderment. When had she ever agreed to undertake a mission with him? Sensing her confusion, Xiang Zhixing grew anxious. "Don't you remember? When we parted last time, we promised to do this together. Did we?" Perhaps it was this very misunderstanding that had led to his expectations. However, her decision to embark on a mission stemmed from the necessity of replenishing her spirit stones, which had been squandered by that reckless Yin Jiuxiao, and to test the newly acquired firearms. Bringing along this fellow would indeed complicate matters. Fu Xuesheng promptly replied, "Perhaps next time." The disappointment and grievance were unmistakable on Xiang Zhixing's face. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though he had been forsaken by a heartless companion. "It truly is inconvenient," Fu Xuesheng insisted, steeling herself against his dismay. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have bypassed the Warrior Alliance for the task and directly gone to Longlong Valley to inspect the condition of her firearms, subsequently selling the hunted beast carcasses to the shops that acquired demon beast skins and bones. Was it not her own greed that led her here? Fu Xuesheng inwardly berated herself. She was lured by the enticing rewards of those tasks. Otherwise, what would have compelled her to visit the Warrior Alliance? When would the next opportunity arise? Xiang Zhixing truly empathized with Fu Xuesheng's predicament and thus graciously stepped back. The next time, Fu Xuesheng could not guarantee her freedom of movement within the Pu family, relying solely on exploiting a flaw in the heavenly laws. What about 3 days hence? In response to Xiang Zhixing's anticipation, Fu Xuesheng provided a precise date. This would allow her a few days to procure items suitable for auction to send to buy me. During that time, she could also visit the Alchemist Guild to purchase some refining tools and experiment with smelting. Alchemy, smelting, sword techniques. Suddenly, Fu Xuesheng felt a surge of busyness enveloping her. Satisfied with Fu Xuesheng's definitive answer, Xiang Zhixing did not leave immediately. Instead, he eagerly assisted her in selecting tasks. Ultimately, under his admiring gaze, Fu Xuesheng accepted a 4-star mission to hunt the Howling Moon Wolf Pack. A 4-star mission marked the highest level of difficulty within the Warrior Alliance of Zealand City. They arrived at the registration desk, where the young woman inside was none other than Zilan, whom Fu Xuesheng had encountered before. Zilan evidently remembered her, exclaiming, "Is it you?" Fu Xuesheng smiled and nodded, presenting the task for her to register. Upon discovering that Fu Xuesheng had taken on another challenging mission, Zilan, though less astonished than before, still remarked, "You are truly impressive. If you can successfully complete this 4-star mission, your warrior level will rise to at least 3 stars. Upon hearing this, the admiration in Xiang Zhixing's eyes became even more pronounced. Chapter 43. The Hunt Begins. Fu Xuesheng smoothly received the task of hunting the Howling Moonwolf Pack, and Xiang Zhixing followed closely behind as they exited the Warrior Alliance branch. "Boss, are you really planning to take on the Howling Moon Wolf Pack all by yourself?" Xiang Zhixing suddenly realized that his leader intended to single-handedly confront the entire wolf pack. After all, the Howling Moon Wolves excelled in group combat. Once they set their sights on someone, it would be a relentless fight to the bitter end. Moreover, Fu Xuesheng had actively provoked them. Truly, he was deserving of the title boss. Noticing the concern in the young man's eyes, Fu Xuesheng's ordinary face broke into a faint smile. "Do you not trust me?" "Of course, I believe in your abilities, boss. Jiuxiao replied without hesitation. Xuesheng patted him on the shoulder, in good spirits as he said, "When we meet next time, I'll bring you a howling moon wolf's fang." "Really?" Jiuxiao's eyes lit up. The fang of a howling moon wolf. How magnificent. It is well known that howling moon wolves are pack animals, making it quite challenging to hunt them and obtain their fangs. Jiuxiao felt that his boss was indeed a hidden gem. "It's absolutely true," Xuesheng assured him. There was no doubt that Xuesheng's demeanor became exceptionally friendly when it came to characters that were either absent from the plot or far removed from it. After parting ways with Jiuxiao at the Warrior Alliance branch, Xuesheng headed towards the direction of the Misty Valley. It is not that she is particularly fond of capturing the mystical beasts within the lush valley, but rather that, as a newcomer, her familiarity with hunting grounds is limited to this very locale. Furthermore, the valley abounds with medicinal herbs and spiritual flora, which she can conveniently gather to cultivate within her space. Yin Jiuxiao had once mentioned that items imbued with natural spiritual energy would facilitate the enhancement of her space when placed within it. One must admit that the Martial Artists Alliance is quite reliable. Upon accepting a task of 4 stars or higher, they also provide various intelligence services, both complimentary and fee-based. For instance, after Xuesheng undertook this 4-star mission, she was able to obtain a complimentary map from Zealand, detailing the areas within Zealand City where the Howling Moonwolves were known to roam. Naturally, Xuesheng, who was only acquainted with the Lush Valley, opted for this location. Should she desire more detailed information, such as the number and ranks of the wolf pack, she would need to pay a certain sum of spirit stones to acquire it. The mere thought of this filled Xuesheng with resentment towards Yin Jiuxiao. The Howling Moon Wolves lurked in the deep mountains to the southwest of the Lush Valley, and Xuesheng would have to traverse a significant portion of the valley to reach that destination. Upon entering the Lush Valley, she began her search for spiritual plants and medicinal seedlings. As darkness fell, she found a cave to rest in, and by the light of the campfire, she commenced assembling her firearm components. A comfortable environment can lead to a decrease in vigilance, which is undeniably perilous in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Xuesheng refrains from seeking refuge or rest within her space in times of danger. Lao Ke was well aware of her habits and would not encourage her to enter the space either. Before the apocalypse, Xuesheng had never encountered firearms. It was only in the 2nd year of the cataclysm that she earnestly began to wield them. Over the course of the following 8 years, she became intimately acquainted with the intricacies of firearms. Consequently, her speed in assembling weapons was astonishing, as if in a whirlwind of motion, until an MTC-50 sniper rifle materialized before her. The sight of this familiar firearm stirred a sense of nostalgia within Xuesheng. This model had emerged only after the world had fallen apart, primarily designed to target the mutated, evolved zombies, which boasted a resilience far surpassing that of ordinary zombies, coupled with a remarkably swift reflex. The MTC-50 sniper rifle was not only capable of single shots, but also of delivering a barrage of highly accurate fire at great distances, wielding immense power. Most importantly, the ammunition for the MTC-50 was not ordinary. It was crafted from energy orbs derived from the cores of zombies. Although Xuesheng had long since lost her own core, Old K had discovered a method to utilize demon cores as a substitute. Should this experiment prove successful, it would afford Xuesheng an additional layer of security in this unfamiliar realm. After all, when her so-called spiritual energy was depleted, her stamina exhausted, and her abilities exhausted, she could still rely on firearms for survival. Furthermore, for certain missions, the presence of a firearm would enable her to execute her tasks with greater efficacy. Take, for instance, the impending hunt for the Howling Moon Wolf pack. It would be folly for her to charge into the midst of the wolves alone, as she would likely find herself torn apart by the Howling Moon Wolves rather than emerging victorious. However, with this formidable sniper rifle, everything would change. Xuesheng gripped the sleek body of the weapon tightly, her anticipation for the outcome of tomorrow's endeavor growing ever more fervent. In addition, Xuesheng could not help but commend the artisans of this world, whose dexterity and craftsmanship were truly remarkable. Each component was flawlessly replicated, without a hint of deviation. Otherwise, she would not have been able to assemble it successfully. Filled with excitement, Xuesheng took a brief rest, and upon awakening the next day, just as dawn broke outside the cave, she rose. After hastily consuming some provisions, she set off towards the lair of the Howling Moon Wolves. As night fell, Xuesheng had already concealed herself in a hidden nook, keenly observing the pack of howling moonwolves on the distant hillside. She had not just arrived. She had been there for some time, choosing not to act impulsively. Instead, she remained in the shadows, meticulously counting the number of wolves. This particular pack consisted of approximately 23 members, meeting the requirements of her mission. The task specifically stated that the number of howling moon wolves should not be fewer than 15, which meant that any additional wolves would belong to Xuesheng. The demon cores she had extracted during the beast tide were carefully stored, and at that moment, 3 demon cores were loaded into her MTC-50 sniper rifle. She adjusted the scope quietly, aiming at the furthest wolf from the pack. In her current state, her strength in this world was relatively weak, relying on the skills from her previous life, thus rendering her unable to discern the ranks of these howling moon wolves. She could only depend on Old K for analysis. It must be noted that the last beast tide had provided Old K with ample samples for examination. Therefore, even without Yin Jiuxiao's assistance, Old K swiftly determined that the targeted howling moon wolf was a mid-tier second-grade beast. This aligned with her own alchemical rank, and had she practiced martial arts, she would also be considered a second-grade martial artist. However, even for a second-tier martial practitioner, facing a beast of the same rank typically places one at a disadvantage. Yet, Xuesheng was different. Behind the scope of her sniper rifle, her crimson lips curled into a subtle smile as her hand decisively pulled the trigger. A faint sound, almost imperceptible in the stillness of the night, marked the extraction of energy from the demon core by the MTC-50. This force, compressed rapidly through the barrel, pierced the silencer, transforming into a sharp, blood-red bullet that sped towards the head of the howling moonwolf. Before the mid-second-tier howling moonwolf could fully articulate its howl, it collapsed silently to the ground. Chapter 44, just a brief slumber. Through the scope, Xuesheng observed the howling moonwolf's quiet demise, and her smile widened slightly. The energy contained within the demon core exceeded her expectations. Employing such a strategy of using one's own against them proved most effective. Furthermore, upon inspecting the residual energy of the first demon core, she estimated that it could yield 2 to 3 additional bullets, contingent upon the core's grade. In the modified magazine of her sniper rifle, Xuesheng had placed 1 demon core each from the first, second, and third tiers for the purpose of gauging energy output. The energy encapsulated within a first-tier demon core could produce 3 to 4 bullets. As for the energy yields from second and third-tier demon cores, further testing was required. Xuesheng made slight adjustments to her rifle, aiming at the second howling moon wolf. She continued to select solitary lone wolves far from the pack, intending to silently harvest the lives of these howling moon wolves. Just like that previous shot, the night remained undisturbed by the other howling moon wolves. The energy projectile inflicted a minimal wound, possessing a coagulative property. Even though the skull had been shattered, the injury would not bleed excessively, significantly reducing the likelihood of the other wolves detecting the scent of blood. Uft, uft, uft. Xuesheng fired 3 consecutive shots, depleting the energy of the first-grade demon core. The exhausted core dissipated into nothingness, while the second-grade demon core replenished her supply. Meanwhile, on the opposite hillside, 3 wolf corpses silently appeared. Awu, the howling moon wolf king, reclining at the highest point, seemed to sense something, rising to emit a low whimper. Xuesheng refrained from targeting the wolf king first, recognizing the challenge it would pose. Any disturbance could jeopardize her assassination plan. Once she confirmed the pack had settled again, she resumed her search for prey. This time, she aimed her gun at a pair of wolves snuggled together. Uft, uft. 2 shots rang out, the dark red, enchanting energy bullets striking precisely at the center of the wolves' foreheads, ensuring they would remain entwined in eternity. The long night stretched before Xuesheng, granting her ample time to methodically harvest the lives of the howling moon pack. After a stick of incense had burned, the magazine of the MTC-50 was empty. Xuesheng also discerned that the second-grade demon core could yield 6 energy projectiles, while the third-grade core could produce an astounding 10. A total of 20 energy projectiles had been discharged, leaving the barrel heated. Xuesheng caressed the barrel before stowing the weapon away. The disparity among the 3 grades of demon cores provided her with a vivid understanding of the distinctions in rank among the demon beasts. Could the disparity in rank among human practitioners be similarly profound? As Xuesheng stealthily approached the hillside strewn with wolf carcasses, such thoughts traversed her mind. This wolf pack comprised 23 wolves, of which she had successfully eliminated 20. Aside from the wolf king, merely 2 remained. She had achieved her objective of testing the firearm. By the time Xuesheng reached the foot of the slope, she had already exchanged her weapon for a sharp, black golden dagger. The blood grooves on the blade enhancing its lethality. This dagger, which had captivated her acquaintance at first glance, was indeed a formidable tool for slaying wolves. The two wolves she had deliberately spared were situated at a distance from the Wolf King and were separated, thus facilitating her strategy of taking them down one by one. Suddenly, the slumbering Howling Moon Wolf King awoke from its dreams, an overwhelming sense of danger rousing it. Without hesitation, the robust Howling Moon Wolf King, as strong as a young bull, rose from its elevated position. Its moon-white fur shimmered beautifully under the cold moonlight, while its keen eyes scanned the surroundings but detected no anomalies. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. The Howling Moon Wolf King raised its head and let out a long howl, a woo. Master, this Howling Moon Wolf King is also of the 4th rank. Yet it should surpass the previously encountered ferocious fire lion in strength, likely having reached the mid-4th rank, Old K cautioned. Understood, Xuesheng replied, concealed in the shadows. Observing the agitated Wolf King, witnessing the king's restlessness, a subtle smile graced her lips. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? In the mid-4th rank. According to this world's cultivation hierarchy, she would certainly not stand a chance against the Howling Moon Wolf King. Yet, who said she was without her advantages? Xuesheng lowered her gaze to the black gold dagger in her hand, a truly exquisite weapon. Not only capable of sealing a wound with lethal precision, but also remarkably devoid of bloodstains. At that moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King finally sensed something amiss. Amidst the subtle scent of blood, how could it fail to notice that so many wolves had perished? The Howling Moon Wolf King caught the whiff of blood, releasing a low growl from its throat, intent on unearthing the hidden foe. After merely a slumber, all the wolves that had submitted to it lay lifeless? Such an affront could not be tolerated. The Howling Moon Wolf King vowed to uncover the perpetrator, to tear open their throat and dismantle their bones piece by piece. Amidst the Wolf King's roar, Xuesheng discerned the underlying message. Awoo! Show yourself, scoundrel! The Howling Moon Wolf King bellowed in fury. A slight smile crept upon Xuesheng's lips. She felt a profound sympathy for the Wolf King, understanding its current turmoil. Wasting no further time, she emerged from her concealment, her nano-armor instantaneously hardening into a formidable suit of armor, fully capable of withstanding the Wolf King's razor-sharp claws and teeth. Xuesheng harbored no shame. When one's strength falls short, external equipment serves as a manifestation of power. After all, her skills were honed in the post-apocalyptic world. What are zombies? Entities that could assimilate one with a mere scratch or bite. Before mastering the art of slaying zombies, Xuesheng first learned the crucial lesson of self-preservation. Yin Jiuxiao had advised her that in this world, she must first learn to endure blows. Yet, in her own realm, the first lesson was to safeguard herself from harm. Beneath the cold moonlight, a live figure emerged, the human maiden, causing the Howling Moon Wolf King to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Did she truly slay her own subjects? A creature so feeble that it could be effortlessly dispatched with a mere swipe? Yet soon enough, it detected the scent of its slain kin emanating from Xuesheng, causing its gaze to sharpen with a chilling intensity. Xuesheng clasped her hands before her, and with a sudden flare of flames, transformed them into 2 daggers of varying lengths. The one in her right hand was longer, while the one in her left was shorter. The blades flickered with fire, illuminating her features with an ethereal glow. Her already crimson lips appeared even more enchanting amidst the flames, and with a slight curl of her finger, she provocatively beckoned the Howling Moon Wolf King. Come forth. Provoked, the Howling Moon Wolf King unleashed a furious roar and lunged toward Xuesheng. Chapter 45. A Grand Misunderstanding. The massive form of the Howling Moon Wolf King surged toward her, accompanied by a barrage of sharp wind blades. So, the Howling Moon Wolf King's power lies in wind manipulation. Xuesheng's eyes sparkled with realization as she wielded her dual daggers to slice through the gusts aimed at her. Previously, when confronting the rampaging fire lion, she had discerned that some creatures in this world possessed extraordinary abilities, reminiscent of abilities from a post-apocalyptic realm, yet distinctly different. Fire swells in the presence of wind. This Wolf King seems not the sharpest. Though she jested, she remained vigilant. The flames upon her daggers ignited fiercely upon clashing with the Wolf King's wind, casting a brilliant light across the hillside. Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf King threw its head back and howled at the moon, its form suddenly accelerating. Xuesheng's eyes narrowed. Wind can enhance speed. The Wolf King's silhouette flickered, striking from various angles. In the moonlit night, Xuesheng wielded her flame dagger, deftly parrying the assaults of the howling Moon Wolf King. Appearing somewhat on the defensive, the fierce battle unfolded between the lone warrior and the formidable beast. Suddenly, green luminescence emanated from Xuesheng's sides, transforming into thorn-laden vines that ensnared the howling Moon Wolf King from both flanks. The beast evaded with great agility, issuing furious roars in response. Yet, the relentless vines continued to entwine, while the flame dagger struck decisively, turning the tide of battle. The once mighty Wolf King found itself in a state of disarray. A tempestuous wind sought to tear apart the vines, but they swayed defiantly, refusing to yield, which only fueled the Wolf King's agitation. Paradoxically, the more it attempted to control the winds, the more potent Xuesheng's flames became. The fire that danced upon her dagger swiftly transformed into a blazing wall, surging toward the howling Moon Wolf King. At that moment, shrouded by the firelight, Xuesheng executed a swift maneuver, gliding close to the ground. With her left hand, she thrust her short dagger with precision into the Wolf King's abdomen, leveraging her momentum to carve a deep gash. In an instant, the dagger ignited, setting ablaze the interior of the Wolf King's body through the wound. A howl of agony erupted from the beast, robbing it of its capacity to retaliate. As it collapsed and writhed upon the ground, its once lustrous fur turning a dismal black. Moments later, silence enveloped the battlefield. Once the Wolf King lay still, Xuesheng approached, extracting its demon core with her black gold dagger and severing its fangs. She then commenced the task of clearing the battleground. Of the 20 howling moon wolves, 15 were destined for the Martial Alliance, while the remaining 8 would serve as her personal spoils. After securing the demon core, she cast the wolf's corpse into her spatial realm, entrusting it to the adept Old K, who would skillfully separate the pelt and bones. As dawn broke, Xuesheng departed from the territory of the howling moon wolf. In this battle, she had employed a clever strategy. However, her confrontation with the howling Moon Wolf King was a genuine test of strength. The Wolf King's sharp claws had left marks upon her nano-battle suit, now mended, and facing a mid-level 4th-tier beast, had nearly depleted half of Xuesheng's extraordinary abilities. It was said that while 4th-tier beasts posed considerable challenges, they resided at the lower echelons of beastly power, barely reaching the pinnacle of the lower tier. This realization ignited a profound sense of crisis within Xuesheng for the first time since her arrival in this world. Her prowess was sufficient for her to navigate the apocalypse with ease, yet here, it was woefully inadequate. As she traversed the dense valley and navigated through a chaotic rocky gorge, her keen senses as an SSS-level ability user, coupled with Old K's warnings, prompted her to instinctively dive to the side, narrowly evading a surprise attack from behind. Kneeling on one knee, her nano-battle suit instantaneously transformed into armor. She wielded her hands, and twin fiery daggers reappeared. Vines, fierce and serpentine, surged forth, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Old K, what is it? Xuesheng observed her surroundings with vigilance, silently questioning. Just moments ago, she had sensed a life-threatening danger but was unaware of the source of the attack. The response came not from Old K, but from Yin Jiuxiao, a late-stage 5th-tier beast, seemingly the same one that had guarded the green jade spirit grass, now drawn by the scent of the grass emanating from her. This time, there was no hint of schadenfreude in his voice, but rather an unprecedented gravity. Height. Xuesheng clenched her teeth, her cold gaze flickering with a chilling glint. Crack. The sound of stones being crushed underfoot echoed ahead, and Xuesheng finally caught sight of the beast that had ambushed her. Previously, she had only glimpsed it from a distance in haste. But today's revelation was nothing short of shocking. This creature bore the head of a leopard, its body resembling that of a horse. Yet its feet were akin to eagle talons, and it possessed 3 tails that trailed behind like steel whips. Its gaze was piercing and frigid, fixed upon Xuesheng as if she were but an insignificant insect. Damn it, is the male lead truly so useless? He didn't manage to slay this fiend. Xuesheng found the situation utterly absurd. It was Yuan Qin who had drawn the beast away back then, yet he had failed to kill it, allowing it to track her down now. Moreover, how long had it been since she consumed the Qingyu Lingji? Was this beast a dog, capable of detecting its scent? Under the beast's relentless stare, Xuesheng felt every hair on her body stand on end, her scalp tingling. It had been ages since she had experienced such a sensation. Even when confronted by the zombie king, she had not felt this way. In that moment, Xuesheng understood clearly that Yin Jiuxiao was correct. She was no match for the creature before her. Mid-stage of the 5th tier, within Xuesheng's limited understanding. Such a beast merely occupied the lower ranks of the monster hierarchy. If the previous Howling Moon Wolf King merely ignited Xuesheng's sense of crisis, then the appearance of this beast before her has unequivocally made her recognize the truth in Yin Jiuxiao's words. With her current strength, should she encounter a true master, her demise would be utterly tragic. This feeling enveloped her now. Xuesheng unconsciously licked her dry red lips, focusing intently on the motionless creature before her, not daring to let her attention waver for even a moment. What are you still waiting for? Yin Jiuxiao's voice resonated once more. Xuesheng replied coolly. If I hide this time, what of the next? If every time I enter the long valley, I must remain vigilant against its sudden appearance? Who can assure me that I will be fortunate enough to evade its pursuit again? Even if I refrain from entering the valley again, who can guarantee that it won't emerge to find me? It mattered not that the beast had failed to locate her previously, now that it had, and had set its sights on her. Xuesheng did not believe the creature would let her escape easily. The moment the beast revealed itself, a situation of mutual destruction had already been established between them. Yin Jiuxiao fell silent for a moment. You may choose to wait until you possess the strength to confront it. Should we not underestimate the youth and their poverty? Xuesheng scoffed. What of 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west? Should we not underestimate the youth and their poverty? She understood that if she chose to evade conflict today, the matter would forever weigh upon her heart. With her spatial abilities at her disposal, in the face of life and death, she could always retreat into her sanctuary. With such a formidable safeguard in hand, why should she not take the risk? Even if she could not slay the beast, she must make it aware that she was not to be trifled with. In the depths of Xuesheng's gaze, a fierce light flickered, and the vines encircling her responded to her command, launching the first strike. Chapter 46. She is, in truth, a wolfsbane. In the space beyond, Lao Ke tilted his head, unabashedly scrutinizing the man before the virtual screen. Of course, he was merely an AI intellect, devoid of the capacity for subterfuge. His curiosity piqued. He pondered why Yin Jiuxiao, during his conversation with the master, exhibited a tone imbued with concern and gravity, yet his expression remained nonchalant, even tinged with mockery. As the master uttered the classic line, "Do not underestimate the young and impoverished," the mockery in the man's gaze intensified. Subsequently, he fell silent, choosing instead to admire the master's combat prowess through the virtual screen. Indeed, it was admiration. Contrary to his previous display of concern, he seemed merely intrigued. Indifferent to the master's fate, Lao Ke felt that his reflections were laden with descriptors, and though they were not data, he sensed a burgeoning understanding mingled with further confusion. The intricacies of human emotion were far too complex. Shaking his head, he relinquished his thoughts, silently designating Yin Jiuxiao as a subject of observation. Outside the confines of the space, Xuesheng initiated the assault, the vines that had once coiled around her lunging towards the demon beast. However, before several vines could strike, an invisible and terrifying force shattered them. Xuesheng widened her eyes in sudden realization and swiftly evaded. In her movement, she seemed to catch a glimpse of disdain flickering in the golden pupils of the demon beast. Suddenly, the demon beast sprang into action. In a fleeting moment, Xuesheng found herself bereft of the sight and presence of the malevolent beast, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Suddenly, she was hurled away by an immense force, crashing into the jagged rocks of the canyon. Had it not been for her nano-battle suit, the impact would surely have resulted in catastrophic fractures. As she struggled to rise from the rubble, a sharp pain gripped her chest, accompanied by a fit of coughing. Yet, almost instantaneously, a refreshing energy coursed through her body, alleviating her discomfort. Without warning, a shadow descended from above. Xuesheng narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms, raising her fiery daggers to shield her head. The force of the impact compelled her to look up, revealing a razor-sharp claw mere inches from her scalp, glimmering with a chilling light. Her fiery blades failed to penetrate the claw's formidable defense, deepening her sense of dread. With a powerful motion, she slashed upward. The flames on her daggers surged to a height of over 10 feet. As the beast recoiled, Xuesheng seized the opportunity to evade its grasp. There was no respite, for as she retreated, countless flames erupted behind her, transforming into 9 colossal fire beasts that charged toward the creature. It seemed as if the beast were toying with her. When the 9 flaming giants approached, it remained utterly still, its 3 whip-like tails intertwining to effortlessly disperse the formidable attack. The futility of her efforts caused Fu Xuesheng's expression to shift dramatically. Her abilities surged forth with reckless abandon. Yet even such a fierce onslaught merely served to impede the beast's movements, failing to inflict any tangible harm upon it. In the vast expanse, Yin Jiuxiao reveled in the spectacle displayed on the virtual screen, where Fu Xuesheng found herself in a predicament, having personally tested the waters. She knew well that she was no match for her opponent, yet she stubbornly refused to retreat. How resolute she was! Nestled in his embrace was the nameless little beast that Fu Xuesheng had procured for a hefty sum of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each time Yin Jiuxiao's slender fingers caressed the creature's fur, a gentle luminescence radiated from the sleeping beast, entwining around his fingertips before seemingly re-entering its body after a few delicate revolutions. To him, this battle, devoid of suspense, seemed unnecessary. Yet it was evident that the onlookers outside held a different perspective. Indeed, Fu Xuesheng was still grappling with the demon beast, acutely aware that her extraordinary powers were nearly depleted. However, the 5th-grade late-stage demon beast showed no signs of injury. With a resounding crack, as the flames extinguished, Fu Xuesheng was struck sharply by the beast's whip-like tail, propelling her through the air. Before she could touch the ground, 2 additional tails ensnared her, forcefully slamming her against the rocky terrain. The impact rendered her voiceless, her internal organs feeling as though they had shifted uncomfortably. She bit her lips tightly, yet blood seeped through the cracks, so weak. As she was crushed into the debris, her vision blurred, leaving her with nothing but this singular thought. After her powers had undergone continuous enhancement, it had been ages since she had felt weak. Even upon arriving in this world, she had believed herself adequately equipped to safeguard her own existence. Yet today, this late-stage 5th-tier beast imparted a formidable lesson upon her. Even with all her might, in this realm, her strength was insufficient to vanquish even a single 5th-tier creature. In the fleeting moment of blurred vision, myriad thoughts cascaded through Fu Xuesheng's mind. Suddenly, she felt the skin on her neck pierce, a searing pain jolting her back to lucidity, as the haze before her eyes transformed into clarity. The beast's lethal claws had ensnared her throat, and with but a slight exertion, it could extinguish her life. The instinct to survive compelled Fu Xuesheng to grasp the claws that constricted her neck with both hands. Boom! Flames erupted from her palms, enveloping the beast's claws within their fiery grasp. Perhaps the flames were too near this time, or perhaps Fu Xuesheng's will to survive ignited a fiercer blaze. As the beast was scorched, it emitted a piercing shriek, releasing its grip on her fragile neck. Though her ears bled from the beast's anguished cry, she had managed to preserve her life. The enraged creature shook its flaming claws, and the fire was extinguished in an instant. Its whip-like tail surged toward Fu Xuesheng. In the depths of her cold gaze, a resolute determination flickered. She ceased her resistance, allowing the beast's tail to seize her waist and lift her into the air. The furious creature, having raised Fu Xuesheng, directed her straight toward its gaping maw. As that fearsome mouth opened wide, she was greeted by a foul stench and a glimpse of its jagged, serrated teeth. As she drew nearer to the beast, Fu Xuesheng stealthily positioned her right hand behind her back. In that moment, she remained exceedingly calm, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the distance between herself and the beast. In the vast expanse of space, through the perspective of Fu Xuesheng, she beheld the scene that Old K and Yin Jiuxiao also witnessed. Old K remained composed, poised in stillness until commanded by his master. The emotions reflected in Yin Jiuxiao's seemingly affectionate eyes were, however, obscure and enigmatic. With a triumphant roar, the beast sought to devour Fu Xuesheng. At that critical moment, a fierce determination flashed across her face. Her left hand, which had been hanging limply, was suddenly raised and thrust into the maw of the beast. Concealed behind her, her right hand gripped a black gold dagger tightly, and without hesitation, she aimed it directly at the creature's eye. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the foremost adversary was none other than the zombies. Before humanity awakened their latent powers, they relied solely on their strength to combat these monstrous foes. The physical prowess of women paled in comparison to that of men, particularly when it came to shattering the hardest of skulls. Thus, those courageous women who dared to confront zombies soon discovered that while their strength might not suffice to crush the skulls, they could pierce the eye sockets with sharp weapons, effectively dismantling the brain within and slaying the undead. With a piercing cry, the beast howled in agony as the black gold dagger penetrated its eye socket. Blood and viscera erupting forth. The whip-like tail coiled around Fu Xuesheng's waist tightened ominously, threatening to constrict around her body through the layers of her nano-battle attire. Fu Xuesheng endured the pain with a fierce gaze, her right hand gripping the black gold dagger, twisting it with fervor. Reminiscent of the moment she vanquished her first zombie at the dawn of the apocalypse. A resonant hum filled the air as a green light suddenly radiated from her hand. Her wood-based abilities transformed into slender, sharp vines that swiftly penetrated the wounds around the beast's eyes, their leaves morphing into serrated edges that feasted upon the creature's brain matter as sustenance. The anguished beast let out a sorrowful wail, struggling in desperation. Fu Xuesheng clutched the dagger tighter, continuing to probe deeper, fully aware that the beast was beyond salvation, yet unwilling to relinquish her grip. In the surrounding space, Yin Jiuxiao, who had been observing this dramatic turn of events, couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful." His tone carried a hint of surprise, as if he hadn't anticipated Fu Xuesheng's audacity. Her daring approach. Thus, even though she appeared utterly disheveled, her body marred with wounds and blood, he found her actions strikingly beautiful. Within the rocky gorge, the beast finally collapsed to the ground, and Fu Xuesheng followed suit, crashing onto the earth. She lay amidst the pool of the creature's blood, utterly drained of strength. Her hands trembling, her left from pain, her right from exertion. Reclining beside the beast's carcass, Fu Xuesheng gazed up at the sky, her energy and powers depleted, leaving her with only the option to retreat into her space as a last resort. Facing a fifth-tier late-stage beast, she had truly exerted herself, fighting for her life. With a self-deprecating smile, Fu Xuesheng acknowledged the madness of confronting such a formidable foe. Yet in the end, she had survived, hadn't she? Her laughter erupted, a joyous sound that echoed through the desolate landscape. That was a smile born from surviving disaster, a smile of triumph. Hiss! After the hearty laughter, the pain from her injuries made Fu Xuesheng gasp. The male lead is truly unscrupulous, expecting me to clean up his mess. As a wicked supporting character, I have truly exhausted myself. Old K, take me into the space. After mentally cursing the male protagonist of the original story, Fu Xuesheng, devoid of strength, commanded Old K. In a flash of white light, both Fu Xuesheng and the corpse of the beast vanished from the chaotic rubble. Upon entering the space, she was confronted by Yin Jiuxiao's enigmatic smile. Fu Xuesheng was in agony and had no inclination to engage with him. His audacity to approach her in search of opportunity was indeed bold, commendable even, and he possessed a measure of wit, as he commented on her final counterattack. Fu Xuesheng shot him a disdainful glance and instructed Old K to transfer her to the healing chamber. Previously, in preparation for the impending crucial plot, Fu Xuesheng had infused the bed in the healing chamber with a substantial amount of spiritual plant medicine, never anticipating that she would require it so soon. Thankfully, with her wood-based healing abilities, within less than an hour, her injuries had fully healed. Master, after the space upgrade, there is now a hot spring behind the house. Old K reported upon her emergence from the healing chamber. A hot spring. Fu Xuesheng's eyes lit up. Though her physical wounds had healed, the fatigue of her spirit lingered. At that moment, indulging in a hot spring was indeed a delightful prospect. Take me there. Without hesitation, Fu Xuesheng made her decision. Old K led her to the hot spring, and along the way, she encountered no sign of Yin Jiuxiao, nor did she care to. Upon arriving at the hot springs, Fu Xuesheng felt a profound aura of spiritual energy enveloping her. Since she embarked on her cultivation journey in this world, she had become increasingly attuned to such energies. After leading her to the site, Old K discreetly withdrew, preparing a selection of spirit fruits produced from the surrounding space, placing them beside the springs for her enjoyment. As Fu Xuesheng soaked in the warm waters, savoring the spirit fruits, she relished the delightful sensation of spiritual energy seamlessly melding into her being. It was nothing short of blissful. Habitually, she engaged in combat using her familiar techniques, momentarily neglecting to experiment with the newly acquired Guiyuan sword technique. Lazing against the warm stones of the springs, she murmured her thoughts. It was hardly her fault. Given the circumstances, she had to summon her utmost prowess to battle, leaving little room to contemplate the recently learned swordsmanship. In hindsight, she felt a tinge of regret. It was imperative to adapt swiftly to this new world, she sighed. After indulging in a refreshing nap at the springs, Fu Xuesheng emerged revitalized and in high spirits upon encountering Yin Jiuxiao. Noticing the little creature cradled in his arms, She felt no irritation. Rather, she appreciated having someone to assist in caring for her pet, which seemed quite agreeable. How did you find the encounter with the fifth-tier late-stage demon beast? Yin Jiuxiao inquired. Xuesheng raised an eyebrow, adjusting her attire. It felt quite satisfactory. Her confident demeanor radiated brilliance, holding Yin Jiuxiao's gaze captive. However, she suddenly turned her gaze toward him, her expression shifting to one of earnestness. Yet, you are correct. I am still far from being strong enough. Xuesheng did not linger in the space for long. Upon her emergence, she found herself once again amidst the tumultuous rocky canyon where battles had raged. The blood of the fifth-tier demon beasts had attracted a considerable number of lower-tier beasts, conveniently providing her with ample corpses to enrich her storehouse. Upon returning to Zealand City, Xuesheng dutifully reported her mission to the Martial Alliance, collected her rewards, and successfully elevated her rank within the alliance to 3 stars. Subsequently, she visited the partnered shop to process the beast hides and bones before leisurely making her way towards the Pu family. Unexpectedly, as Xuesheng reached the entrance of the Pu residence, several grim-faced individuals rushed out. Upon spotting her, their eyes lit up, and they reached out towards her. Xuesheng, where have you been these past 2 days? Come with me quickly, Xuesheng has fainted. Chapter 48. Is it just a few drops of your blood that they seek? The female lead has fainted again? Xuesheng inwardly scoffed. What does the female lead's fainting have to do with me? Yet, she was acutely aware that, due to the narrative's influence, this matter bore some relevance to her. After all, with the female lead incapacitated, her own precious blood would likely be at risk as well. Don't touch me. Xuesheng stepped back, evading the outstretched hand. Her reaction provoked an even stronger response from Pu-yi. Why are you avoiding this? Don't you want to save Xuesheng? Pu-yi. Pu-bai-bu timely interjected to restrain her. Pu-yi pressed her lips together, her gaze darkening as she fixed her eyes on Xuesheng. Brother, stop wasting time with her. Xuesheng cannot wait much longer. Pu-bai-bu asserted as he stepped before Pu-bai-bu, urgency evident in his tone and demeanor. Xuesheng's gaze slowly swept over the 3 of them, a derisive smile curling at the corners of her lips as she casually remarked, If you have something to say, speak plainly. Xuesheng has fainted. Are you unable to comprehend? Pu-yi, unable to restrain herself, interjected. Xuesheng regarded her with a look of indignation and chuckled. Wipe that expression off your face. Her fainting is hardly my fault. You are utterly heartless, devoid of compassion. Xuesheng is your sister. Upon hearing of her collapse, you display no concern, no urgency. Pu-bai-bu glared at her with venomous eyes. Xuesheng raised an eyebrow. Is it not sufficient that so many of you are concerned? Must I also be included? Besides, with the numerous alchemists in the Pu family, what need do you have of me? Xuesheng, allow me to be frank. Only you possess the ability to save Xuesheng. Pu-bai-bu felt as though he had glimpsed a fleeting mockery in Xuesheng's eyes, yet any attempt to delve deeper revealed nothing further. Me? What merit do I possess? With the path blocked by the 3, Xuesheng casually crossed her arms, observing them with an air of nonchalance. It was evident that she was not the anxious one. Their desperation was palpable. This matter is somewhat intricate. Please come inside with me, and I shall explain in detail. After furrowing his brow, Pu-bai-bu exchanged a meaningful glance with Pu-bai-bu and Pu-yi. The 2 flanked Xuesheng, immediately grasping the implication of his look. Xuesheng found their actions amusing. Despite having recently been schooled by a mid-tier 5th-grade beast, she knew that escaping 3 alchemists would be a trivial endeavor. Let us discuss this inside, Pu-bai-bu suggested. Xuesheng's lips curled slightly. Her intention had always been to enter. Were it not for their obstruction, she might have already arrived at her destination. While her words seemed devoid of errors, the 3 individuals blocking her path discerned the underlying sarcasm. Pu-bai-bu signaled the other 2 with his gaze, urging them to refrain from impulsive actions, and stepped aside to allow Xuesheng passage. With a graceful stride, she approached the park residence. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere. It appeared that the female lead's fainting had plunged the entire park household into an unprecedented state of urgency. Is the female lead truly so indispensable to the park family? Xuesheng pondered to herself. Simultaneously, she contacted Old K. Prepare the items I requested post-haste. Understood, master, came the prompt reply. In the space, Old K swiftly set to work. Yin Jiuxiao emerged from the exquisite residence, cradling the unconscious little spirit pet. Glancing at the virtual screen, he inquired of the industrious Old K. What mischief is your master concocting this time? Old K sternly corrected him. Dear guest, please understand that the master only devises good plans, never ill ones. Yin Jiuxiao scoffed. However, recently, her condition seemed to be deteriorating. The head of the family had been tirelessly scouring various alchemical formulas in search of a remedy for Xue's ailment, and had finally discovered a formula that, if followed meticulously, could save Xue and liberate her from the clutches of illness. Along the way, the trio guided Xuesheng with purpose towards the courtyard of Park Xue, with Park Baibu seizing the opportunity to explain everything to her. Xuesheng was already well aware of Park Xue's predicament from the narrative and found no desire to hear him reiterate it. The heartfelt sadness and pain displayed by the other two individuals intrigued Xuesheng immensely. As for Park Baibu, it was somewhat understandable, given his concealed infatuation with the female protagonist. However, what of Park Yi? In the original narrative, did she not harbor a secret admiration for the male lead, Yuanqin? If Park Xue were to tragically pass away, would she not then seize her opportunity? Xuesheng could not help but lament once more the melodramatic essence of the original work, which, in its effort to highlight the protagonist's virtues, even contrived to include such a saintly rival. Moreover, the saintliness seemed to pertain solely to the female lead. Park Yi's attitude towards Xuesheng could only be described as acerbic. Are you suggesting that I should assist Park Xue in concocting elixirs? Xuesheng interjected playfully, interrupting Park Baibu's words. Park Baibu was momentarily at a loss for words. Park Baibu and Park Yi widened their eyes in astonishment. Just as Park Yi was about to resort to her habitual sarcasm, Park Baibu cleared his throat and replied, of course not. It's merely that crafting such a potion requires a specific medicinal catalyst. Xuesheng, you will assist Xue, won't you? Surely, you cannot bear to witness her suffering so. Park Baibu's gentle and serene gaze seemed to compel one to believe his words. Xuesheng studied him for a moment. Her icy demeanor concealed beneath the surface as she inquired, what catalyst? Park Baibu glanced at the other two, who discreetly distanced themselves while silently guarding Xuesheng's retreat. Out of the corner of her eye, Xuesheng observed their interaction, suppressing a laugh within yet remaining silent. As Park Baibu articulated his thoughts, he fixated his gaze on Xuesheng, attempting to decipher her innermost thoughts through her expressions. Alas, he was destined for disappointment. From the moment he began speaking until his conclusion, Xuesheng maintained an inscrutable expression. Once Park Baibu finished, Xuesheng smiled enigmatically. So, you wish to take my heart's blood? It is but a few drops, after all. The Park family has cared for you for 2 years, all because of Xue, allowing you to live a life of luxury. Is it that you do not want this? Park Yi, unable to tolerate Xuesheng's demeanor, couldn't help but retort. A mere few drops of blood? Xuesheng echoed Park Yi's words, then turned her gaze to the two silent men. Do you share the same sentiment? Park Baibu scoffed. If my blood were of any value, why would we need you? Ignoring him, Xuesheng inquired of Park Baibu. How many doses of such elixirs does Xue require to fully recover? 3 times, he replied. Xuesheng smiled again, and just when the 3 assumed she would refuse, she suddenly declared, very well, it is but a few drops of blood. Chapter 49. Who is foolish? Xuesheng? No one expected her to agree so readily, and a glimmer of surprise crossed Park Baibu's face. Xuesheng, I knew you would not disregard Xue's safety. Xuesheng offered a perfunctory smile, yet the trio, lost in their elation, seemed utterly oblivious or perhaps indifferent to her insincerity. The courtyard where Park Xue resided could be deemed the most exquisite within the Park family estate. Even during her 2 years as a substitute, the original self had never dwelled in this charming abode. Fortunately, for had she done so, Xuesheng would have found the Park family increasingly repugnant. It is likely that Park Baibu promptly conveyed her willingness to donate blood to Park Qingsong and the others. As Xuesheng was escorted into the courtyard by 3 individuals, upon seeing Park Xue, she was met with a visage of profound gratitude. Wasn't she said to be fainting? Wasn't it claimed that her illness was severe? How could she still be moving about? Xuesheng gazed at Park Xue, who appeared merely a touch haggard, utterly perplexed by the Park family's demeanor, which suggested she was on the brink of death, while the protagonist seemed to be thriving. Xuesheng, you truly are a good daughter to your father. With your assistance, your sister shall be saved. Park Qingsong bestowed upon Xuesheng a rare smile of comfort. Park Xue approached her and expressed, Thank you, sister. I never anticipated you would go to such lengths for me. Your great kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Xuesheng listened with a smile, But upon hearing Park Suhui's words, she couldn't help but internally scoff. Ah, so this is how you cherish it in your heart. Perhaps it would have been better had you not expressed your gratitude at all. There is truly no need for such heartfelt appreciation, after all. It was merely a few drops of blood. Xuesheng replied with a smile. Yet, there was something oddly off about this sentiment. Humph, you are indeed perceptive. Your blood can save Suhui, and that is your fortune. A cold, arrogant male voice interjected. Xuesheng suppressed her frustration, maintaining a faint smile. This male lead was undeniably a challenge to restrain the urge to strike him. Must I then purify myself and pray for 3 days, reciting incantations before drawing blood, to truly deserve this fortune? Xuesheng turned her gaze towards Yuanqin. Upon hearing this, Yuanqin's expression darkened instantly, his eyes sharpening. The others were momentarily taken aback as well. Before Yuanqin's anger erupted, Xuesheng continued, I am indifferent. But I fear that your expectations may not endure such a lengthy wait. You seek death. Yuanqin raised his hand menacingly. Yuanqin. Pu Qingsong interjected just in time to prevent him from acting. A glint of coldness flickered in Xuesheng's eyes as she provocatively raised an eyebrow, causing Yuanqin's expression to darken even further. Xuesheng, time is of the essence. Since you have already consented, please follow me, Pu Qingsong instructed Xuesheng. With a playful nod, Xuesheng acquiesced and followed Pu Qingsong. He led her to the alchemy chamber they had visited previously, retrieving a small bowl and a sharp dagger, which he then handed to her. Xuesheng accepted the items, weighing them in her hand, before inquiring, how much is required? Pu Qingsong, gazing at her with profound intensity, replied, for the first time, just a small half-bowl will suffice. What? Is that merely a few drops? Xuesheng's expression darkened. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any objections. Noticing that Pu Qingsong made no move to leave, she smiled and said, Master Pu, do you intend to stay here and watch me disrobe to extract my heart's blood? Pu Qingsong's face stiffened momentarily, and with a huff, he turned to depart. Once she was alone in the alchemy chamber, Xuesheng slowly revealed a mocking smile. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one had reminded her of the necessity for someone to assist her in staunching the blood after the extraction, nor had anyone prepared a healing elixir for her. A cold smile crept across Xuesheng's face as she turned away, placing the bowl and dagger upon the table. Adopting a posture as if to unfasten her garments, she pulled down the collar of her garment from her left shoulder, exposing her fair skin, then positioned the dagger and bowl against her left breast. With a slight movement of her right hand gripping the dagger, she stifled a muffled groan of pain. The footsteps outside faded quietly, and Xuesheng glanced sideways at the figure departing through the door, offering a sardonic smile. Was there any trace of injury upon her chest? In the room, Yin Jiuxiao lightly curled his fingers, the used blood bag hovering just before him, cradling the slumbering spirit companion in one arm. He disdainfully inquired of Old K, is this her brilliant solution? Old K nodded in affirmation. Yin Jiuxiao scoffed, waving his hand as the used blood bag instantaneously vanished. What kind of blood was it? Huh. For reasons unknown, Old K sensed an even stronger note of mockery in the guest's tone. Foolish. To this, Yin Jiuxiao offered but a single-word assessment. Suddenly, Old K felt that the guest's visage was not as appealing as he had first perceived. A bowl filled with a modest amount of blood and a dagger lay neatly upon the table. Pu Qingsong lifted the bowl, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The overly pungent odor caused him to wrinkle his brow. He promptly summoned the attendant from outside, inquiring about Xuesheng's condition upon her departure. The servant's words dispelled the doubts lingering in Pu Qingsong's mind. He had witnessed Xuesheng drawing blood and had the servant confirm her appearance post-procedure. Thus, the blood should be reliable. Yet, this scent, could it be due to prolonged storage? Pu Qingsong concluded. However, upon further reflection, if this proved ineffective, acquiring a fresh sample would pose no great inconvenience, and he found solace in this thought. After all, she had at least donated blood for Pu Sui. Did no one in the Pu family consider providing her with some restorative nourishment? Truly, the original self was merely a tool. Once the outsiders were gone, Xuesheng shed her pretense. After finishing her meal, she swiftly entered the space. Upon seeing Xuesheng, Old K's eyes lit up, and he immediately relayed his earlier conversation with Yin Jiuxiao to his mistress. After listening to Old K's account, Xuesheng approached Yin Jiuxiao and questioned him directly. Did you call me foolish? Yin Jiuxiao raised his gaze to meet hers, smiling casually as he slowly nodded. Indeed. How am I foolish? Xuesheng asked, her countenance darkening. Was this man deliberately seeking a quarrel? Chapter 50. You are merely a second-rank. Xuesheng believed she could accept all manner of constructive criticism, yet she firmly rejected the malicious slander from a certain individual. Foolish? That term had no bearing on her, neither in her past life nor in this one. In her previous existence, during her student years, although she was not a prodigy, she was nonetheless a top student in her class. Throughout her university tenure, she consistently received scholarships, ultimately graduating with an A for her thesis. After entering the workforce, despite merely spending 2 years as a corporate employee, she ascended from an ordinary staff member in a Fortune 500 foreign enterprise to the position of team leader. It is worth noting the immense difficulty of advancement within such corporations, especially for a newcomer who had only graduated 2 years prior. Even during the early stages of the apocalypse, when she was not yet formidable, her intelligence allowed her to evade countless dangers and preserve her life. Following the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, she continued to level up by defeating foes, ultimately becoming one of the top 10 masters in Huagua, a distinguished SSS-class power user. Her past life was not only filled with tumult but also shone brightly with glory. Who would dare label her with the word foolish? Even after inexplicably finding herself within the pages of a book, she effortlessly discerned the fade of the deceitful heavenly path, almost rivaling an anti-fraud application in her astuteness. How could she be considered foolish? Xuesheng's piercing gaze fixed on Yin Jiuxiao, as if his failure to provide a reasonable explanation would render the matter unresolved. It was no wonder that Xuesheng was currently brimming with resentment. Anyone who had narrowly escaped death and subsequently faced a multitude of schemers would naturally be in a foul mood. After all her efforts to rectify the situation, she was still labeled as foolish. Using the blood of a demon beast to masquerade as her own heart's essence, was that not foolish? Yin Jiuxiao observed her ire with calmness. Unperturbed, Xuesheng retorted coldly, "What do you mean by masquerade? Even if it is demon beast blood, it is still drawn from the heart of the beast itself." Yin Jiuxiao chuckled at her self-assuredness, explaining that demon blood is pungent while human blood has a sweeter taste. Do you think you can deceive anyone? Unless the Pu family is even more foolish than you. Human blood is sweet? Have you tasted it? Xuesheng's attention had entirely shifted. What nonsense about sweet human blood? She was well aware of the taste of human blood. When injured, all she perceived was the metallic tang. What difference in flavor could there possibly be? Moreover, Pu Qingsong was refining medicine with the blood, not directly offering it for tasting. How could she discern its flavor? Yin Jiuxiao merely smiled enigmatically. Suddenly, Xuesheng felt a chill run down her spine. Regaining her composure, she defiantly declared, "Is that all it takes for you to label me foolish? Do you intend for me to actually stab myself in the chest to let Pu Sui drain my blood? I merely wish to convey to you that the blood of demon beasts differs from human blood, and blood extracted from the heart is distinct from that taken from other locations. This time, you outsmarted the Park family with your cleverness. Yet have you considered the possibility that should they unmask your ruse, you will find yourself in a far more precarious position?" Yin Jiuxiao gazed intently at her. The hostility emanating from Xuesheng dissipated as she fell silent for a moment, turning her gaze towards Old K. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Old K promptly stated, "Master, based on my analysis and the records in the database, there exists no evidence to suggest that blood drawn from the heart differs from that taken from other areas. However, it is true that there are distinctions in the DNA structure between the blood of demon beasts and that of humans." Xuesheng raised an eyebrow as she regarded Yin Jiuxiao. Yet, he chuckled lightly, "Your analysis? Evidence. Do you grasp why Park Qingsong seeks your heart's blood and not another?" Xuesheng's eyes darkened as she scrutinized him, awaiting the continuation. "This is because, for cultivators, only the heart's blood harbors the most concentrated and precious spiritual power." Yin Jiuxiao appraised Xuesheng with a disdainful smile, adding, "The higher one's cultivation, the more significant the heart's blood becomes. This is a fundamental principle of cultivation." Xuesheng's expression froze. "You still do not take this world seriously," Yin Jiuxiao remarked. Xuesheng yearned to counter his words, to assert her earnestness, yet found herself speechless, for she recognized the truth in Yin Jiuxiao's statement. No matter how advanced Old K's instruments may be, they cannot measure the concentration of spiritual power within the blood. Thus, if she continues to perceive the world through the lens of her past knowledge and beliefs, she will inevitably overlook many significant aspects. sooner or later. Her arrogance will lead her to misfortune. Therefore, they will be able to recognize her, won't they? Xuesheng retracted her previous disdain. Whenever confronted with the plot, she could not help but yearn to resist in her own way, unwilling to simply follow the narrative and allow the celestial order to revel in its triumph. Resembling a rebellious spirit, Yin Jiuxiao displayed no semblance of consolation. I have stated before that as long as they are not more foolish than you, they will notice. Xuesheng fell silent. So, must I truly offer my heart's blood? She raised her gaze to him. Xuesheng remained mute. To be candid, she indeed contemplated the prospect of deception. Are you afraid of pain? Upon noticing her silence, Yin Jiuxiao suddenly inquired with astonishment. Xuesheng regarded him with an odd expression. I fear not pain. But did you not say that the heart's blood is of utmost importance? The crux of the matter is that she is most unwilling to endure the blade for the protagonist. You are merely a second-tier cultivator at present. Yin Jiuxiao's words were laced with disdain. Perceiving the underlying implication, Xuesheng responded. I suggest that since you cannot evade it, you might as well cooperate this time. Perhaps it will yield unforeseen rewards. Yin Jiuxiao remarked suddenly. Xuesheng was well aware of who the it referred to. In Park Sui's chamber, Park Qingsong presented freshly concocted elixirs. Amidst the anticipatory gazes of family and loved ones, Park Sui consumed the elixir personally refined by Park Qingsong. The elixir melted upon entry, devoid of any particularly distinct flavor, though its crimson hue hinted at the use of heart's blood as a catalyst. After consuming the substance, Park Sui felt a warm sensation rising from her abdomen. However, before she could fully appreciate it, a violent force surged within her body, ultimately crashing into her purple palace. The intense pain compelled her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, startling everyone present. Sui Sui, Sui Sui. In an instant, chaos erupted in Park Sui's courtyard. Furthermore, Xuesheng experienced the torment of her blood vessels solidifying, then restoring, only to solidify again. This was the punishment of the heavenly path. Xuesheng gritted her teeth against the indescribable agony, her gaze turning icy. Chapter 51. This matter is done. Bang. Xuesheng's door was violently flung open, and she looked up to see Yuan Qin, along with Park Baibu and Park Baigui, standing outside. Yuan Qin's eyes were shrouded in a dark and cold glare. While Park Baibu restrained his impulsive younger brother, his voice laced with frost, Xuesheng, come with us. As Xuesheng felt the excruciating pain in her body gradually dissipate, she discreetly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and inquired, where to? Just as Park Baibu was about to respond, Yuan Qin stepped in front of him, interrogating Xuesheng. What did you put in the blood? What do you mean? Xuesheng calmly retorted. Yuan Qin advanced toward her, his fifth-tier martial aura enveloping Xuesheng, threatening to crush her bones as if she were merely a fragile second-tier alchemist. However, she was aware that she was not as weak as a simple alchemist. Did Yuan Qin realize this? In the eyes of Yuan Qin and the others, she was merely a delicate alchemist. Yet, Yuan Qin acted without regard for her life. With the prowess of martial cultivation, how dare you intimidate a mere alchemist? The young master Yuan truly possesses remarkable audacity. Fu Shui's voice dripped with sarcasm. Yuan Qin, unfazed by her taunts, regarded her with a gaze as frigid as poison, interrogating her. After consuming the elixir crafted with your very essence, one is left bloodied and unconscious. What have you done? Before Fu Shui could respond, he continued, do not attempt to feign innocence or harbor any illusions before me. The elixir was personally concocted by Uncle Pu, utilizing only the finest spiritual herbs, save for your blood. My blood, is that not what you seek? Fu Shui retorted. At this juncture, she could hardly confess that what she had offered was not her own blood, but rather the vital essence of a beast. She had never believed that human blood could serve as a medicinal ingredient. Even in the absence of her essence, the protagonist would not meet with calamity from the elixir. However, she was taken aback by the words of Yin Jiuxiao and the repercussions that Yuan Qin alluded to regarding Pu Sui's consumption of the elixir, which reinforced her realization that this world diverged significantly from her previous one. The experiences and theories of her past life did not necessarily hold validity here. Yet, despite this, she was reluctant to bleed for the sake of this so-called narrative. Pu Sui was the protagonist. Even without her blood, she would surely survive, would she not? Yet, Yin Jiuxiao suggested that by cooperating with the so-called heavenly Tao, unforeseen outcomes might arise. Young Master Yuan, permit me a word with her. Pu Baibu stepped forward, positioning himself between Yuan Qin and Fu Shui. Yuan Qin cast a lingering glance at him before turning to depart. Pu Baibu then shifted his gaze toward Pu Baigui, who, though unwilling, felt compelled to heed his brother's counsel. As he was about to depart, he cast a fierce glance at Fu Xuesheng, one that seemed capable of inflicting mortal harm. Fu Xuesheng felt as though she had perished under the weight of that gaze. Once the two had left, Park Baibu turned to Fu Xuesheng and said, "Xuesheng, the master of the house will not pursue the matter from before. However, as Xue's condition has worsened, the master requires you to concoct a new elixir for her, and we sincerely hope that you will willingly lend your aid." He emphasized the latter words, ensuring that Fu Xuesheng grasped the underlying implication. Blood, if not offered freely, transforms from a remedy into a poison. Should you choose to save Xue this time, the Park family will not forget your contributions. As he spoke, Park Baibu produced a storage bracelet and placed it upon the table, revealing that its contents had been prepared by the master but had yet to be presented to her. Fu Xuesheng listened quietly, feeling a twinge of admiration for this man. Surely, when Xue encountered her misfortune, he must have wished for his own demise. Yet, here he was, maintaining a calm demeanor as he conversed with her, offering both solace and enticement. It was no wonder that Park Jingsong held him in such high regard, entrusting him with the affairs of the Park family. "Consider it well, you have had a long day. Rest, and I shall return tomorrow." Park Baibu concluded before taking his leave. Once he had departed, Fu Xuesheng picked up the storage bracelet with an inscrutable expression and extended her consciousness within. It was a storage bracelet not bound to any owner, allowing anyone to inspect its contents. Inside were neatly arranged 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, as well as several medicinal pills for replenishing energy and blood, healing ointments for external wounds, and a few garments of commendable design. Among them, one possessed a certain degree of defensive capability, capable of withstanding attacks of around the 3rd tier. After examining the contents of the storage bracelet, Fu Xuesheng smiled silently. The items within seemed hastily prepared, yet were described by Pu Baibu as having been meticulously arranged long ago but not yet retrieved. Had Fu Xuesheng obtained these resources prior to visiting the Tianyuan Merchant Association, she might have felt a sense of delight. However, upon realizing how abundantly the families in Zealand City possessed spirit stones, she deemed the Pu family somewhat stingy. As Pu Baibu exited Fu Xuesheng's courtyard, he encountered 2 men awaiting him. Yuan Qin maintained his icy demeanor, refraining from uttering a word. Pu Baigui, however, disregarded the cold atmosphere and directly interrogated his elder brother. "Brother, what did you discuss with her inside? She has harmed Xue to such an extent, yet you remain so courteous towards her." "Silence," Pu Baibu warned with a glance, before turning to Yuan Qin to explain. "Xue's condition still requires her assistance. To elicit her willingness to offer her blood, we must first soothe her, allowing her to release her concerns." After the clarification, he addressed Pu Baigui. "You too. Be courteous towards her until Xue's condition improves. Inform the others in the family not to provoke her. Should it adversely affect Xue, I shall hold you accountable." Pu Baigui's expression shifted, yet he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Do you all truly believe that her blood is beneficial for Xue?" Yuan Qin remarked coldly. Park Baibu calmly inquired. "This formula is something the head of the family has painstakingly acquired. It is currently our sole recourse. Or do you, young Master Yuan, possess an alternative?" Yuan Qin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over Park Baibu and Park Baigui, as if to convey his hope that their method would prove effective. With a dismissive remark, he turned and departed. Fu Xuesheng re-entered the secluded space, seeking a tranquil spot within the exquisite residence. She settled cross-legged, deep in contemplation. Soon, Yin Jiuxiao approached her. Aware of his footsteps behind her, Fu Xuesheng, with a hint of reluctance, questioned, "Must I truly proceed in this manner?" "You understand the answer to that, do you not?" Yin Jiuxiao refrained from offering a definitive response. Taking a deep breath, a fierce determination flickered in her eyes. She forcefully discarded the grass she had plucked, declaring, "Very well. Is it merely a matter of stabbing myself in the heart? Let us do it." Yin Jiuxiao observed her with keen interest from their initial encounter. He recognized her rebellious spirit, the sort that only grew more defiant under pressure. As he became more acquainted with her, he discovered many facets of Fu Xuesheng, finding her increasingly vibrant and intriguing. Chapter 52. Is the aftermath this intense? The following morning, Park Baibu arrived early. Fu Xuesheng shot him a disapproving glance, internally muttering, Is such eagerness truly necessary? Xuesheng, have you come to a decision? Park Baibu inquired gently. Xuesheng nodded, her gaze drifting to the meal recently delivered to the room. I will decide after I finish breakfast. Of course, Park Baibu replied with a smile, settling outside to wait. Ignoring him, Xuesheng quietly consumed her morning meal. Park Baibu was initially merely waiting, yet he found himself unwittingly captivated by Xuesheng, who was engrossed in her meal. She dined in silence, emitting no ungraceful sounds. Her gaze intensely fixated on her food, consuming it with utmost seriousness. He continued to observe her with keen interest, while Xuesheng had long since sensed his scrutiny, but remained indifferent. The life of the last decade had imbued her with a profound reverence and gratitude towards the act of eating. Thus, Park Baibu's watchfulness did not perturb her in the slightest. Before long, Xuesheng stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks swelling. She was acutely aware that this was not an appealing sight, yet she felt powerless to change it. Much like her struggle to fully relax and sleep soundly in bed, a habit that could not be altered overnight. The uncertainties of the apocalypse were manifold, and there were too many who coveted the food in others' hands. Only the food that reached her mouth and settled in her stomach could be truly considered hers. A soft chuckle from outside drew Xuesheng's gaze upward, her eyes icy as she scanned the surroundings. The sight of her puffed cheeks paired with her indifferent expression struck Park Baibu as unexpectedly endearing. This sentiment was entirely unfamiliar to him. The Xuesheng of the past had resembled a soulless puppet, whereas the present Xuesheng was vibrantly alive, yet increasingly elusive. Apologies. Park Baibu concealed the genuine emotions swirling within his eyes and displayed a gentle smile. It was only after she finished every morsel on the table that she set down her utensils. For the first time, Park Baibu realized that Xuesheng had quite an impressive appetite. Let us go, she said, rising and taking the initiative. Her brisk and decisive reaction once again left Park Baibu momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Xuesheng would dawdle and would not so readily depart with him. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, nodded, and stood up to leave the courtyard alongside Xuesheng. We shall proceed directly to the alchemy chamber of the head of the family. The head and Park E are already awaiting your arrival, Park Baibu stated. Park E? Xuesheng paused momentarily. Park Baibu nodded, explaining as if to alleviate her concerns. The head is apprehensive that you may not withstand the strain of drawing your heart's blood twice in quick succession. Having Park E present will be more convenient. Though his words seemed considerate, Xuesheng felt a sense of wariness in her heart. Park E had never harbored a favorable disposition towards her. The notion of her coming to tend to Xuesheng was, quite frankly, incredulous. However, she refrained from voicing any retorts, leaving Park Baibu somewhat puzzled. The girl before him was unexpectedly compliant. Park Baibu's gaze flickered with curiosity, concealing his doubts. Xuesheng was already well acquainted with Park Qingsong's alchemy chamber. Upon entering, the two individuals inside turned their attention towards her. Park Qingsong appeared somewhat more haggard than the previous day, his eyes heavy with unspoken thoughts. Upon seeing her, he merely offered a faint nod, seemingly not attributing Park Sui's grave condition to her presence. In contrast, Park Yi's gaze remained as unyielding as ever. Xuesheng found herself disinterested in their intentions for the day. The thought of undergoing yet another incision made her sigh involuntarily. Xuesheng, if you are prepared, you may proceed with the blood draw, Park Qingsong said, handing her the same bowl and dagger as the day before. As Xuesheng took over, he gestured towards the side room of the alchemy chamber, instructing Pu Yi to accompany him inside. Before entering, Pu Yi glanced back at Pu Qingsong and Pu Baibu. The former gave her a nearly imperceptible nod, while the latter remained expressionless. Perhaps by following the path of the dog, one might uncover some clues, Xuesheng mused, his gaze deeply fixed on the dagger in his hand. As Pu Yi stepped in, he tore away the fabric from his left shoulder and, wielding the dagger with precision and ferocity, plunged it directly into his heart. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as his brows furrowed, and his complexion paled abruptly. The wound, gushing blood, concealed the truth that he had been unscathed the previous day. Pu Yi hastened towards him, witnessing the crimson stream from Xuesheng's heart cascading down the blade. Initially, she exhaled in relief, then swiftly seized a small bowl, carefully collecting the blood. More, just a bit more, she thought, her entire focus on the bowl, utterly oblivious to the increasingly frigid gaze of Xuesheng. Once the bowl was nearly half full, Fu Xuesheng swiftly withdrew the dagger, applying a pre-prepared hemostatic ointment to the wound, adjusting his clothing, and promptly ingesting a pill to replenish blood and energy. What do you mean you pulled it out? Pu Yi inquired with a distressed expression. At that moment, Fu Xuesheng's face mirrored her pallor. As the blood flowed from his heart, he felt as though something vital within him was also draining away, igniting an inexplicable sense of panic. The family head had stated that only half a bowl was necessary. With no inclination to engage further with Pu Yi, he invoked Pu Qingsong's name. Pu Yi, indeed, ceased her protests, letting out a cold huff before exiting with the blood bowl. Reflecting on Pu Baibu's earlier words, Fu Xuesheng offered a sardonic smile. She feared she might perish here, and Park Yi would not spare her a glance, perhaps even seizing the opportunity to trample her further. Fu Xuesheng's vision was somewhat blurred. She had not anticipated the profound consequences of losing her vital essence. Struggling to step outside, she caught snippets of a conversation. I witnessed her plunge a dagger into her heart. The blood was collected by me. It was Park Yi's voice. The crux of the matter did not lie in that alone, but rather in whether she was willing. This was Park Baibu inquiring. Fu Xuesheng stood silently behind the door, her gaze shrouded in darkness. Since she did not exhibit any resistance, the matter should not be grave, and moreover, today's blood lacked the pungency of yesterday's. The elixir concocted this time should be flawless, posited Park Qingsong. Splendid. Our Sui is saved, she exclaimed. Humph, it seems that Fu Xuesheng still holds some value. Park Yi's concern for Park Sui and her disdain for Fu Xuesheng were distinctly delineated. Yuan Qin is currently with Sui. You need not go. Furthermore, we still require Fu Xuesheng, so treat her with a modicum of kindness, Park Baibu advised patiently. Understood, Park Yi replied reluctantly. Is the aftermath of extracting vital essence truly so severe? Before losing consciousness, Fu Xuesheng could not help but curse inwardly. Chapter 53. Has her beauty diminished? Upon awakening, Fu Xuesheng found herself reclining in the treatment pod of the spatial chamber. The boat-shaped treatment bed was filled with the restorative potion she had previously concocted. How did I end up here? Fu Xuesheng recalled fainting in the side room of Park Qingsong's alchemy chamber. Master, you are awake. Old K immediately sensed her revival. Hearing Lao K's voice, Fu Xuesheng sat up from the treatment bed. The green restorative liquid she had absorbed now faded in color. Lao K, did you bring me here? Fu Xuesheng furrowed her brow. Lao K possessed the ability to transport himself into this realm even when he lost consciousness. Such a setting was originally established to ensure her safety. However, if she had simply vanished from Pu Qingsong's alchemy chamber, it would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. To clarify the duration of her unconsciousness and the events that transpired, Lao Ke directly presented her with a virtual screen displaying the moments of her collapse. The visuals revealed Fu Xuesheng falling to the ground, which caught the attention of the three individuals outside. Upon entering the side room, they observed Fu Xuesheng lying on the floor but did not immediately assist her. Instead, they continued their discussion. How did she faint? Pu Yi expressed her impatience. Even attempting to kick Fu Xuesheng with her foot, Pu Baibu restrained her and inquired of Pu Qingsong. Master, her reaction during yesterday's blood extraction did not seem so severe. Pu Qingsong nodded. I asked the servant yesterday, and her complexion was merely a bit pale after the blood was drawn. However, that is to be expected. If she remained perfectly well after 2 consecutive days of heart blood extraction, that would be more concerning. Upon hearing this, Pu Baibu felt reassured. Previously, he had harbored suspicions regarding the blood Fu Xuesheng had provided, which prompted him to instruct Pu Yi to keep a close watch today, ensuring that the heart blood was indeed drawn from her body. What should we do now that she has fainted here? Pu Yi asked. Has she consumed the restorative pills? Pu Baibu turned to Pu Yi, who nodded in response. Yes, master, both Park Baekbu and Park Yitong replied in unison. After issuing his commands, Park Qingsong did not cast another glance at the prostrate Fu Xuesheng. Instead, he promptly turned away, preoccupied with preparing elixirs for Park Su. Although Park Yitong was reluctant, she nevertheless nodded in acquiescence. As the playback concluded, Old K retracted the virtual screen, quietly awaiting further instructions from his master. Observing the shameless demeanor of the three, Fu Xuesheng had anticipated feeling anger, yet was instead enveloped in tranquility. Perhaps I have grown accustomed to it, she mused, lifting her hand to press against her wound. It had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. However, the external injury's recovery did not signify an absence of issues. Merely a small bowl of blood. How could it possibly lead to such profound aftereffects? Xuesheng pressed her lips tightly together, a frown creasing her brow. Even now, she was beset by a lingering weakness, her consciousness hazy, and her entire being felt achingly fatigued. Previously, when she had battled that mid-level 5th-rank beast, she had endured numerous wounds and lost an indeterminate amount of blood, yet had not felt so depleted. Indeed, something is amiss. Xuesheng recalled the words of Yin Jiuxiao. She struggled to rise from the treatment bed, staggering a couple of steps before regaining her balance. The nano-combat suit swiftly absorbed the remnants of the medicinal liquid, restoring its dryness. After regaining a modicum of strength, Xuesheng exited the treatment pod and, with a thought, materialized before Yin Jiuxiao. Does the extraction of heart's blood render one utterly weak, fatigued, and beset by a splitting headache? She inquired directly. Embracing the small spirit pet, Yin Jiuxiao sat beside the pond, feeding the fish. Upon hearing those words, his slender fingers glided through the water, causing the ethereal koi, formed from spiritual energy, to flicker and dissolve, only to reassemble into their fish form and swim away. However, it was Xuesheng who first noticed the small spirit pet nestled in his arms. Ever since Yin Jiuxiao had taken the spirit pet, he seemed to hold it in this manner continuously. Through their master-servant bond, Xuesheng sensed that the spirit pet was in a delightful state, one it truly cherished. What connection might exist between this little creature and Yin Jiuxiao? Could it be that he was once its master? Xuesheng could not help but speculate. Have you taken a moment to observe your current appearance? Yin Jiuxiao inquired after scrutinizing her for a considerable time. Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback by his words. After awakening, she had hastily sought him out, hardly pausing to regard her own reflection. Do I look disheveled? She instinctively touched her face. Yet, aside from a slight chill to the touch, she felt nothing amiss. Suddenly, Yin Jiuxiao waved his hand, and a silver mirror materialized abruptly before Xuesheng, its surface remarkably clear, allowing her to discern every detail of her reflection. At first glance, Xuesheng failed to perceive the gravity of her condition, merely sensing that she appeared somewhat pale, as if drained of vitality. However, upon a second glance, she recognized her own haggard visage, even her once striking features now dulled. Particularly, a shadow seemed to hang over her brow, enveloping her in an aura of melancholy. Xuesheng gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as she beheld her reflection in disbelief. After donating blood, have you also sacrificed your beauty? Upon hearing her self-deprecating remark, Yin Jiuxiao raised his eyelids slightly and glanced over, responding candidly, it's not quite disfigurement. Rather, you possessed a beauty of 9 points, and now only 7 remain. Such a consolation hardly brings joy. Xuesheng's countenance darkened. Why has this occurred? Her concern was not the alteration in her appearance, but the underlying cause of such a change. Could this be a side effect of having given her heart's blood? Perhaps you should observe the one who utilized your heart's blood in their concoction. See what transformations they have undergone, Yin Jiuxiao suggested indifferently. Chapter 54. Can it enhance beauty? Xuesheng felt that Yin Jiuxiao was alluding to something, perhaps guiding her to ponder a particular thought. Nonetheless, it mattered little. For the course of action Yin Jiuxiao encouraged was precisely what she herself yearned to pursue. Upon exiting the space, Xuesheng unreservedly indulged in the food and spiritual fruits delivered from the kitchen, contemplating her wood-based abilities and formidable self-healing prowess. With her current state, one could only imagine how dire it would have been for the original owner. The prolonged absence of any disturbances from Pu Sui suggested that this batch of elixirs was indeed problem-free. After finishing her meal, Xuesheng regained some strength and resolved to visit the female protagonist. However, much to her surprise, as she approached Pu Sui's door, she was intercepted. What brings you here? You are not welcome, Pu Yi scowled, obstructing the entrance and preventing Xuesheng from entering. Xuesheng raised an eyebrow, addressing the provocateur Park E with a hint of amusement. Regardless of the circumstances, it was my blood that saved my sister, was it not? As her elder sister, I have only just begun to recover and have come to inquire about her condition. Why is my concern met with such disdain? Park Sui frequently flaunted the term sister. This time, Xuesheng wished to invoke it as well. Parky scoffed. You dare to call Sui your sister? At that moment, Park Baibu emerged from within, casting a warning glance at Parky. Park Baibu had been groomed by Park Chingsong as the next head of the family. Thus his standing within the clan was notably distinct. Under his stern gaze, Park Yi immediately retracted her previously aggressive demeanor. Once she stepped aside, Park Baibu turned to Fu Xuesheng, saying, Xuesheng has arrived. Sui was just speaking of you and wishes to see you in person to express her gratitude. How fortuitous that I have come myself, sparing her the trouble of an additional journey, Fu Xuesheng replied. Park Baibu's eyes glimmered momentarily as he maintained his gentle smile. Xuesheng truly has Sui's best interests at heart. Please, come inside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Xuesheng ascended the steps. However, Park Yi was seething with rage at the perceived provocation from Fu Xuesheng. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Fu Xuesheng followed Park Baibu into Park Sui's chamber. To her surprise, she found not only Park Sui, but also Yuan Qin and Park Baigui present. Goodness, can men other than the male lead so casually enter such an intimate space as the female protagonist's chamber? Fu Xuesheng silently scoffed to herself. Sister has arrived. I was just thinking of visiting you. Thank you for rescuing me. I did not expect you to come first. Upon seeing Fu Xuesheng, Pu Sui revealed a pure and sweet smile. Her expression was devoid of pretense, leaving the three men present to perceive her as genuinely kind-hearted and sincere. Pu Sui's complexion had improved significantly, and her features appeared even more refined and alluring than before, indicating that her health had notably recovered. Even Yuan Qin's usual sour demeanor seemed less frosty, remarkably refraining from launching any sarcastic jabs at Fu Xuesheng. However, when Fu Xuesheng gazed at Pu Sui, her pupils abruptly contracted. What had she seen? Assuming it was merely a trick of her frail eyesight, she blinked and looked again, but there was nothing to behold. Xuesheng, Sui is speaking to you, Pu Baibu gently reminded her, noticing Fu Xuesheng's momentary daze. Is that truly how you feel, sister? I thought that allowing you to use my heartfelt blood as a catalyst would anger you, Pu Sui said softly. Upon hearing this, Fu Xuesheng immediately sensed that the gazes of the three men had turned hostile. How could you think such a thing? Am I coerced or willing? Can you not comprehend? She retorted. After all, heartfelt blood, willingly given, is the true medicine. Pu Sui stood there perfectly well, even better than before, serving as the most compelling evidence of her recovery. Fu Xuesheng could not fathom why Pu Sui, who ought to embody kindness and integrity, truly a paragon of virtue, would repeatedly utter such misleading statements. In her confusion, Fu Xuesheng could only exclaim, Dear protagonist, your character has collapsed. Indeed, after Fu Xuesheng voiced this sentiment, the unfriendly gazes lessened somewhat. On this journey, Fu Xuesheng was uncertain whether she had gained anything and felt no desire to continue feigning civility with them. Thus she took her leave. It appeared she had indeed made a discovery, Yin Jiuxiao remarked. Fu Xuesheng furrowed her brows in contemplation. I am not certain if that is a suspicious aspect. Subsequently, she shared all her findings with Yin Jiuxiao, for she required the insight of this individual who had emerged from the ancient desolate tomb to enlighten her. After losing the essence of her heart's blood, she sensed a decline in her perception. Is there anything else? Yin Jiuxiao inquired again. Fu Xuesheng reflected carefully before responding. Pu Sui seems to have become even more beautiful. Does that count? It does. Yin Jiuxiao's gaze flickered momentarily. Fu Xuesheng looked at him in astonishment. In this world, every occurrence follows its own trajectory. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Regardless of the actions taken, there exists a rationale for each. Yin Jiuxiao uttered a statement that was both true and ambiguous. Previously, as long as the outcome remained unchanged, the process would be overlooked by the heavens. This time, Fu Xuesheng believed it would be the same. Hence she prepared the heart's blood of a demonic beast, intending to cheat. For her, using blood in medicine seemed utterly absurd. According to the education she received in her previous life, even blood that could prove a blood relation could not cure ailments. Only blood of the same type could serve as a transfusion in cases of excessive blood loss. Pu Sui was not suffering from excessive blood loss, nor did she require a transfusion of her blood. Thus, in truth, no matter the type of blood, it should not affect the natural progression of the plot, should it? However, this time her ruse failed. The celestial decree compelled her to utilize her own lifeblood to progress through the narrative, lest she be eternally ensnared in this predicament. Subjected to punishment, Fu Xuesheng gradually clarified her thoughts and suddenly grasped a crucial clue. Her lifeblood was of paramount importance. The female protagonist's ailment, indeed, was tied to the necessity of obtaining her lifeblood. But why? The self that could once be described as a foolish beauty was now becoming increasingly mediocre. The unfolding events, stemming from these preliminary accumulations, were driving Fu Xuesheng towards dark transformation, leading her down the path of a malicious supporting character. Analyzing the plot, Fu Xuesheng felt enveloped in a fog, as if the answers lay tantalizingly close yet remained elusive. Moreover, the vision of the halo above the protagonist's head lingered in her mind, causing her unease. You need not fret too much. After all, the lifeblood must be drawn 2 more times, Yin Jiuxiao remarked with a smirk. Fu Xuesheng turned to him, finding his smile repugnant. It seemed that since the blade was not aimed at him, he reveled in her misfortune, did he? Only by uncovering the reason could she find a solution. Amused by the resentment reflected in her eyes, Yin Jiuxiao offered a kind-hearted warning. Fu Xuesheng acknowledged his truth. No matter how suffocating the situation, acceptance was her only recourse. Why? She questioned him, puzzled. Yin Jiuxiao's gaze hardened slightly. Have you forgotten what I told you? The higher your cultivation, the greater the repercussions of losing your lifeblood. Therefore, before they abandon their pursuit of your lifeblood, it is advisable for you to maintain your second-tier status. Fu Xuesheng's gaze darkened as she nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. At merely the second tier, the demand for her lifeblood was already substantial, should she ascend to the 3rd or 4th tiers. The implications would be dire. Nevertheless, you might seize this opportunity to ponder the sword techniques and refining methods I have imparted to you. Yin Jiuxiao resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Fu Xuesheng refrained from contesting his words and accepted his suggestion. Within the span of a mere month, she had already provided her lifeblood to Park Sui on 2 occasions, adding to a prior instance, thus fulfilling the narrative's requirement of 3 times. Buzz, in the space around her. Fu Xuesheng executed the return to origin sword technique with remarkable fluidity. Yet, she pondered, why was there still no sword aura? Disappointment washed over her as she gazed at the wooden sword she was practicing with. She had perfectly replicated every stance of the return to origin sword technique. Yet that was the extent of her progress. Familiarity with the sword forms merely encompass the physical movements. To unleash the sword aura, one must grasp the underlying essence. Yin Jiuxiao's voice interjected at an opportune moment. Fu Xuesheng, gripping the hilt of her sword, remained silent. She was aware of this. However, when she initially acquired the return to origin sword technique, she had sensed a flicker of sword aura within the technique. Yet now, she found herself only capable of mimicking the stances, unable to perceive anything beyond that. Noticing Fu Xuesheng's silence, Yin Jiuxiao remarked, there exists a foolproof method for the advancement of your immortal abode. What? Fu Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback, her response somewhat sluggish. Yin Jiuxiao furrowed his brow imperceptibly and continued, this is your celestial abode. You may further bind it, and once you ascend, it shall upgrade accordingly. How do I bind it? Fu Xuesheng inquired. It requires a substantial amount of spirit stones, Yin Jiuxiao replied. Fu Xuesheng pursed her lips and said, I have no spirit stones left. Have you forgotten the auctioneer sister you met at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? She can assist you, Yin Jiuxiao remarked, his brow furrowing once more. In the past, she would have effortlessly devised a solution without his prompting. Ah yes, I can ask her to help me with the auction, Fu Xuesheng exclaimed. With that, she discarded her sword and hurried to the storage room in her spatial domain. Yin Jiuxiao gazed at her retreating figure, his frown deepening. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, Fu Xuesheng discovered an additional item within her storage bracelet. This bracelet was gifted to her by Pu Baibu to soothe her. After a month, this marked Fu Xuesheng's first venture beyond her small courtyard, aside from blood extraction. As she stepped outside, she immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere around her. The disciples of the Pu family, who had previously rushed past her, paid her no heed as they animatedly engaged in conversation. Fragments of their dialogue reached Fu Xuesheng's ears. Sui is truly remarkable. She is my inspiration. Indeed, even when ill, she did not neglect her cultivation. Now that she has recovered, she has astonishingly advanced to a 3rd-grade alchemist. A 3rd-grade alchemist? How enviable. When the family head was the same age as Sui, he had not yet attained 3rd grade, right? And what of that by family member, who is said to possess talent on par with our Sui? Is it not merely the case that you are still a 2nd-tier alchemist? I have heard that Baiye is currently in seclusion, striving to become a 3rd-tier alchemist. Humph. What does seclusion matter? We, after all, have already ascended to the rank of 3rd-tier alchemists. Indeed. Furthermore, have you noticed how much more beautiful Sui has become? Recently, young Master Yuan has been seeking her out, his gaze seemingly reluctant to stray from her. Fu Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback. both by their words and by what she perceived with her own eyes. Why was it that a faint, ethereal white line appeared above the heads of each person who passed by her, spiraling towards a certain destination? Following those lines, Xuesheng observed an increasing number intertwining, causing her head to spin. She closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, the lines had vanished. Within the Tianyuan Merchant Association, upon hearing of Xuesheng's arrival, Bai Mi hurriedly welcomed her inside. However, upon seeing Xuesheng's appearance, she gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "Sister, how have you become so haggard?" She paused for a considerable time, seemingly in search of a more tactful expression. Stealing a glance at Bai Mi's head, she noticed, as expected, that the white line had reappeared, though the one above Bai Mi was significantly thicker than those she had observed on the disciples of the Pu family. The line ascended into the void, disappearing from sight, and Xuesheng had no knowledge of its other end. Yet, a voice within her whispered incessantly that all of this was connected to the heavenly Tao and to Pu Sui. Whenever she attempted to delve deeper into her thoughts, a dull ache would throb in her mind, rendering her consciousness hazy. Chapter 56. The Halo of the Protagonist? Blood loss. Are you injured? Bai Mi inquired with concern. Xuesheng shook her head, unwilling to elaborate further. Instead, she retrieved a carefully prepared item from her storage bracelet. "I came here to seek your assistance in auctioning this item," she stated. "Did you not just call me sister?" Bai Mi playfully glared at her. Xuesheng, feeling helpless, could only respond with a smile. "I kindly ask for your help, dear sister." "Now that sounds more appropriate," Bai Mi replied with satisfaction, nodding her head. "I have always said that as long as you have something worthy, I can help you fetch a good price. What have you brought today?" Bai Mi's anticipation was palpable. The last auction had garnered an impressive 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, marking one of the highlights of her life. "This item is called a Polaroid camera," Xuesheng announced, producing a set that, in the pre-apocalyptic world, would have cost less than 1,000 yuan. Alongside the camera, it included various accessories, 50 sheets of photo paper, an album, 8 pairs of batteries, a camera case, decorative stickers, and more, items she had inadvertently collected during her foraging. "A Polaroid? What makes it so special?" Bai Mi asked curiously, intrigued by Xuesheng's knack for presenting peculiar, yet unique items. "I will demonstrate," Xuesheng replied, carefully unwrapping the packaging. After inserting the batteries and photo paper, she aimed the Polaroid camera at Bai Mi and captured a moment. The sound of the shutter momentarily surprised Bai Mi. Then, she observed as the device, aptly named Polaroid, slowly ejected a palm-sized sheet of white paper, its edges perfectly straight. The paper itself was curious, one side white and the other black. Bai Mi leaned closer, her mind swirling with questions. Xuesheng held the developed photograph, casually fanning it a few times before presenting it to Bai Mi with a smile, exclaiming, "The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived." "A miracle, you say?" Bai Mi awaited with keen interest. As her gaze fell upon the blank sheet of white paper, a wondrous scene indeed unfolded. Gradually, outlines and colors emerged on what was once an empty canvas, and astonishingly, as the image became clearer, she recognized that the figure depicted was none other than herself. What an extraordinary treasure this is, capable of rendering a likeness so swiftly and so vividly. Bai Mi was utterly astounded. Xuesheng could not elucidate the workings of the instant camera to Bai Mi. She could only say, "This item is unique and can be used only 50 times. Oh, there are now only 49 uses left. How much do you think it could fetch at auction? As for its worth, I cannot assure you. But it shall certainly not be lower than the concert tickets you previously offered," Bai Mi replied. "Not less than 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Xuesheng felt reassured. "Will you come to see it then? I shall reserve a VIP room for you," Bai Mi suggested eagerly. Xuesheng pondered her own matters for a moment and shook her head. "No, I shall leave everything in your capable hands this time. I will return after the auction concludes." "Xuesheng, are you all right?" After discussing the important matters, Bai Mi inquired with concern. For some reason, upon this encounter with Xuesheng, she sensed a significant difference from their previous meeting. The earlier description of haggard was a gentle euphemism. In truth, when she first laid eyes on Xuesheng, she was utterly captivated. However, at this moment, Xuesheng felt rather mediocre. Had Bai Mi encountered this version of Xuesheng for the first time, she would undoubtedly have overlooked such a person. It is not that Bai Mi judges individuals solely by their appearance, but rather that Xuesheng had undergone a transformation not only in her looks, but also in her aura. Now, Xuesheng seemed to blend into the crowd, utterly unremarkable and unlikely to attract attention. "I'm fine," Fu Xuesheng remarked, glancing once more at the white threads above Bai Mi's head, ultimately choosing to remain silent. How could she articulate matters she herself could not comprehend, thereby burdening Bai Mi with unnecessary worry? Upon returning to the Pu family, Fu Xuesheng's first action was to seek out Pu Sui. The white threads re-emerged, aligning with her intended direction, causing some of her vague suspicions to crystallize into clarity. When she beheld Pu Sui, it was as if a lightning bolt struck her mind, dispelling the fog that had enveloped her thoughts. The halo above Pu Sui's head materialized once more, appearing even more radiant and dazzling than before. The white threads that drifted from each individual ultimately converged into the halo above Pu Sui. Instinctively, Fu Xuesheng reached for her own head, curious to ascertain whether a similar thread resided there. Naturally, she felt nothing. Fu Xuesheng's gaze darkened. She looked once again at Pu Sui, and at that moment, Yuanqing appeared. Her instincts drew her attention to him, revealing that a halo had also manifested above his head, albeit unlike Pu Sui's, it did not absorb the threads. However, as he approached Park Sui, Fu Xuesheng observed wisps of fine threads emanating from the halo above Park Sui's head, intertwining with the aura enveloping Yuanqing. Is this the fabled halo of the protagonists? A whimsical thought flickered in Fu Xuesheng's mind. Yet, what did those threads truly signify? She chose not to linger any longer, swiftly turning to depart. In her present state, her comings and goings elicited no notice from anyone. Nonetheless, that golden light had become exceedingly dim. Setting aside the mirror, she stepped into her spatial realm. She felt that Yin Jiuxiao might possess the answers she sought. Upon locating Yin Jiuxiao and divulging her newfound discoveries, she was met with his penetrating gaze. From his scrutiny, Fu Xuesheng discerned a hidden curiosity. Yin Jiuxiao's eyes deepened in hue as he slowly articulated. What you describe seems to be a method of siphoning one's fortune. Yet, I did not anticipate that you could perceive a person's fortune. Siphoning fortune? Fu Xuesheng was taken aback. Yin Jiuxiao nodded thoughtfully. This grows ever more intriguing. According to your account, it entails draining the fortunes of all individuals to nourish those two who possess the fortune halos, with Park Sui's halo being the principal source. Indeed, it is the halo of the protagonist. Fu Xuesheng's heart weighed heavily with concern. What fate befalls those whose fortunes are siphoned? What advantages might accrue to those who engage in such siphoning? Fu Xuesheng inquired solemnly. Chapter 57. The Siphon Ones. What becomes of those whose fortunes are drained? What benefits do the sippers reap? Fu Xuesheng asked gravely. Yin Jiuxiao gazed at her, suddenly playing. Chapter 58. Yin Jiuxiao. Must your words be so venomous? The expression on Yin Jiuxiao's face resembled that of an onlooker, leaving Fu Xuesheng at a loss for words. Ultimately, this matter was, in truth, not significantly related to Yin Jiuxiao. Chapter 59. 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones remaining influence. Furthermore, the method to escape the fate of being plundered lies in altering the original trajectory of the plunderer's future. Yin Jiuxiao's words were somewhat convoluted. Chapter 60. I truly had no idea. Fu Xuesheng wondered if others also expended their spiritual energy during their ascension as she did. Upon awakening after her successful advancement, she sensed the restoration of the space. Chapter 61. Can the female protagonist also explode her furnace? Votes, please. Pu Baiguei, if you must have your breakdown, refrain from doing so in my presence. Fu Xuesheng's voice darkened. What did you say? Pu Baiguei was taken aback that Fu Xuesheng dared to retort. Chapter 62. The diminished halo of the protagonist. TSK, Pu Baiguei was indeed harsh on himself. Fu Xuesheng immediately recognized the person being brought forth. It was none other than Pu Baiguei, whom she had forced to accept punishment. Chapter 63. How could I forget him? Though distressed, upon sensing the restoration of spiritual energy in the space, Fu Xuesheng felt a sense of relief. Chapter 64. I merely wished to teach her a lesson. Xuesheng was not genuinely angry with Fu Xuesheng. Rather, his concern outweighed his irritation. Upon witnessing Fu Xuesheng's unscathed reappearance at the Martial Alliance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 65. Just get it done. The words of Pu Baiguei caused a stark change in Pu Baibu's expression. Noticing his silence, Pu Baiguei pressed on. Brother, you have changed. In the past, when faced with such. Chapter 66. The brother who is not short of money laughter, akin to a grotesque echo, resounded through a certain inn in Zealand City late at night. The innkeeper, upon hearing this laughter. Chapter 67. A startling display of skill. It appeared that a scuffle was underway ahead. Yin Jiuxiao thought to himself, of course I am aware. Yet your eagerness suggests you wish to rush in immediately. Chapter 68. I do not like him. I like you. The disparity between the illusions in her heart and reality left Yun Jin momentarily speechless. Xuesheng, unfazed by such distractions, strode directly to the skull of the water candle demon. Chapter 69. Those who do not appear in the plot. Yin Jiuxiao seemed apprehensive that his leader might be deceived by Xiang Lian's exterior. Thus he recounted her past glories throughout their journey. Chapter 70. Employing the art of seduction when the pterosaur does not unfurl its wings. Its length is merely less than 10 feet. However, when its wings are spread, its full span can reach nearly 50 feet. Xuesheng raised her eyes to. Chapter 71. I am a little busy, let us discuss it later. However, after hearing her entire plan, Yun Jin and Xiang. Chapter 72. Poor second young master Yun. Passing through the crevice in the cliff of the phantom winged beast territory, and proceeding further, they entered the realm of the Earth Bear. The information from the Martial Alliance indicated that within this region. Chapter 73. It is only natural to feel unwilling. You all go ahead. I will hold it back. Yun Jin knelt on one knee, veins bulging on her neck and forehead. What could one possibly block? Take. Chapter 74. This is utterly impossible. Yun Jin, the second young master of the Yun family in Zealand City. He is not the heir apparent to the family. His father never placed the family's aspirations upon him. Chapter 75. My curiosity is piqued. After receiving a positive affirmation from Yun Jin, Xuesheng felt immensely satisfied. She had not anticipated that accompanying Xiang Jiuxiao on missions would lead her to resolve such a significant matter. Chapter 76. Causing someone to weep. The arena duel mentioned by Yun Jin made Xuesheng feel a yearning to find an opportunity to witness it. Unfortunately, after exiting the dense valley, she would first. Chapter 77. The notion of a love-struck mind. Woe is me, even you bully me. Xiang Lian squatted down, burying her head between her legs and weeping. Xuesheng felt overwhelmed, realizing too late. Chapter 78. Who leaked the information? In these past 10 days, the Pu family has experienced a time of gloom and despair. The illustrious daughter of the Pu family has just publicly announced her advancement to a third-rank alchemist, leaving the entire city in a state of envy. In the VIP room of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, Xuesheng gazed at the handsome man before her, unable to suppress her astonishment. Unlike the cold demeanor of Yuan Qin, he exuded a different charm. The news of Pu Sui's injury from the Yuan family truly astonished Xuesheng. What an unexpected turn of events. It seems you remain unaware. Upon entering the courtyard, she swiftly slipped into the empty space. Buzzing with excitement, Xuesheng's consciousness delved into her own body, where the exquisite sword embryo had already been refined, taking shape as an icy blade. Xuesheng then turned her attention to others, noting that Yuan Qin's odds were identical to Pu Sui's, both at 1-to-1. The odds for Yun Bo and Yun Jin corresponded to her and Baiya. Xuesheng, alongside Yun Jin and the Xiang siblings, stood at the end of the corridor, eagerly awaiting their moment to emerge. She was aware that at the ends of the other corridors, indeed, the Huangji Luan Zhuandan is unequivocally a mid-level 4th-rank pill. Astonishingly, she is not a 3rd-rank alchemist, but a 4th-rank one. Chapter 86. Xuesheng in her courtyard. One update. Have you succeeded? Baiya inquired candidly, as if posing an academic question. Chapter 87. Do you wish to kill me? 2 updates. Park Bai-Gui had lost considerable weight compared to before. His once bright eyes had become shrouded in darkness, rendering him rather morose. Upon receiving the guard's report, he. Chapter 88. Are you so afraid of your secrets being discovered? 3 updates. The sudden appearance of Xuesheng astonished the 5 individuals, including Park Bai-Gui. They were well aware that Xuesheng was present in the courtyard, otherwise they. Chapter 89. Ensure he never rises again. 1 update. Xuesheng gazed into his bloodshot eyes, which were filled with both hatred and anxiety. Initially, I had no intention of revealing this secret. However, you. Chapter 90. Will you experience aesthetic fatigue? 2 updates. We have discovered the hidden personal belongings of Mississippi Park Sui. Park Ching-song's words had barely left his lips when a voice. Chapter 91. As if torn apart by pain. 1 update. Xuesheng blinked, contemplating that if a face were truly exquisite to the utmost degree, it would never induce aesthetic fatigue. Upon hearing her words, slowly. Chapter 92. The male protagonist killed the male supporting character? 2 updates. Amidst the chaos, Xuesheng's mind filled with fragmented images. As the exclamations of Dushang Jiuxiao and Yin Jiuxiao echoed in her ears. Boss. Chapter 93. Suddenly, his worth soared a grand gesture. Truly a magnificent display. Xuesheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at Xiang Longshan's extravagant move. Chapter 94. So, the death of Park Bai Gui is no concern of mine, Xuesheng. Such a significant favor you have received, it will be difficult to repay in the future. After Xuesheng exited the space, Yin Jiuxiao's voice resonated in her mind. Chapter 95. The child is too naive. Xuesheng chuckled softly, addressing Park Baibu from behind. If you wish to kill me to avenge your brother, I am more than willing to oblige. However, remember, if you intend to take my life, be prepared for the consequences. Chapter 96. The prodigal son of the Yun family, do you not find this peculiar? Xuesheng inquired of Yin Jiuxiao, who innocently responded with a simple, Chapter 97. Merely a display of frustrated incompetence on the arena. When Yin Jiuxiao unleashed his true martial prowess, it left the audience in astonishment. The seemingly inept and wayward second son of the Yun family had unexpectedly. Chapter 98. Xuesheng emerges victorious. It was evident that Sha Ji had little interest in martial arts, thus seizing the opportunity to summon Xuesheng. As Xuesheng departed, Yin Jiuxiao and Yun Bo. Chapter 99. What if we were to eliminate the male protagonist? On the arena, both Yuanqing and Yunjin exuded the formidable aura of peak 5th rank, captivating the attention of the spectators in the stands and the esteemed audience above. Chapter 100. The Might of the Sword Cultivator. Sensing 3 approaching presences behind her, Xuesheng's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Attempting to eliminate Yuanqing, of course, could not be executed within the city. Chapter 101. So close yet so far. New book ranking first supplement. Suddenly engulfed in a profound comprehension of the sword's whistle. Xuesheng felt as if she were at the eye of a hurricane, each swing of her sword transforming into a gust, the sound of howling resonating in her ears. Chapter 102. How childish. First supplement. Is it not merely about seizing? Xuesheng possessed an abundance of experience regarding the concept of seizing. Otherwise, she would have perished from hunger at the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 103. Let me thank you indeed. Xuesheng had not previously paid attention to the Yin mountain range, for her alchemical pursuits required no fire spirit. She relied solely on her innate fire abilities. Chapter 104. Hands trembling with excitement. New book ranking supplement. Xuesheng and Yunjin ventured directly into the depths of the Yin mountain range. Aside from conversing with Yunjin, she also curiously surveyed her surroundings. This was her first. Chapter 105. Can it really be like this? First supplement. In the Yin mountain range, Yunhua and Baiya walked in silence. This is not their first visit, and there is little scenery to admire, which renders this engaged couple rather unremarkable. Chapter 106. He is tempting me. Second update. At this moment, neither the pair of Yunbo and Baiya nor the duo of Yuanqing and Park Sui are aware that they are heading in the same direction. Fu. Chapter 107. So many? Bestseller update. The fire-based supernatural ability has become increasingly potent after devouring the fire spirit. In her past life, Xuesheng had already attained the national designated SSS level, which is said to be the pinnacle of supernatural powers. Chapter 108. It seems quite adorable. First update. To her astonishment, the spirit stone mine actually has different attributes. This was something Xuesheng had never anticipated. Moreover, judging by Yin Jiuxiao's tone, it appears that this fire spirit mine is even more. Chapter 109. The convergence of 3 parties. Second update. Why does Yin Jiuxiao seem a bit foolish? Xuesheng gazes at him in bewilderment. In the original story, he was supposed to be a refined and carefree supporting character. Chapter 110. No shame at all. Bestseller update. Yin Jiuxiao is smiling brightly. But when he meets the cold gaze of his older brother, his smile falters. For a moment, he feels trapped with no way to retreat or advance. Chapter 111. How about trying to kill the protagonist? First update. Xuesheng's figure leaps among the reddish-brown rocks of the Yin mountain range. After distancing herself, she slows down, her steps becoming leisurely. Chapter 112. Honesty in Life, Part 2. The mere fact that she was the first to appear does not signify her victory. Are you not afraid of ultimately losing face despite your current elation? The speaker is by song. Chapter 113. Is 56 considered a lot? Part 1. The four individuals manifested simultaneously, yet the distance between them revealed underlying issues. Yuanqin and Park Sui were close together, with Yuanqin's attire. Chapter 114. I am so happy. Part 2. The reddish-brown Rocky Mountains and the vast expanse of fiery spirits stirred a sense of curiosity in Yin Jiuxiao. He wondered what Xuesheng felt while surrounded by such breathtaking scenery. Chapter 115. I will deal with him. Part 1. After shouting, Xuesheng leaned against the tightly shut door, laughing rather foolishly. The frustrations within her heart had finally dissipated significantly. Half drunk. Chapter 116. What have I done? Oh, the misdeeds. Chapter 117. I want to make money. I want to become rich. Part 1. Calculating it all together. The total amounts to 270,000 medium-grade spirit stones as capital, divided into 3 parts. That results in 90,000 medium-grade spirit stones for each share. Chapter 118. Let us enjoy a pleasant cooperation. Part 2. The business GMO Guanan wished to discuss appeared to Xuesheng as a long-term endeavor. This is due to GMO Guanan's desire to secure exclusive agency rights for her medicinal pills. Chapter 119. Is it a pie from the sky? As Xuesheng emerged from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, she realized that her visage, known as Xuejun, had become quite the celebrity in Zealand City. This outcome, however, was rather perplexing. Xuesheng found it hard to believe that fortune could fall from the heavens, especially since Qi Lao had not stipulated any conditions before presenting her with the token. It was all quite strange. Xiaoya. It was Bai Song. His abrupt arrival interrupted Bai Yi just as she was about to speak. Bai Song was nearby, and his voice rang out. The legendary sword Wanren was said to produce a resonant sound that could be heard for miles. Its body shimmered with a silvery ice-blue hue, resembling the light of the moon. Xuesheng gazed at the sword in her hand. Once Xuesheng discerned the circumstances surrounding Pu Sui's apprenticeship at Taihe Valley, she realized that it diverged from the original plot in certain aspects. Xuesheng thought she must be imagining things, for the thread of Pu Baibu's destiny could not possibly emit sound. Yet, she was convinced that. Flee. Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback by Yin Jiuxiao's words. Was this where the focus lay? Very well, I shall marry. Second update. Park Baibu's complexion was rather poor. His originally clear gaze now filled with hostility as he confronted Yuanqin. Yuanqin's eyes were cold and menacing, the curve of his lips carrying a sinister smile. Chapter 127. The legendary villain, first update. Do you know how this engagement came to be? With no one else around, Park Baibu spoke with a grave expression. Xuesheng naturally knew as well. Chapter 128. What is the stimulation point of white honey? Second update. Regardless of the outcome, one must give it a try. If it truly fails, she could always flee, Xuesheng optimistically thought. As for Meng Jijuan. Chapter 129. The information is quite overwhelming. First update. 10 days is not a long time. The identity of Xuesheng has no close friends aside from Bai Mi. Xuejun naturally did not appear. Chapter 130. The gluttonous spirit Meng Jijuan. Second update. In her previous life, Xuesheng did not have the chance to experience a passionate romance before the apocalypse struck. During the end times, her sole concern was survival. Romance was a distant thought. Chapter 131. Kill him. First update. The moment the red veil was lifted, the light in the room pierced Xuesheng's eyes. She blinked, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself staring at a stranger's face. Chapter 132. Goodness. What a surprise. Second update. Kill him. In the narrative, the formidable antagonist nearly brings ruin to the protagonists. Chapter 133. Indeed, the lady is the true love of the city lord. Upon awakening the following day, Xuesheng realized, with a start, that she had inadvertently succumbed to slumber. As she sat up in bed, Yin Jiuxiao had already departed. Chapter 134. What poison to use? Just eliminate them outright. Simultaneously, she found it curious that Yin Jiuxiao appeared to be. Chapter 135. Bai Mi's plea for help. The discussions between Xuesheng and Yin Jiuxiao proceeded smoothly. Within the confines of Kangqing City, she need not create turmoil as the plot suggested, but could focus solely on her cultivation, strengthening herself. Chapter 136. Only you can save her. A crisis had befallen Bai Mi. Upon seeing the envelope adorned with Bai Mi's distinctive floral stationery, Xuesheng's heart raced, and she recalled the potential dangers that might befall Bai Mi. Chapter 137. Madam, please come to Kangqing City. You say Bai Mi is in peril? Jimo Guanan was taken aback. seemingly taking a moment to fully process the news that Xuesheng had just conveyed. Chapter 138. Seducing the Brother-in-Law? In Zealand City, only the current heads of the two prominent martial arts families hold the rank of 7th-tier cultivators. It is said that the elders of these two families have reached the 8th tier. Chapter 139. A complete lack of compassion. When Pu Sui suddenly collapsed towards Yin Jiuxiao, Pu Yi was startled, and Xuesheng narrowed her eyes, sensing the imminent danger. However, in contrast to Park Yi's panic. Chapter 140. The most aligned death. Second update. According to the original storyline, the darkened Xuesheng invited Park Sui to Kangqing City, and in an attempt to satisfy and please Meng Jijuan, she drugged Park Sui, intending to deliver her to Meng Jijuan's bed. Chapter 141. Where did this NPC emerge from? First update, coming right away. Upon hearing the voice of Xia, Park Sui immediately rose from the bed, shedding any semblance of her previously frail demeanor. Park Yi stared in astonishment. Chapter 142. Yuan Xin is killed. Second update. Xuesheng's assassination plot was abruptly halted due to the unexpected arrival of Elder Zhangzhu. Yin Jiuxiao had vanished, leaving her in this empty city. Chapter 143. Completely ruined? First update. Crack. A crisp sound echoed in Xuesheng's ears. Strangely, it seemed that only she could hear this sound, while others. Chapter 144. A strange dream. Second update. Although Yuan Xin did not perish, he was rendered powerless, destined to live as an ordinary person henceforth. Xuesheng could easily surmise that the proud male lead was. Chapter 145. The second awakened character. First update. By me in the carriage appeared transformed upon departing from Zealand City with Xuesheng. The by me of your alluring and enchanting, carried herself with grace. Chapter 146. I wish to return to Zealand City. Second update. By me's hoarse voice pierced Xuesheng's heart with pain. She gently comforted, Sister Bai, do not be afraid. You have already departed from Zealand City, and I shall not allow. Chapter 147. Zealand City has become quite lively. Accompanying him are Xiang Ji and Xiang Lianlian, along with Zilan. Xuesheng felt somewhat astonished. It had been far too long since she had been in Zealand. Chapter 148. The arrival of Yin Jiuxiao. Pu Qingsong spoke with considerable insight. Yet Yuan Songming grew increasingly enraged with each word. He had only one son, Yuan Xin, and now that son had been rendered incapable, leaving him unable to identify his enemy. Chapter 149. I heed the lady's words. The actions of the Pu family are indeed swift. Upon learning that the Pu family had sent a distress signal to Kangqing City, Xuesheng's immediate reaction was one of concern. After reading the letter. Chapter 150. This time, it is truly fatal. Fortunately, Xuesheng managed to catch the play thrown by Yin Jiuxiao. Her demeanor exuded calmness, and coupled with Yin Jiuxiao's words, it made Pu Qingsong and Pu Sui observe. Chapter 151. How did I end up in his embrace? Yuan Xin never imagined that Pu Sui would come to see him armed with a dagger. Even more unfathomable was the fact that this very dagger eventually pierced his heart. Boom. Chapter 152. What a tremendous blunder. How could you have climbed? Chapter 153. Wronged? Xuesheng coldly laughed. Your reasoning is indeed compelling. But where is the evidence? As soon as she finished speaking, numerous martial practitioners from the empty Qing city encircled her. Chapter 154. When favor disappears. Part 2. Pu Sui's sobbing inquiries did not elicit any empathy from those around her. After she concluded, Pu Sui realized that no one was speaking up for her. Chapter 155. The second segment of Memory. Part 1. It was Yin Jiuxiao. When enveloped in that warm embrace, the familiar sensation allowed Xuesheng to surrender into a state of blissful oblivion. Sheng? Chapter 156. I must be the one to kill her. Part 2. Chapter 157. It turns out the protagonist also wants to kill her. Part 1. Xuesheng resolved to take action that very day. Yuan Songming and Pu Qingsong continued to argue incessantly about Yuan Xin's demise and the fact that the culprit was Pu Sui. According to Chapter 158. He is not Pu Sui. Part 2. This is not Pu Sui. The moment Xuesheng met those eyes, she was certain that the girl seated in the carriage was absolutely not Pu Sui. Chapter 159. Kill the protagonist. Part 1. Yin Jiuxiao. Xuesheng did not anticipate Yin Jiuxiao's sudden appearance. Chapter 160. The world is much bigger than I thought. Part 2. It is not Xuesheng's fault. It was primarily due to Old K's terrifying remarks. It felt as though they were to dissect Pu Sui's corpse. If I am not mistaken, this is Chapter 161. Do you want to take a look? Xuesheng was momentarily taken aback by Yin Jiuxiao's inquiry. Indeed, she seemed to have gradually immersed herself in this world, considering the original protagonist's mother as her own. Chapter 162. A truly colorful world. Would you like to accompany me to the Heavenly Emperor's capital? Observing the sincere and expectant expression on Bai Mi's face, Xuesheng was genuinely surprised. Chapter 163. Base and shameless. The sequence of events was quite innocent. Xuesheng never anticipated that Bai Mi's words would ring so true. Shortly after the flying demon beast entered the Su Hua tribe. Chapter 164. Golden Lotus City. Are we seriously expected to settle accounts with those two groups of ferocious cultivators? What a joke. The individuals entangled with the Beastmaster sect's disciples sheepishly retreated. Chapter 165. All were found dead when Xuesheng reached the lower room. She found the frightened girl with bird scars cowering by the door, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, on the wooden bed inside the room lay a completely naked body. Chapter 166. The first encounter with demons. The sound of the door closing severed all connections to the outside world. Xuesheng sensed something peculiar occurring within Golden Lotus City. Yet her mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters, rendering her indifferent. Chapter 167. The heart of a demon is made of stone. After the lowly demonic creatures that invaded the inn were exterminated, it seemed that the impending crisis had been averted. In the inn, only Xuesheng and that charming young man with the birthmark remained. Chapter 168. The Wild and Beautiful Woman. Second update. The innkeeper's eyes briefly reflected a fleeting sorrow, which was swiftly masked by her enchanting smile. They were merely strangers passing by. Chapter 169. Is there a demon that feasts on hearts? First update, however. What astonished Xuesheng even more was that the alluring and untamed beauty not only extracted a heart but also devoured it whole, even if it was just. Chapter 170. The Chosen Maiden. Second update. The heart of a demon is as cold as stone, devoid of emotion and warmth. Thus, consuming hearts serves to nourish the own. Do you inquire if there exists a demon that feasts on hearts? Indeed. Chapter 171. That is the Fu family of the Yangzhou clan. First update. 5 days later, a disciple from the Beastmaster sect finally arrived in Jinlian City, accompanied by a new flying beast. Upon seeing only Xuesheng waiting at the city gate. Chapter 172. I have news about the young master of the Fu family. Second update. The individuals on the flight formation map came and went in haste, all serving within the diagram. They had long grown accustomed to the splendid scenery within the formation, yet remained oblivious to their own position. Chapter 173. Such a mother, how loving. First update. Qianzhen, you are to personally bring her here. Yes, master of the family. Qianzhen acknowledged the command and set off. Even though the head of the family tried her utmost to conceal it, she still. Chapter 174. It turns out to be reliant on technology. Part 2. Xuesheng truly wondered whether it was due to the narrative or if there was a genuine blood resonance between mother and daughter. Despite her efforts to disguise herself, still. Chapter 175. A new demon descends to the world. Part 1. Qianzhen could never have imagined that the ordinary girl she thought she knew was, in fact, the missing young master from several years ago. Upon seeing Xuesheng's visage, which had become even more exquisite than years prior. Chapter 176. Who is the young master of the Fu family? Part 2. Fu Rong was amused by her daughter's appearance, his stern expression vanishing entirely. Oh, you were truly protected too well by your mother. Chapter 177. How could there be no talent? Part 1. Qianzhen brought food into the room, and Fu Rong immediately urged Xuesheng to eat. Chapter 178. Sword in the right hand, furnace in the left. Part 2. Xuesheng's guess was not mistaken. Chapter 179. My daughter is a genius. Part 1. Fu Rong was utterly taken aback at the sight of Xuesheng wielding a sword in one hand and a furnace in the other. This was simply a violation of the principles of cultivation. Chapter 180. Just because I am stronger than you. Part 2. Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of light emerged, and Xuesheng felt a tight grip as Fu Rong pulled her into a formation. The two mothers. Chapter 181. This is my daughter. Part 1. How is this possible? Her own formation was easily broken by Xuesheng? How could this be possible? Xuesheng was utterly. Chapter 182. Worthless you. Second update. Fu Rong and Xuesheng did not miss the astonishment in the eyes of those around them. yet they deemed it unnecessary to offer any explanations. Chapter 183. I am going. First update, by the way. I heard you are the young master of the Fu family from the Yanzhou region. What is your name? I am Gong Yunluo, a member of the Weakwater Palace, and the youngest disciple of my master. Chapter 184. Uninvited? Second update. This daring squad, rather, the reconnaissance team, consists of 12 members. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Xuesheng noticed Gong Yunluo among them. Chapter 185. Chaos in the City. First update. The 12 members were ultimately divided into 4 groups, precisely 3 individuals per group. Xuesheng, Gong Yunluo, and the willingly participating Nin formed one team. Chapter 186. That is the Demon Empress. Second update. The gazes directed at them from all around were intensely fervent, as if they had encountered a delectable delicacy, even though these demons did not rush in. Chapter 187. You carry the scent of demons. First update. It is said that there is only one Demon Empress, and if nothing unexpected occurs, she will inherit the throne of the Demon Emperor, becoming the queen of the demon race. However, Chapter 188. I have seen someone like you. Second update. Xuesheng did not believe that the Demon Empress would secretly infiltrate her chamber merely to recruit her as an underling. She was unaware of the existence of the blood slaughter trial, a concept foreign to Xuesheng, who had traversed into this narrative. These elements were mere byproducts diverging from the original plot. In the next chapter, a unique musical instrument was introduced. I wholeheartedly agree with Sister Xuesheng, exclaimed one character, recognizing the invaluable opportunity for cultivation that should not be overlooked. One who fears the trials of cultivation and hesitates at every turn would certainly achieve nothing. Unexpectedly, Gong Yunlu revealed that her instrument was a suona. Xuesheng was taken aback. The sound of the suona, known for its piercing notes, filled the air. As the ominous mist began to dissipate, a multitude of demonic entities emerged, prompting even the noble scion Nin to utter a curse. What had they awakened? A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over them as they confronted a formidable high-level demon. Instinctively, Nin and Gong Yunlu drew closer to Xuesheng, their gazes laden with trepidation. Is Yin Jiuxiao still present? Gong Yunlu inquired, still addressing Xuesheng as Sister Xuesheng. The trials they faced together, teetering on the brink of life and death, had forged an extraordinary bond among the trio, enhancing their combat synergy exponentially. Were they, in fact, 2 separate individuals? The man clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a golden mask evoked a sense of familiarity in Xuesheng, particularly due to his intriguing amethyst-hued eyes that resembled those of Yin Jiuxiao. In their conversation, Xuesheng found herself no closer to dispelling the fog that obscured her understanding. Upon departing from her ethereal realm, she fortuitously overheard Qianjin calling for her. Qianjin's intentions were well-meaning, and Xuesheng comprehended that regardless of her current ability to cultivate, her path remained unchanged. Xuesheng, upon hearing her father's words, felt her lips quiver slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan drifted into a reverie, lost in his own imaginings. Unbeknownst to Xuesheng, Fu Rong's seemingly harsh demeanor was partly a result of being irked by Xuesheng's brazen antics. Initially, Fu Rong had held a more favorable view of Xuesheng. Do you dare to challenge me? Xuesheng asked excitedly, to which Xuesheng merely smiled, perceiving her as Navi. Upon hearing Xuesheng's words, Fu Rong replied with a smile, I am well aware that my daughter remains unfazed by the trivial gossip of the outside world. It is known that as long as tomorrow arrives, Chapter 203. My Face is Bruised. Part 1. The rivalry between Xuesheng and Xuesheng for the position of the young master of the Fu family has escalated into a matter of paramount importance within the household. Early in the morning, the area surrounding the dual platform was teeming with members of the Fu family. Chapter 204. The Array Master Xianxiao. Part 2. Xuesheng moved with remarkable speed, yet those of higher cultivation could discern the subtleties within her actions. For instance, the third elder of the Shihuang sect, upon witnessing the duel. Chapter 205. When did we gain an additional disciple? Disciple Xianxiao, respectfully greeting my master. A sly grin spread across Xuesheng's face. Fu Rong also smiled, thinking that with a disciple like this, I would awaken from dreams with laughter. Chapter 206. In Shihuang City, encountering Nanmo again in the following days, everyone in the Fu family became aware that the head of the family had accepted a closed-door disciple. Moreover, This disciple exhibited exceptional talent in the art of arrays, earning the admiration of. Chapter 207. Are you feeling envious? The news of Fu Rong's closed-door disciple even reached Nanmo, and Fu Xuesheng suspected that the entire Yangzhou region must now be in the know. However, Chapter 208. Is this a matter of friendship? Is this a matter of friendship? Yin Jiuxiao thought that Fu Xuesheng had been acting rather foolishly lately. Growing weary of the conversation, Yin Jiuxiao turned and departed. Chapter 209. The four prominent families of Yangzhou. Nevertheless, Fu Xuesheng could be curious. But the aloof Xianxiao should not indulge in such curiosity. Thus, cloaked in the guise of Xianxiao, Fu Xuesheng merely uttered a couple of enigmatic remarks. Chapter 210. The Shi Huang Futu Array. As the array light flared, Fu Xuesheng found herself devoid of the inclination to squander further time with these individuals. At this juncture, Nan Mo's words resonated perfectly, prompting her to seamlessly acquiesce, providing only. Chapter 211. A prodigy emerges from the array path. When Fu Rong beheld Fu Xuesheng in the water mirror, a subtle smile graced his lips. At that moment, before a multitude, no fewer than 100 water mirrors had materialized. Chapter 212. Break the array. Should Fu Xuesheng have heard her mother utter this phrase outside, she would undoubtedly perceive Fu Rong's demeanor as somewhat ostentatious. Nevertheless, if Fu Rong was pleased, she felt. Chapter 213. The disciple surpasses the master's record. Although the yellow sand trapping array is classified as a mid-level formation, it is, in fact, among the most challenging within that category, approaching the complexity of advanced arrays. Chapter 214. The outcome of this first place is undeniable. The master of Shihuang Gate appeared to be struck by Fu Rong's words, his expression shifting dramatically. However, Fu Rong would not allow him to evade so easily. Chapter 215. Shihuang Stone Destiny? I refuse to believe in fate. If that is the case, then my disciple's first place is beyond doubt, Fu Rong mused, a playful smirk adorning his lips. The master of Shihuang Gate fell into silence,